Hasanabi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means AIPAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and up claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out there riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the law, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition high? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone in their Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan I broadcast coming to you live from sunny, beautiful New York City, ladies and gentlemen. New York City. From the steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, New York. Just kidding. That is what I would be saying if I was on the Majority Report with Sam Seder. I, however, am not on the Majority Report with Sam Seder. Unfortunately, I have disrespected my uncle. I have made my uncle sad. I have done uncle crimes. Okay, I've done crimes against the unk, unacceptable crimes against the unk, and I will be getting into that. I'll be talking about that in a little bit. But before we do that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker. In between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button, for all my parasocialists out there, it is 11:27 Los Angeles time, 5/14/2024. That's May 14th, 2024. And I'm live and alive. And a lot has happened. I'm in New York, as you guys know. I'm in New York City, baby. City of dreams. New York, the Tel Aviv of America. New York City, the Tehran of America. Anyway, Hassan Ungrateful Nephew Piker is what people are saying, but they're right. I am the ungrateful nephew. I am the prodigal son. Anyway, that's what we're gonna be talking about in a little bit. But however, last night I ended the broadcast. And I went to dinner with my family. And we hung out. We had a long ass dinner. I've been eating very poorly, and that's pretty much it, honestly. Like, I watched Kaiju number 8, episode 5 that just came out. That shit was awesome. Saw the family. That was awesome. The restaurant was called, I believe, like Left Bank, famous for its rotisserie chicken, which I thought was great. Why is the chat pink? I don't know why there's like a weird effect on the chat. Anyway, 5 o'clock, stubble looking good. Thank you. Shit's looking sharp. That's right. Where the fuck was I? Anyway, yeah. So we went to a restaurant called Left Bank, which was pretty good. Yeah, Chad's gay as hell. But in any case, we did all that. Not West Bank, Left Bank. Still on a mewing streak. Did you sing that intro after dinner? Yeah. I sang it to my family, Hins Hall. I was like, hey, I came up with the song. I made it. Do you guys like it? And they were like, yeah, they love it. They love the song that I came up with called Hins Hall that I came up with all on my own. We'll be doing the Bill versus Bill today, which I'm very excited about. And a bunch of other stuff, obviously. We got the Kharkiv offensive we're going to be talking about. It's Newsday Tuesday. Hold on. Bill Maher V versus Burr. Oh my God, I wrote that so weird. VD? No. VS Bill. But yeah, this morning I woke up. I've been sleeping real late. Like, I haven't adjusted to... I am still in LA time, like 100%. And I've yet to adjust.
Use it on.
I've yet to adjust. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna fucking log in. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Where is it? Hold on. I need to do something real quick. Okay. Hold on. I'm just logging into TikTok on my computer just to make sure, just so I can look at these thirst talks better. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, I went on the Adam Friedland show. I did it.
Use it on your favorite.
I did it. I did the damn thing. That's right. It was nowhere near as problematic as I thought it was going to be. Nick Mullen was not there. And that was kind of unfortunate in my opinion. But it went by smoothly. I thought it was great. And that's the reason why I could not do... That is literally the reason why I couldn't do Uncle Sammy Sosa Cedar and his pod, because I was wait, what is all this? Oh my God, I have gotten a shit ton of DMs on Twitter. I've gotten a shit ton of DMs on Twitter when I'm not live, and when I get on my laptop and I turn on Twitter, and it's like the absolute worst in some ways. Hold on, there's some cool shit here. Okay. When does it air? I think he said there's a super quick turnaround. There's a super quick turnaround in a week and a half, he said. I think I'm your only Azerbaijani chatter. Can you please say don't do election fraud as a shout out, please? It would make my day. You're not the only Azerbaijani chatter. What's it like being named the most racist man in America by Redditors? I love it. I personally love it. How long was the pod? 30 minutes to an hour? No, we did like an hour and 30, almost 2 hours. And then we did almost 2 hours of the pod, but then they cut it down to like 45 mins. But that was the reason why I couldn't do Uncle Sammy's show today, unfortunately, even though I really wanted to. But I'm gonna make it up to him. But in any case, yes, I've been enjoying much of the cracker discourse and the new lengths that Redditors take it to, talking about like made up hate crimes against themselves by people who present themselves as white in this made up hate crime against white people. And in normal circumstances, in normal situations, you get laughed out of the room for saying such a ridiculous thing, right? Or at least most people be like, okay. And then they would just like talk shit behind your back. Well, turns out on Reddit, it is the one place where like an Asian man can LARP as a white guy and LARP as a white guy who got like anti-white hate crimed. And then people will turn around and be like, this is really racist. This is the real racism that he doesn't care about. But yeah, we'll talk about that. Ak got a weird case. Why is he still around? So we'll talk about that a little bit today. We'll talk about DJ Academics. He got. He caught a case. But that's later. M-HUD? What did M-HUD say? But in any case, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, I don't have a lot of updates other than the fact that Noah co-produced, I think, the Taft show. Noah Colwyn, friend of the show. So yeah. I had a coworker who's a white woman tell me she's a minority in LA because she's a Republican who voted for Trump and felt unsafe. That's awesome. Yeah, we'll do all of that. Bill Maher versus Bill Burr on student protesters, creators for Palestine reaches 500K, raises 500K. Redditors cancel me over anti-white racism. Redditors / streamers cancel me, in air quotes, over anti-white racism. Later, I'll investigate Dimes Square with Noah Colwyn. Quick, type it. Get in now. Dime Square in 2024. I know it's a meme. We don't give a shit about Dime Square. I might actually go to a protest as well. Are you gonna check out the portal? It's closed. The portal doesn't work. It's busted. They turned it off, which is really sad, guys. It is really sad. Anyway, was the Adam Friedland show or the Adam Friedland show podcast? No, it was the Adam Friedland show. I didn't even know there was a distinction. I like that in this universe, like the Dublin Portal said yes to 9/11, but no to titties. Like they literally fucking shut it down because of some tatas. They didn't actually shut it down because of the 9/11 memes. They shut it down because of some titties, which is so funny. Are you gonna hit up Pookie? What is this?
Screech, are you gonna hang out with Hassan? Because he's in New York. I can't because I have work. I literally have work to do. Like, he keeps saying, like, let's hang, let's do this. Like, no, I'm literally working today. Are you crazy? It's so annoying. Like, hello?
Okay, Ramaswamy, chill.
Work? I am working right now.
Yeah, he's mining. What do you mean? That's real work. What the fuck? Fake friends? How many of us, dude? Bill Maher versus Bill Burr on student protesters. Creators for Palestine raise 500K. Redditors and streamers cancel me over anti-white racism. Later, I'll investigate Dime Square with Noah Colwyn. Get in now. Yes, I have the DJ Academic story. Don't worry. Are you planning to examine the Jewish tunnels while you're in New York City? No. I will not be examining the Chabad tunnels that have been closed off at this point. Could you just shoot straight and point out white boys like Asmon and X don't give a fuck when D and their entire friend group drops the N-word? Oh, that is 100%. Like, if Asmongold and XQC have had an issue with Destiny saying the N-word as recently as like last week, I haven't seen it. I've never heard them criticize Destiny saying the N-word. That is definitely something that I will openly call out. Never have I ever heard them speak out against Destiny saying the N-word openly on his fucking podcast once. Not even fucking once. But they got all the smoke for the term cracker, okay? Which is very odd. I mean, I'll be honest. I do find that very strange. You can clip that and ship it if you want. I do find it very strange because I know they don't like that. I know they don't like that word. I know that. I know from my personal experience, I know that they don't fuck with that. So it's odd that like there aren't a ton. Maybe they have criticized it. I just haven't seen it on LSF. Okay. Like I said, it is a perplexing situation. It is a rather perplexing situation to me that like a couple weeks ago, not even a couple weeks ago, like last week, perplexed that, you know, when Destiny, what's up? No, thank you. It is quite a perplexing situation that a couple weeks ago, Destiny literally said the N-word, and that shit wasn't like, that shit did not go omega viral. Does anyone have that link? I'm going to look this up real quick. Because like right now, the discourse on LSF about anti-white racism is popping. Okay. There is no better time to be a gamer talking about anti-white racism. You know, at the top of the leaderboards over here, at the top of the fucking leaderboards, there has been like, I guess they've like deleted some of them, or here it is. Actually not a fan of racism. Hassan sides with his mod, Frogan over insulting Ludwig. And it's just like so strange because this is like the third day. It's basically like the third day of this cracker discourse, you know? Third day now of the cracker discourse. Strange because this is like the third day. It's basically like the third day of this cracker discourse, you know? Third day now of the cracker discourse. Destiny literally said the N-word like 2 weeks ago, straight up on camera. On his own podcast, said the N-word. That shit was on LSF for like half a day. Okay, no updudes for that, I guess. And I know that no matter what happens, sides with his modest, disingenuous title and framing. I know, It's just odd. Such a strange situation. Such a strange situation we've come to be. What is it called? Gets a little too drunk? Every fucking year, Asmus take on a song saying you can't be racist towards white people. Every fucking year, bro. How does that happen? Every year, the guy who says the N-word, like openly on camera, openly on Twitter. What is it? Let me take a look at this real quick. Huh. There it is. Destiny gets a little too drunk on his podcast. 500 upvotes 19 days ago. Mission accomplished, soldier. Return to base. RL realizing this was a mistake. Why the fuck did he say it like Riley Reid? Just a little too drunk, guys. But remember, this only got 500 upvotes because, like, who cares, right? That's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a deal. Let me look at this real quick. Let me see this real quick.
No, Dan.
Wait, reading off. I already did. There's
Notice
only one
how
that's
Dan
about
isn't
the
talking
threshold,
to
and I
his
already said
microphone
it.
at all. Even though Dan's talking at the same time as me, you can't even hear him because he's talking away from his microphone like a fucking
They
handbrake.
can hear me.
They can't hear you, Dan, because you're not even talking into the microphone.
Okay.
If you do that one more time, I'm going to say the N-word.
Is it actually on your channel or his channel?
It's my channel.
What's up?
What up, nigga?
No!
I'm alive! Wait, the guy said that about me 50 times. I can say that.
It's so odd. It's so strange, bro, that a 40-year-old man with a child, 2 divorces under his belt, openly fucking saying the N-word, and is 65% upvoted. And I might be mistaken, but I did not hear Asmongold subreddit up in arms over it. I did not hear Asmongold shitting on this behavior, and I'm sure he would be against this kind of thing, for the record. Okay? I didn't actually see XQC up in arms about this, like, because they love making these, like, oh man, well, I stand against racism, guys. I stand against racism, which is why I'm over here telling you unconditionally this cracker discourse has gone too far. I wonder what that's about. Perhaps Reddit is too easily fucking brigaded. Okay? Perhaps. And a lot of people, whether they acknowledge it or not, get duped into being willing or unwilling participants in Destiny's PR campaign. Because he was going unhinged bananas mode on Ludwig and Cutie and all of that shit. And then all of a sudden, they released the pressure valve. Frogan says cracker. Frogan says Ludwig engaged in cracker-like behavior. And then, oh my God. And then I do an hour of coverage on it saying, I don't think Frogan's reaction, the way that she reacted, is valid. However, I do understand where her anger is coming from, considering that, a lot of people falsely smear pro-Palestinian charities as like being pro-Hamas, and offering any credence to that narrative, at worst, basically solidifies it in the eyes of a lot of people in the margins, or at best, basically says that you're capitulating to the fucking reactionary mob that will come after you and cancel you. And I think that was a fairly nuanced critique of the situation, where I said I recognize the frustration that Frogan had, and also simultaneously recognize that Ludwig himself is an overall good dude, and I think he was doing his best. And regardless of that, his second statement after donating $10,000, which is great, was simply to say that I'm worried about members of my community not being fully on board with the charity. Now, that's not clippable. That's really interesting you said that, because someone did clip it, but you wouldn't see it because it got downvoted heavily. This really is the same person from the Discord that was bullied? Yeah. We're going to talk about him in a second. I'm J Miles 38 from the Discord, from the anti-white. Wait, why'd you guys ban him? Buddy, your community was shitting on me in Discord for getting beat up in school for being white. Yeah, we know, brother. We know. We'll talk about that in a second, too. Anyway, it got deleted. What got deleted? 2012 account. Anyway, the thread you were talking about, LSF, got deleted. I mean, those threads can pop off, by the way, all day, every day. I don't really give a shit, because my point here is that those threads are absolutely, without a doubt, an echo chamber. Okay? You go anywhere in the real world. And try to engage with people, unless you're at a fucking clan meeting You go anywhere in the real world and talk about like how awful it is that you get bullied for being white. A group of white guys are going to laugh at you. Okay? I myself am a white guy who laughs at that notion that you are being like personally victimized and being hit with racist attacks for the marginalization that you experience as a white guy. And I don't think most white guys are like this, for the record. That's why, I mean, in Florida, there's dudes who call themselves crackers. You know what I mean? It's a moniker that is self-adopted, right? Because the etymology of it is different. The etymology also still gives power to white people in this circumstance, okay? And this is a conversation that I've had a million times over. It's a complex conversation, only if you want to make it complex. But I am totally fine with having this conversation over and over again with those who are willing to listen. Except it's much easier to just go, no, fuck you. You're just an anti-white racist. And I think a lot of people, especially white people, who are in these circles or who are extremely online, because I do see this like on Reddit more than anywhere else, have the capacity to lean in to the reactionary tendencies, okay? To the reactionary tendencies, and that is a very fearful prospect, that white identitarians, Nazis, and the like can so quickly weaponize this discourse, okay? So can so quickly weaponize this discourse, talk about like, yeah, white people are the victims, actually. You're right. And if you looked at those Reddit posts, if you are one of those people who's like, yeah, no, white people get, ritualistically humiliated, blah, blah, blah, blah. If you are one of those people who feels that way or finds themselves in the throes of this kind of discourse and leaning on the side of like white people being victims of racism, reverse racism, if you want to call it, okay? Look to those who are on your side, look to those who are defending you and what some of the things they're saying. And perhaps then you will understand that you are on the wrong side of this argument because your side is filled to the fucking brim with dudes who are using this discourse to further radicalize you, oftentimes to much success. This is the reason why, although this is a laughable notion, I routinely find myself defending this issue, even though it's a silly one. People who say stuff like, isn't Hasan openly racist like all the time? He is only not racist against blacks and Muslims, which makes it okay. Sometimes it's good to just take a peek at like people who are on your side defending you on the white people are under attack discourse and consider what their worldview may look like. People that say blacks and Muslims. Hasan thinks black people can do no wrong. Shit like that. Here's another one. They're talking about the word cracker because I laughed at someone complaining how racist it is for a white person to be called cracker. So basically, Hasan says judging someone by the color of their skin by using a racially motivated slurs is okay. He got so horny that he couldn't even write this correctly. Surely this will lead to consequences from the Twitch moderation team. Remember, folks, I have the motherfucking pass. There are a few other choice ones that I saw that were heavily upvoted. And of course, everyone that was reasonable was heavily downvoted. Okay? Like literally people in the Reddit trenches trying to be like, listen, dude, you're being ridiculous. Like, he's white. And as a white person, he's saying it's like a laughable notion to talk about like anti-white racism on these terms, right? Because of our colloquial understanding of what racism is. You're mistaking like one singular act of discrimination that oftentimes contains multitudes within it as far as like why it's happening to systematic destruction of an entire population for inalienable characteristics, which is ridiculous, right? Anyway, there were more people that were saying stuff like that, getting heavily downvoted in comparison to the many people that were saying some of the most unhinged, most ridiculous racist things I've ever read. You have to put the pass in your wallet? Yeah. There is perhaps no greater representation of how laughable this discourse is. God, these commie fucks are disgusting. Just think if we stopped producing SSRIs for 2 years, these subhuman neat commies and socialists wouldn't exist. Wholly based. Now, Holy based. My bro trying to understand the mind of people on Reddit. I mean, I will go into every avenue, especially such a suicidally alcoholic post to make. Yeah. I will go to every avenue and try to help people on their journey of understanding the world with different lenses on, right? And Reddit is another one of those avenues, especially when I see a lot of people falling for this bullshit. So I might not be able to convince this guy. He's probably got a whole lot of other baggage going on. But at least those who see this, who are maybe on the precipice, who personally think, yeah, I kind of see what these guys are saying because they flatten out racism, right? They flatten out racism across the board. Yeah, I mean, you know that my man is close. Hassan complains about having to deal with people clip chimping him. The DGG clips are working. The more clips we make, the more hair follicles he will lose. Watch this trust fund Nepo baby cry in his Discord is hilarious. I love how Ludwig ignores all the shit he previously did to Destiny, lying about DGG to just suck up to Hassan, making stuff up about Melina, Destiny, and Cute Boot. I mean, dude, they almost exclusively post about me over there. Is really sad. It is. So, probably said it before, but used to be a very fanatic right-winger and you got me out of it. Keep up the good work. It helps. Yeah. This is why I do it. This is why I do what I do, because I want to make sure that people that are on the edges, on the precipice of radicalization towards right-wing ideas, I hope that they can take a deep breath and reconsider their positions before leaning in to the comfortable bosom of right-wing reactionary politics, because that kind of discourse, that kind of ideological aspects can be very comforting for people that want their biases to be reaffirmed, right? For people that want their biases to be reaffirmed by others instead of re-examining the way they see the world, this kind of discourse can be captivating. It can create a safe space for them. It can make them feel like, instead of doing the hard work of like really reconsidering, really trying to empathize with people that have less than them or are different than them, it's much easier to just find a group of people who say, no, dude, your shit's actually fire. Let me tell you here, let me give you a little bit more about like how white people are getting fucked over. Okay? It's definitely fearful for me. I find that concerning. Cusp, not precipice. Okay, cusp. If I had $1 every time you've been canceled for anti-white racism, I'd have enough money to avoid the top of the hour ad break. God damn it. Oh. What do you think is the best way to stay grounded and not become someone like Mr. Broccoli or his fans, besides reading theory and not falling for ad break drama on their net? Okay, chill. We already got it. These people will simultaneously say you aren't white because you're Turkish, then get mad when you try to explain to them white is a made-up concept made to only include the preferred in-group. I know. Which is ironic because they don't personally see this as well. Do you adhere to this rule, though? If you personally think that I am an anti-white racist, okay, like, and that is like a real concept, like that I see white people and I think like, oh man, this white person is going to colonize my space or whatever, I guess. I don't know what to tell you, okay? I'm white. Now, if you don't consider me to be white, well, then, you know, you're kind of telling on yourself, while also personally coming to the recognition that whiteness is a political tool and you are currently applying it, right? The people that I consider to be in the out group, okay, if I were to draw boundaries, are not done on inalienable characteristics, but instead on issues like their thinking, reactionary thinking. As you guys know, I personally am not anti-religion either. I am, however, anti-religious fundamentalism. Religious fundamentalism that causes people to try to take away certain people's rights and liberties on the boundaries of religion. It doesn't matter if this is a Muslim fundamentalist, doesn't matter if it's a Jewish fundamentalist, doesn't matter if it's a Christian fundamentalist, right? If I personally didn't believe that people could not shake away some of these opinions, I wouldn't be doing what I do, right? If I thought that like people could not be reasoned with and change their minds, why the fuck would I be spending any time whatsoever? This is something that I hope people can be a little bit more charitable about and understanding on. I know not a lot of charity out there, okay? Not a lot of charity here, especially if you're primed into so much hatred, especially if you watch a lot of drama videos that say I suck shit, that I'm awful. But I do hope that in this very moment you can maybe be a little bit more understanding of what I'm trying to say. You won't lose anything if you try to comprehend what I'm saying here, okay? I promise. But in any case, like I said, it does strike me as odd when a content creator openly says the N-word and it doesn't drive discourse for 3 days in the same way that another content creator saying cracker does. I don't know why that is the case, because I know that XQC and Asmongold would both not find it to be conscionable or appropriate. Froyo said cracker with a negative connotation to offend Ludwig. Let's not pretend this edgy joke is equivalent. That stuff is banned here, isn't it, Lamau? When will he understand that there's a difference between saying a slur for a joke and target a slur? Like, these people unironically are saying calling a white person a cracker is literally worse than a white guy openly saying the N-word. That is the discourse for these guys, which if you were to have this conversation with real people out in the real world, I suspect they would look at you like you're an insane person. Do you understand? Like, that is a psychotic part of discourse. I know why this happens, because certain editors think Russians were the bad guys in World War II and called Nick Fuentes mildly right-leaning. Twitch is officially cooked. Racism unlocked. Oh, man, my fucking zit looks terrible. God damn it. I really needed to get a better zit patch. Why are these people more offended than Ludwig, who it was said to? I know. That's a whole other aspect of this as well. If you were to try to comprehend this talking point and then relitigate it out in public, your family would disown you. Okay? Why do I know that? It wasn't Asmongold that called Nick moderately right, by the way. Asmongold definitely knows that Nick is a straight up Nazi. And as soon as I was like, bro, what do you do? What's your editor doing? That's crazy. He immediately was like, oh shit, you're right. So I don't think Asmongold personally believes that Nick Fuentes is moderately right wing or whatever. I didn't watch the video, but I'm certain that he did not make assertions to Nick being like simply just a moderately right wing person. The discourse is that words are inherently racist. Their discourse is that words are inherently racist. Aren't inherently racist. The intention is. Yeah. So you look cute today, bro. No homo. Thank you. Yeah. When people are up in arms about the C word cracker, but not a white person saying the N word, it gives disingenuous about actual racism. Yes, exactly. People are more interested in you being quote unquote hypocritical about being anti-racism than in people being actually racist. Exactly. What's good, big dog? Anyway, I legitimately think you're arguing with mostly somewhat well-intentioned, uninformed 13-year-olds. I don't think so. I think a lot of these people personally are older people. Oh, for the record, I do want to mention something here. Okay? For intent, as far as intent goes, you were saying intent matters more than the actual words itself. In a situation like that, calling a white woman a Karen would be just as hateful and just as harmful. Except we have no disagreement there. Most people would laugh at you if you were to try to champion the anti-Karen cause, to say that Karen is actually a racial slur, which many people that write articles have tried to do. The intent matters more than the word itself would imply that calling someone a redneck would be just as harmful as calling someone the N-word, which is ridiculous. No one would argue on that front. The intent matters more would be akin to saying that a group of gay guys calling someone a fucking breeder would be just as harmful as a group of straight guys calling a gay person the F word. This was at the heart of the conversation that I was genuinely trying to have with that one kid who said that he was bullied in high school as a nerd in a predominantly black high school 13 years ago, that led him to believe that personally that anti-white racism happens and it's very real. And that discourse in my own Discord, where I tried to like explain to him, listen, there's a difference between systemic racism. Black people aren't just upset about the mean words and how they hurt their feelings. It is an invocation of that word that relitigates all the racial violence that black people have been historically subjected to. Obviously, that's why it's different. You know, the same conversation that I've had a million times over. And of course, a bunch of other mostly white Discord users in my Hoscord Discord, of course, correctly clowned on him. The issue, of course, is that many people who have these assertions will never actually see what my opinion is. They will never do their own personal investigations. Okay? That is the issue. Now, these people are just want to be able to say slurs no matter what. So when the C word is something normal people don't get upset over, they opportunistically scream double standards over it all day, every day. And yet, they are able to only gain momentum in small circles. That's why, if you recall, when I first originally got banned off of Twitch because of brigading done by Destiny's fan base on LSF, recall when I first originally got banned off of Twitch because of brigading done by Destiny's fan base on LSF for the crime of using the C word, cracker, that actually made its way to another subreddit called Subreddit Drama. So even other subredditors looked at that and recognized how fucking insane that was. Because most people, even on Reddit, find that to be hilarious. That's why I am trying to explain to people that trying to have this conversation within the neat little confines of like a specific subreddit that can be easily manipulated by those who have brigaded it time and time again, you will get a very different understanding. You will get a very different understanding of the world. But if you were to remove yourself from such hug boxes for a brief moment, okay, you will probably recognize that this is kind of silly, okay? All the while, I literally forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, so I'm running it now. Also, the other reason why people are extra mad about Frogan, who is like white passing herself, half fully white, calling another full white person and their activities to be one born out of privilege and a privileged blind spot, saying it's cracker behavior. The reason why that is considered completely and utterly unpermissible is because she wears a hijab. Because no matter how white your skin is personally, you will have your whiteness status revoked by other people who don't consider you to be a part of the in-group. But if you want to understand how laughable this is in the real world, thank you for sending that to me, Bussy Angel. This is Wheat Thins. They are a Nabisco brand. I believe they're owned by Nabisco. Wheat Thins themselves joined in on the cracker discourse. That is how ridiculous this argument was. So much so that a multi-billion-dollar corporation in a marketing initiative could crack jokes about it. Think about how fucking polite these guys have to be professionally. That's why it is unimaginably idiotic. And that happened 2 years ago, 2 whole years ago. And yet there are still newcomers of the conversation trying to champion the cause. This is what I try to explain to people to hopefully shake some sense into them. Wheat Thins sent me a cracker pass, if you guys remember. Like they had a marketable moment, like a brand moment, making fun. If they were to do that for any real slur, they would understandably get destroyed. Like imagine if Oreos did this with discourse around mixed race people. Exactly. So please, the reason why people are mad is because she's trashing Ludwig for no reason. Stop brushing it under the rug. No, I've also talked about that quite extensively. Okay, I don't think it was for no reason. I think her reaction was unwarranted, but I understand why she reacted the way that she did, because her criticism was, if she just kept it to being critical, then it would be perfectly valid. People would still get mad at her for it, but I'm not going to sit here and say it was for not for no reason. It was not. Someone posted a clip of you looking at D saying the N-word and it has 0 upvotes and 120 comments. And also, it is hilarious because like the people that are mad are doing this on behalf of a guy who was called privileged and behaving in a cracker-like way. And they're mad on behalf of him while also simultaneously shitting on him. You have no idea how much I think that stuff is crazy. The analysis is off, though. Kevils gains traction by accusing Destiny of shady shit. Twitch community rides the wagon. Destiny gets banned. Kevil gets caught lying. Haha, whoopsie, no major condemnation. What do you mean pushback? Who cares? I think people who fight for me on my behalf are too lost in the sauce. I hope she gets none. And I'll get my revenge by leading the best life I possibly can. Hope she does the same. No pushback for being racist, for shitting on a person who is donating to a charity. You should care because you shouldn't want that type of behavior to become normalized. You're not her parent, sure, but you have those who will go by your value system. And if being racist towards whites is okay, then that behavior will become normal in your community. I promise you, my time's better spent focusing on what I want to do than pushing back against her. And I think pushback will happen naturally from people seeing clips of her and deciding to watch or not watch her. I don't got to lead a campaign for that to happen. They're like mad that he's not doing a conquest against Frogan for saying that his behavior was cracker-like. I don't think a single person who's not insane is wanting a campaign. It's just a direct statement of condemnation would probably suffice. Like, this is literally fucking, I'm sorry, and I'm using this in like the way that an anti-SJW would use. This is straight up like Tumblr queer posting as a radlib in 2014, okay? Like, this guy is literally like, please give a condemnation about anti-white racism. Please. I'm demanding a condemnation from you, a white guy. Okay? Like, how have we gotten to a point where the very same people that literally would complain about radlibs being unhinged on the timeline, turning around and yelling at a white content creator that he should actually go out and issue a swift condemnation against the usage of the term C word, the users of the term cracker. It's always the snowflakes get offended by everything crowd that turns around and behaves in this way. And it's so ridiculous. It's so weird they're defending Lud for the C word, but we're completely okay with saying Destiny was going to jerk it to fake cutie porn. Yes, because they have no genuine value system beyond defending whatever the fuck Destiny has chosen to defend or attack at that very moment. Okay? Please. The anti-SJWs have firmly become the SJWs. It's pathetic. The Twitch space seems to have an overall idea that you can't be racist towards white people. And this passive, I'm going to do my own thing, will imply that you're okay with it. I'm not even saying that what she said was as serious as other things said before, because this deep in a thread, I clearly don't understand how clout works. I don't think many people will see the statements you've made about her. And the time spent better? Sure, I guess. Was it worth then to change one of your videos that had a joke about Hassan and the streamer Plivish thing? Because he's also a strong force in the no way to be racist towards white people since they hold social power camp. Like, his resentment and his animosity, like bringing me up in this circumstance, it kind of betrays all of the importance of the C-word discourse that he claims to care about. Dude's got a botnet of broken-brained white guys in their late 40s. That's what I'm saying. It's like a sad state of affairs. It's an incredibly sad state of affairs to operate this way. Bro, this whole thing is extremely manic and unhealthy. Destiny's a stranger. Ludwig's a stranger. Go spend time with your kids. Destiny's not only a stranger, but a fascist. Go, you see a cop slaughter a black guy and you just say the cop isn't racist, but cracker you jump at. Great take. Like, I genuinely don't understand how you can be this deep in the cut for a whole ass different adult. It strikes me as very odd. Like, look at this. Look at how many fucking tweets. I've already blocked him because he probably was also doing this for me. EMS, EMT work, currently in nursing school, Democrat for life, this guy. Democrat for life. It's fun. How funny is that the passiveness, meaning he's okay with anti-white racism coming from that freak, is also Frogan's point that his passiveness means it's no skin off his back not to support Palestinians being genocided. Ludwig is supporting Palestinians. That's the other part of this discourse. He is. He openly wanted to make a statement that issued support to Palestinians. He gave $10,000 to a Palestinian charity. It's not like he's a secret Zionist or something. The only aspect that I had issue with, the only aspect I took issue with his statement was the second half. If he had not even said the second half, it would have been a 100% 10-10 perfect fucking thing to do. Good guy Lud. Okay? Good guy Lud. I made a statement on Discord on this issue as well that I think is like very illuminating on the subject. Ludwig's a good dude. He did a good thing. And then after doing the good thing, he made a statement that, you know, inadvertently capitulated to the right-wing framing on the issue a little bit. That's it. That's it. If 10% of your fan base was as dedicated as the Divorcelli crew, we would dominate the internet so bad. I don't want that, though. I don't want that for you. That's the problem. Like, sure, if people are fucking spreading misinformation or whatever and you see that and you want to correct it, that's one thing. But I don't want you to fucking go and like harass and cyberstalk people that I've declared enemies, you know? Started with the politics, fell in love with the Walking Dead videos, true crime reactions. Take my prom sub, my good man. Much love from Scotland. But his statement assuring his Zionist part of the audience was fucked up, honestly, and to show Palestinians Arabs that he doesn't really care. No, I think he does care. I think he does care. And I think he's like genuinely scared, just like many other people are, that if he says something that's like a little wrong, that a lot of institutions that are brand adjacent are going to come down on him and fucking declare him to be anti-Semitic. Guys, you're in the community of someone who does this professionally every fucking day. I have criticized anti-Semitism. I've fought back against anti-Semitism every single day since October 7 and every single day before October 7. And that hasn't stopped organizations like StopAntisemitism.org from declaring me to be anti-Semite of the week. Why did they do that? Well, they did that because I'm pro-Palestinian. So a lot of these people that seemingly care about anti-Semitism don't actually care about anti-Semitism all that much and want to cynically weaponize it against any kind of discourse that sees Palestinians as human beings worthy of life, worthy of emancipation, worthy of a life of dignity. That's the real issue here. And when someone capitulates to that framing or someone demonstrates that they're afraid of being branded as such, then ultimately you are, in a way, capitulating to the mob. You're saying that right-wing reactionary people can scold me into oblivion in a way that actually materially harms me, and therefore I am going to put my name out there. I am going to say I'm pro this cause, but also simultaneously tell you why I'm not going to do a full-blown charity drive. And the irony, of course, is that if Ludwig had never said the second part, it would have been perfect. But the reason why a lot of people are extra critical of Ludwig is because he falls in the same boundaries that I do. Okay? Someone trying to do the right thing. Someone trying to be empathetic. Someone trying to be empathetic even when the situation is polarizing. And when you actually do that, your side also yells at you. And I know this better than anyone else. After all, there are people who want to put me on the block list on TikTok. Think about that. That should never sway you away. That should never stop you from advocating for what is right, by the way. It shouldn't. Because if you are a real leftist, if you're a real progressive, you're not doing this because Palestinian people and Arabs are going to find you to be cool. You're doing this because you know it's right. Okay? You do the right thing because it's right. Not because it makes you feel good, not because you get hyped up by marginalized communities that will find you to be cool and swagged out. Okay? Would you say that not launching a crusade against Frogan makes Ludwig an anti-white racism enabler? Yeah, that's a really funny take, in my opinion. There are definitely a lot of people who are able to basically create these narratives, right? Going back to the anti-white discourse, okay? Going back to the anti-white slur discourse that has been endlessly talked about, okay? This is the same exact principle behind canceling someone because they said white genocide is POG. White genocide is a completely made-up concept because white genocide is done how? It's done by consensual adults of different racial backgrounds engaging in consensual, loving relationships, okay? White genocide has not happened and will never happen as far as what history has shown us. And that's a good thing, by the way. Like, actual white genocide is in like, oh, you're white, we're putting you in a fucking Holocaust-style concentration camp. Like, that kind of genocide. Oh, you're white, we're going to do the Armenian genocide-style genocide. Oh, you're white, we're going to do, Palestinian-style ethnic cleansing that Israel is doing currently. We're going to trap you in an open-air prison and bomb you. That kind of real genocide happens all the time. And many people don't care about that. And then they turn around and say white genocide is occurring. Why is it occurring? Because of miscegenation. Why is it occurring? Because white people are being bred out. Okay? That, in and of itself, is a ridiculous notion, and yet people still try to advance that cause. And when you get into, I love you, bro, but this discourse is unproductive, they are unconvincible, you're wrong. I know in my fucking heart that there are people who have never considered it on these boundaries before and will change their minds. You don't know that. And if I were to give up on people and say, oh, they'll never understand this, fuck them, okay? If I felt that way, then I wouldn't be doing what I do. Then my job is meaningless. There's no reason for me to say anything at all. Anyway, here, I'm going to go pee, but watch this.
This clip is out of context. Oof. I'm not sure what context you could put this in that would make it more
This is another like old Destiny versus new Destiny clip. I got to go pee real quick.
palatable, but let's listen.
Can I get your reaction to this? What's that? Streamer Destiny says the N-word while on live stream.
I've never defended calling people racial slurs ever. So if somebody calls me a racial slur, I'm not in favor of that. I don't call people racial slurs. And I think that if people call people racial slurs, I think it's generally bad. I don't think I've ever defended that. So, yeah.
That takes us back to the N-word with a hard R.
Sure.
Why?
Please, for the love of God, just be consistent in whatever it is you're going to say. I don't care about logs of me saying the N-word or whatever. I say the N-word all the in private. Like, I don't give a about it. But I'll admit that. I leak my own likes about that.
Just because people speak in this kind of way in the gaming world and streams doesn't mean that you, like a lot of people look up to you, young people especially, doesn't mean that you don't have the responsibility to sort of stand alone from the crowd.
If you're going to have challenging conversations around certain words, I think you should probably be able to say them. Otherwise, it feels really ridiculous to me. Destiny, you said like 1 month ago.
But don't you think, as you said, that using those words actually gives motivation and strength to people who have hate in their hearts? If you use that casually and normalize it in a way that's not hateful, you use it in a way that's not hateful, the side effect is that it normalizes it, then people who do use it in a hateful way will be more likely to use it. And you're part of that problem, Stephen.
I don't agree. I understand the thought process, but I don't know if using certain words within different contexts is going to necessarily normalize like the hateful use of that word. That is an argument that I've heard people use. The reason why I don't say these publicly is because there's a chance that people will listen to you and think that, oh wow, he said that word. Maybe he actually hates those types of people. So now I can hate those types of people too, and I feel good about it. That is an argument that I've heard people use. By virtue of you normalizing it, even in an inoffensive environment, you increase the proclivity for people to use it in a potentially more offensive environment. And my argument is always that, like, no, I don't think that crossover exists. I would never reach into your private life to find out if there are things that you joke about that I don't agree with.
I guess the difference there is, yeah, you wouldn't reach, but I didn't reach. You broadcasted it.
I don't care about logs of me saying the N-word.
Yeah. He both simultaneously broadcasted in public and have also simultaneously broadcasted that he says the N-word in private. That was the whole original N-word manifesto discourse. That was the original falling out between. That was the reason why I stopped talking to him. No matter how hard his fan base tries to reframe history and rewrite history, this was literally the last blow. Before this, there was definitely, like, I did the exact same shit that I've done with Aiden Ross, did the exact same shit with many, many other people in the past, where I always was like, maybe we can work it out. Maybe we can work it out.
Whatever. I see the N-word all the time. I don't give a fuck about it. But this is generally why these words are bad, is because you unintentionally empower people that actually hate these people. If I'm just memeing with Anaya or Mr. Mooten or somebody, or New Salsa, or somebody like in person.
Watching 10-second clips again? Yes, dude. I know. A 10-second or a 30-second clip of him openly saying the N-word, openly talking about showing logs of saying the N-word, sometimes the hard R. Like, all of that is out of context. You will never be able to see him in context, dude, because the context itself is something that you don't necessarily disagree with. Not only do you guys clip me out of context all the fucking time, and it's crazy because, like, you're a 3-month subscriber, okay? You literally do that, and when people do see the full context, the context genuinely changes in my circumstance. In his circumstance, it often gets worse. I love these because Destiny is so right and then so dramatically wrong. Yes, This is why I say he's just a debate mercenary.
Whatever, I might say some that I wouldn't necessarily say publicly because I know these people.
What up?
If you think that any utterance of the N-word at all is highly problematic and might increase hatred, then like the entire rap industry has to dramatically change the way that they engage with the N-word.
No, it's who. I mean, it's who uses the N-word. That's what it's not. So it's not just the word. It's it is context dependent. But I would say that you, as a white person,
it's so funny because like a lot of people come in here and go, then show the context if it makes it worse, and it's like you do realize that there's a shit ton of people, myself included, who were not only either directly friends with this person, but also beyond that were like fans of this person for much longer, that made up their own assertions by seeing the full context. People literally like, then show the context if it makes it worse. We did earlier. He just openly says like, I'm going to say the N-word if you don't speak into your microphone. And then he just says the N-word. You either have an issue with that or you don't. And it seems like you don't have an issue with that. So why not argue on the boundaries that you don't have an issue with your favorite white streamer saying the N-word instead of doing all this other stuff? This is what's really frustrating with how charitable I try to be with people who come in here and act like they are actually simply people who are just asking questions, right? The problem here is you actually you don't take issue with that, but you recognize that arguing on those boundaries legitimately come across as unhinged and, dare I say, racist. So you have to turn around and be like, well, it's not in context. There's actually a permissible context for someone to say the N-word like this. Okay? And it's ironic because I know back in the day, he used to shit on Jordan B. Peterson fans who used to do the same thing. They'd be like, oh, dude, you have to watch an 8-hour lecture to fully comprehend what Jordan B. Peterson has to say. He used to shit on those guys all the time because I think that you can infer context from maybe not like a short 10-second clip, but you can understand the context in certain circumstances with a short clip. But beyond that, especially if you already know more about this person. See? And there are people who do this. Like, we used to have this debate all the time on fucking the Raj Patel show. Like, white guys should be able to say it. Or if white guys can't say it, then no one should be able to say it. That kind of thing. You know? Is there any other racist word that only a certain group can use? Why only the N-word? I'm sure. I mean, there are definitely other words that other people use in their own in-groups that would be unacceptable for the out-group to use. Yeah. Queer folks use queer slurs all the time. You know? Asian people sometimes will jokingly use anti-Asian slurs. Jewish people will sometimes use the K word within the context of making a joke. Obviously, that's very different than someone else saying that to a person. This argument, of course, does not extend to the term cracker. There's a reason why you can say the term cracker, but other words you shouldn't say. And people overall kind of understand you shouldn't say it.
Having conversations, the context there is the kind that would lead to an increase in hate. I think the context of casual conversation on the internet, having humor, having fun conversations as you have on your streams, that leads to the normalization of the word without any educational value.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I would agree with that. What is it? I'm curious. What is the feeling that you get that makes you feel bad about it?
It signals to me that you don't give a damn about people who are struggling in ways that you are not struggling. So I actually have to empathize harder because I'm like, maybe this is not a very good person. That's what I feel. Like, if you're so carelessly using that word, then maybe you're not actually thinking deeply about the suffering in the world. To be a student of human nature.
That's a great take, by the way, from Lex. Like, even Lex, who is normally like a permanent fence sitter, issued a position on this, it seems. Hassan, I've been teaching chatters why the N-word is bad classic. No, the overwhelming majority of this community know why. There are some who also know why, but still want to debate the point in an effort to like bring forward a gotcha or something, as though they think that they will be able to convince everyone listening that to change their attitude, I guess. The problem with the cracker discourse is not that I want everyone to go around and constantly call white people crackers, because it's cringe as fuck, especially if you're a white person. Okay, like, it's cringe. The reason why I have this conversation about the term cracker is specifically to help people understand that the underlying conversation is not about the word cracker at all. It's about, and always will be, about systemic racism, real violence, historical violence, and contemporary violence, because those who champion that, the champion the discourse that you mustn't ever say cracker, you're being anti-white racist, are trying to basically flatten out racial violence. Okay? You flatten out racial violence, and you try to, in a way, whether you are a willing participant or unwilling or unaware of what you're doing, you're genuinely engaging in ahistoric, you're genuinely engaging in an ahistoric revisionist attitude. The moment that you try to flatten all racism equally in the same way that, like, ahistoric revisionist attitude, the moment that you try to flatten all racism equally in the same way that, like, racism is dished out systematically against marginalized communities by a powerful in-group, when you try to reverse that, reality, all of a sudden you have destroyed thousands of years of colonial violence, chattel slavery, humiliation, subjugation, mass rapes. All of that is gone. This is the reason why this is a point of contention that I just don't simply drop. Okay? When someone fucking yells about, like, drinking Coca-Cola or Starbucks or whatever, or when someone says, like, we're going to put you on the anti-Palestinian block list because you aren't sufficiently pro-Palestine for my liking, I don't spend a shit ton of hours or time discussing that, because it's ultimately unproductive. Because I think that, like, even if my intention is pure in that situation, I know that the impact of that, genuinely talking about that over and over again, is not going to clean up activism and make people refocus their efforts on things that actually matter, but instead it's going to create a whole lot of division and drama for no particular reason, and it will be otherwise unproductive. Okay? There are moments where I will go against that, like the Black Lives Matter black square, right? But ultimately, unless something is legitimately like harmful, I'm usually not going to spend too much time criticizing people who are on the right side, who are on my side, even if they are being hypercritical in a way that is ridiculous towards people like myself and others.
Hey, you really have to think about other humans and other experiences that are unlike your own.
As long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like or within the context of an appropriate discussion.
Do you want to know what's fucked up, though?
What?
He still didn't say the most ridiculous thing this podcast.
What, the N-word?
No!
If you do that one more time, I'm going to say the N-word. What up? I can say that. And I use the A. It's fine.
It is pretty funny, in my opinion, to see like a almost 40-year-old man with a child try to so desperately be edgy in the same way that many of you were when you were like 14 and cringe back at when you think about how awful you were. You know, it's just like, it's a very sad, very pathetic way to live when you kind of pull yourself out of what you are immediately watching. It's infinitely more cringeworthy than it is like, ooh, scary. He said a scary, edgy word. Anyway, so for many of you, when you say, well, this makes no sense. Why are you covering this? Why are you covering Destiny? And it's many of the people that are saying, why are you covering Destiny again, are actually his fans, because they recognize how shitty that looks, how awful that looks for him. So they want to do PR by like causing people to not people to not pay attention to this kind of thing. Only pay attention to the high notes, please. You know? But the reason why I talk about it is because like this goes far beyond him. This is like people saying, why are you talking about Andrew Tate? When it's not just about Andrew Tate, it's about misogyny in general. It's about systematic forms of bigotry and oppression. When I cover an issue like this and I talk about it within the framework of like an individual content creator, I'm more interested in not the individual content creator himself, but instead what the broader movement looks like. It, of course, is an easy way to tackle an issue because it makes it more entertaining and more interesting, drama in and of itself. That's the difference between someone like myself and someone like, I don't know, like a Keemstar Orbiter or a Destiny Orbiter that simply likes the drama more than they care about the cause. I care about the cause and sometimes will use the drama to get people to pay more attention to the cause. They do not care about the cause. They care about the drama and sometimes will use the cause to create more drama. Actually, not sometimes, all the time. That's something to also consider, pay attention to. Remember, I like these moments because it shows the true colors of a certain portions of your community. It's even more so funny how people in this community seem to be against racism, but when it happens to people that don't care much, they just throw it out the door. This is J Miles 338. I believe he is the guy who originally was in the Discord saying that he was victimized for being white, right? Is that the guy? I should get clowned on for being jumped, Hasanabi. Why do people hate me here? I do not understand. I think the reason why people are annoyed with you is because you came into the Discord, you talked about your own personal experiences, and then you likened it to systematic forms of violence as a white person being attacked, okay? And you were victimized so hard that you had an r/Asmongold post and an r/Destiny post in approximately an hour. You immediately rushed and posted screenshots of the conversations that you had, which I think were antagonistic specifically so that you could invoke this kind of reaction, immediately going out and posting how you were victimized in the Hasanabi Discord as a white guy who was bullied, only furthering the cause of anti-white racism being real. You are feeding into what they want. Just ignore this. It only extends to Discord. I had a conversation with you specifically, and you said, convince me my experience was bullying, not associated with my race. How the fuck do I do that? I am trying. Mods, is it okay if I say things I disagree with? I don't want to get banned. You're 27. As far as I understand, you were bullied in high school, and you said you were a nerd. And I said, ironically, that you being a nerd probably had more to do with you being bullied. Obviously, I don't think that being bullied is a good thing, okay? But you turned around and said anti-white racism is very real in the midst of the cracker discourse because you claimed that you were bullied in high school as a white guy going to a predominantly black school, okay? And I tried to explain to you that flattening out racism, okay, flattening out racism in the way that we colloquially understand it, which is hate crimes, chattel slavery, colonial occupation, death and destruction, mass rapes, to a bunch of teenagers in your high school discriminating against you in a brief moment, like trying to explain two things that are so beyond the scope of comprehension and severity as though they are the same, is not only antagonistic, but it also genuinely is against the values that you supposedly espouse. If you are a progressive person, if you do personally believe in systemic racism, for example, okay? You might not recognize it. My dad works with inner city rappers. He runs a music studio. Those dudes say some of the most racist shit I've ever heard in my life. Also, so much more than only white people. How the fuck do I do that? Mods, is it okay? Why do people hate me here? I do not understand. I don't think he cares about my experience. Would only care if I was a different skin color. Like, do you not recognize I'm trying to be as kind, as polite as possible? If you would like, I would even guest star you. Okay? You're saying a whole bunch of stuff here that is inherently problematic while invoking a traumatic experience that you went through as a teenager. Okay? As a full-grown adult that is nearing 30, talking about inner city rappers say way worse shit than white people in general, or you only care about racism when it's like, not against white people. And yes, the answer is yes, because anti-white racism is no different than someone being fat shamed, okay? Is no different than someone who is being attacked for a characteristic. It's still mean. It can be. It can still be traumatic, okay? But ultimately, it does not have the same severity of a hate crime, because whiteness is a socio-political concept that is created around the boundaries of what it's not. It's created around the boundaries of exclusion. Whiteness in the Western world, specifically in the United States of America, because we have a very different understanding of whiteness, okay, is simply just a way to say we are in the in group. That is precisely the reason why, despite the color of my skin, plenty of people in those very same Reddit trenches have said that I'm Muslim and therefore not white. I am Middle Eastern and therefore not white. This does not mean he ran to Asman's subreddit, which has the opinion that bullying needs to be brought back. He's saying it wasn't him who posted those Reddit posts. Okay? He agreed to guest star with Mike. I assume no cam. I will guest star with Mike, sure. Why not no cam? You also, in those conversations in Discord, literally openly said something that I have brought up before. That if you go to Asia, then you'll see anti-white racism. Which is, of course, ironic because I don't know which Asian country you're talking about. The only one where such things exist is literally Japan. And even then, it is nowhere near as severe as like colorism in Japan. And even then, you are basically demonstrating privilege because you're saying you have to take a fucking $1,200 trip to the other side of the fucking planet to experience a little bit of systematic discrimination. Do you understand? Black people don't need to travel to Asia to get that, okay? People who are living in the throes of systemic discrimination don't ever bring up the fact that they have to fucking fly out to voluntarily experience like a crumb, a fraction, which still does not have the historical underpinnings of systematic racism that we experience here in the United States, that we dish out here in the United States, that many people of color experience in the United States. I'm not saying we as in like I am experiencing it. There are definitely certain avenues where I do experience discrimination, but it doesn't really matter because I'm white as shit. Liberal take alert. Me? What did I say? Liberal take alert. White people experience other systematic forms of oppression, but never on the virtue of whiteness. White people experience a shit ton of struggle and oppression in the United States of America on the boundaries of being working class. Okay? That is why I oftentimes will use one example from a predominantly black community that is underserved, like Detroit or you know, a Mississippi neighborhood that is predominantly black. But then I will follow that up by talking about West Virginia. West Virginia is a phenomenal example of white people being oppressed, not on the boundaries of being white, but instead on the boundaries of class. And the unfortunate reality is that many people refuse to reckon with that. That's it. I wish you grew up in a place like I did, Lamau. You would have a much different perspective. Let's talk if you are down. What is this? I mean, bro. I'm not showing my face in front of 22K. I'll be cordial, though. Kick me if I'm not. I've been a fan for a while. Here, we can have you on. Fuck it. Whatever. Hold on. Let's see. I sent you a guest star. Do not talk to him. I'm begging you. No, I wanna go through and re-examine all the things that he mentioned. Okay? Hold on. I do want to turn the camera off though. Default microphone. Okay, that's the right mic. Okay. Isn't Frogan half white? Didn't she say that it was a C-word take and not actually call out a C-word? Yes. She said it was a cracker ass take. I can counter this anecdotal point. When I was little, I grew up in a black community and was never treated differently for being white. There you go. Well, racism ended. We've destroyed racism. All right, I don't know where this dude is. I've already sent him an invite. You know he's in a group farming responses. It's fine. This is the problem with liberalism, by the way, because at the end of the day, liberalism and standpoint theory it lends itself so perfectly to reactionary framing, where those who are a part of the in-group that is historically oppressive can so easily turn around and claim victimhood, and other dumbass liberals will agree with it. Okay? Like the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. My dad got the shit beat out of him for being white growing up in inner city Chicago. I asked him if he thought the term cracker was racist and he laughed at me. But that's interesting. Your dad, I'm confused. Your dad was discriminated against individually or bullied. You know those cockroach defense swarmed to that chatter to give him dog shit talking points? It doesn't matter. Because ultimately, the talking points only go so far. What matters more in this circumstance is the 3-minute ad break. Here it is. I don't know why this chatter is wasting our time here. Sorry, getting a headset. I'll let you know in like a couple minutes. My bad. Everything old is new again. 2 years ago, while Maya was waiting, you talked to a dude with genuine concerns about the C word, and it turned out it was another content creator, and he relaunched his career off your convo and saying how he owned you. I don't even remember that. Who the fuck was that guy? Were the streamers mad about anti-white racism? XQC and Asmongold. He said he was a fan trying to clarify your perspective. I watched it the other day, funnily enough. I don't remember who that was. But liberalism was really good and progressive in comparison to monarchy, but now it's time to find a more equitable solution. After enough time, it will be time to find an even more equitable solution than socialism. Liberals will think, well, if we all work hard enough not to be racist, it will be fixed. But they fail to understand that racism would not be dismantled if everyone was simply not racist. Yeah. Anyway, the term cracker has no historical background, is meaningless. Yes, its etymology comes from a bunch of different places. One of the places that it comes from is the sound of a whip. So even with the etymology of the term, the power is still given to the white person historically in that situation. One very important thing to understand is this. People personally think that a lot of out of touch people or a lot of privileged people, everyone has privileged blind spots. And one of the most glaring, obvious privileged blind spots for white people is anti-black racism, right? And white supremacy, which is systemic. Now, a lot of people mistake the N-word with simply hurting black people's feelings. Like the violence that comes from certain terms like that, and why we have, as a society, decided that white people should not be able to say it, is not because it hurts black people's feelings. It's because it is an invocation of the second-class citizenship that black people had historically and still have to this day in some degrees, in some ways. Okay? That's where the actual issue comes from. It's not simply just the word, but it's actually a way to remind people that, here's how things actually are. You're not a human. You're subhuman. Remember the racial pecking order. Know your place. That's what that means. It is also understandably perceived as an active threat. And this is something that a lot of white people don't understand. They think it's just like, we just don't want to offend the sensibilities of black people. It's not about that at all. And that's why they have this capacity to flatten it out and say that all forms of bigotry are identical. Here's the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. This dude is still not coming on, by the way, which I think we've waited for enough time here. I don't know how much longer we will wait. Is there a chatter that needs this explained, not sarcastic? Yes. I think that this is an infinitely more productive use of my time than people think it is. I will say that. I think it is incredibly productive. This is a 60, 70% white community. Okay? This is a 70% white community. We are in a space that is overwhelmingly white in general, Twitch, gaming. This is a very overwhelmingly white area. And I think covering this kind of thing and giving you better talking points for this kind of thing is legitimately important. I find this to be very productive. If I didn't, then I would not be having this conversation at all. This is something I didn't understand and agree with like 3 years ago. It's absolutely worth covering. Yes, 100%. It's not, though. The people you're talking to say the R word as a slur every single day online. They do not care. They just want to be victimized. No, you're missing the point again. It is not about directly convincing the person that I'm talking to. It's about convincing the people in the margins who actually lend credence to the argument of anti-white racism. Okay? I don't know why you don't ever recognize this. Anytime I fucking duke it out with like a commenter or whatever, it's not about me trying to convince the commentator, or it's not about me trying to convince like Ben Shapiro when I react to his videos. It's about me trying to convince people who otherwise could be convinced by Ben Shapiro. It's about those in the fucking margins. I explain this every single time I choose to talk about someone or I choose to talk to someone, and yet people simply don't get it. They literally immediately go, why aren't you talking about the thing I want to talk about? What you fail to recognize is that this issue while seemingly very silly, that you take for granted because you've internalized it and understood it, is actually not as black and white. Okay? Realizing, how do I convince him? Here. This is I think one of my best like one-off takes on the subject matter. This is from the Cracker Discourse literally 2 years ago when I got originally banned and unbanned afterwards. Okay? This subject is boring to me. I don't know. I agree with you completely. Yeah, because you're black, aren't you, Apollo Noir? That's no shit. It's boring to you. Like, you're like, why the fuck are we, talking to the sensibilities of white boys? It's no different than when I talk about transphobia and some trans chatters will be like, can we just like move on from this? It's like, yeah, you know what it's like. I can give you my Discord to give it to a mod if you're open to that. Still troubleshooting guest star. I will keep trying. Okay, brother. No, we're not going to do it via Discord. We're going to do it via guest star for obvious reasons. And the reason for why we're doing it via guest star, which I didn't hang up and I just closed it out. So guest star is still open. How the fuck do I go to the guest star page? The reason why we do it on guest star is because Discord in and of itself can get me to be banned depending on what kind of shit you're doing in there. But if we do guest star, then you can actually come on. Google number expired, Lamau. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, guest star is an opportunity for chatters to actually fucking say their piece, and then it's their own personal responsibility if they say some shit that would otherwise get me banned. If I pull you in through Discord, then I am liable. If you do some shit on guest star, then you are liable. Anyway, what is this? Like, what are they debating on over here? This is like insane. I need help. I have an idea for a thumbnail versus slime 5th grader. Are you going to act like you didn't blatantly lie, huh? What is this? Lamau, someone actually found the original video of her logo, claimed I thought I was too clouded or whatever to talk to these guys and ignore them, and the vibes were completely off. He just lied about the entire thing. Damn, dude, you really owned him in the marketplace of ideas for saying that your vibes are fucked up. What is this? Who the fuck thinks this is a good argument? Bro, you're only proving that your vibes are permanently fucked. You missed the cheeseball drama? No, what the fuck is the cheeseball drama? Dude, how does an entire fucking community, this is them debating Ludwig that he should be a cool friend. How does an entire community unironically not recognize how much of a loser they come across as for defending another streamer saying that, like, no, actually, I was very cool with this other streamer. My vibes were immaculate. Like, this level of parasocialism needs to be studied in a fucking lab, dude. Like, this is some insane shit. It's got 1,000 likes, too. Just gonna act like you didn't blatantly lie, huh? Actually, as a matter of fact, this 8-second clip shows with conclusive evidence that my personal favorite streamer was actually really cool. It seems like you were lying about my streamer. What the fuck? You only are proving the point, dumbasses. You are literally fighting the wrong battle here. You unironically, even if Destiny was the coolest person on the fucking planet, which he's not, definitely, okay? His community makes him look even more unhinged, okay? This is crazy. We are actually going to show you with conclusive evidence that our streamer was cool. You know what a fucking vibe check is? Do you understand what a fucking vibe check is? He came in the room mid-game. I tried inviting him to join in. He didn't want to. I then offered $100. He missed. Then sat on the couch and left after the stream ended. How the fuck are you going to tell me how the first impression went from 8 seconds, Lamau? They're crazy. They're debating him on this? They're like, no, dude, you don't understand. My streamer's actually sick. I love you, Ludwig, but he ate the cheese ball. Don't lie on my dog like that. He ate that fucking cheese ball. What is happening, dude? They literally think that like this cheeseball 8-second clip is like personally, what the fuck? I don't think people fucking understand how unhinged they come across as. I don't think that, like, I think people from the outside looking at this would go insane. Like, they're like, what? You're telling me that one content creator said another content creator had bad vibes. And then that other content creator's community went back, found a VOD, found an 8-second clip, and now they're using that to yell at the other content creator about his vibe check initially, claiming that his vibe check was false and that he should relitigate everything about this relationship that he has crafted. Bro, how are you doing this? You literally are proving the community is just unhinged. There were 4 LSF threads about this before the Frogan threads. They have like 900 plus comments. Listen, Mr. Bus Driver, he ate the cheese puff. He ate it, sir. He's cool. Don't you agree? Look at this 8-second video. They also think that you're feeding Lud lines. I haven't even talked to Ludwig. Talked to him yesterday, but it wasn't about this shit. I didn't even know this shit existed. I don't know how I would be able to feed him talking points on this shit personally. It's really stupid, but technically Ludwig wasn't truthful about the actual interaction, which doesn't mean much, but they will run with it anyway. Bro, I'm sorry, but this is neurodivergence at its maximum level, okay? Thinking that a 5, 6, however many year old interaction on some of the boundaries of that interaction being like not exactly correct because he misremembered it or whatever the fuck is proof that this person actually has like year-long, like 5-year, 6-year-long resentment, and not as a consequence of like all the things that he has done that other content creators find to be unhinged and awful, but instead it's the one fucking cheeseball thing. Like, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever been this obsessed about like defending anyone. One of these guys is going to be on the news. No, he said he denied a cheese ball. If we see him then picking up a cheese ball and throwing it in his mouth, we can logically conclude that Ludwig is saying Destiny denied a cheese ball from someone. If the game was people throwing cheese balls in other people's mouths, then that was the game and he chose to be separate from the game but still participate in the task of the game. There's no way you don't understand this. What is happening? Bro crafted this immaculate story about how turning down a cheese ball means you are just bad vibes, and it didn't even turn out to be true. Why do these guys think that there's a magic silver bullet that will convince everyone that the parasocial relationship you have with your content creator that comes across as incredibly unhinged is not going to make him look even more unhinged?
Cheese balls. I had a fucking circle of like 10 people around me, and we were trying to...
Bro, I wouldn't defend LeBron this hard, okay? I would not defend LeBron this fucking hard. That's crazy. What is happening?
Throw the cheese ball into every person's mouth in a row, and if we failed, we would restart. Just a dumb fucking game that you play with your friends. But I remember he comes in, and I go, cheese ball? And he goes, no.
If he hits it first try, I'll give him $100.
They made a video. They fucking made a video being like, I owned him. He lied about the cheese ball. This is cheeseball gate. Yeah, I don't think I would defend myself this hard. They tracked down a 5-year video to do Oppo research and why their streamer is cool vibes. Very normal shit. That's awesome. Y'all have such a weird gang stalk vision of the world, like MAGA Republicans in the deep state.
Destiny.
Yeah, it's about you and your cringe, unhinged, cockroach slobbering friend group being obsessed with Destiny and doing whatever you can to make Hassan stop crying so you can guzzle more of his cum. What the fuck? This is a 6-minute compilation? Bro. They're making video essays. They're making, oh my God, I didn't even know about this. This is so awesome. Dude. Okay. You need to, if you are a part of this community, I'm telling you right now, like this community that does stuff like this is your wake-up call. Please understand that you have depersonalized, okay? You are not a human being anymore. You have unironically lost yourself in this cult. We are watching a cult unfold right in front of our eyes. You're making a documentary, a mini documentary, because a streamer said your personal best friend in your mind, your streamer, actually has bad vibes. Oh my God.
You can do it. You're a millionaire.
And ever since then, I was like, hey, just like every other human on this earth, I hope he does well. I hope he does good things. But the vibes aren't there for me.
He said I would die for you. That's okay, right? I'm in a video game.
Cheese balls.
What is the last part? Wait, what? This guy was weird. Hold up. Let me make a detailed breakdown of how A, he's not weird, and B, your recollection was incorrect. He's both very nice with it and based. Hassan, you don't understand that vibes are purely based on logic? Bro, this is illogical. To make the assertion that human interaction does not contain multitudes is ironically illogical, okay? Like human interaction is off of everything. Like is off of all of the senses, not just simply one. You will never be able to literally comprehend how two people interacted with one another by simply reviewing the tape like it's the fucking Zapruder film. all the while where you are trying to debate the issue, and the issue is whether your favorite streamer is actually fucking has good vibes or not. What the fuck? I don't know how to describe how insanely overreactive this community is on any marginal slight that they take offense on against their favorite content creator. This is psychotic, bro.
And then, out of nowhere, then out of the blue, my name gets brought up.
Destiny.
Not in a big way.
I always wondered how many views you'd get if you were ugly. But then I watched Destiny stream.
That's an easy copy paste to Reddit roast. Whatever.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Just my name getting brought up.
Guys.
But, you know.
Chat, I could.
What is going on? They fucking put music in the background. They put the school shooting music in the background, bro. Bro, what is going on right now? Bro, this is too much. They put the school shooting song in the background too, being like, Ludwig, don't come to school tomorrow. Actually, do come to school tomorrow. Wow. You don't understand. My streamer's vibes are fucking immaculate. I will now proceed to DDoSing you and also doxing you and also make this fucking docu-series. The amount of resentment that you have to hold in your heart for a whole ass other person, like fighting their battles. Holy shit, dude. You are so goddamn lost in the sauce, brother. This is hilarious. I'm sorry. I'm going to enjoy myself a little bit. Okay?
I could pull the ripcord, chat. I could pull it.
Guys, if you want to support this event, this costs a shit ton of money, but it can all be paid back.
Chat, guys, I'm gonna pull it. Chat, guys,
They just have like compilation of me and Ludwig standing next to one another. Is that what it is?
Chat, I'm gonna pull it. Chat, I'm gonna pull ripcord, chat.
Am I
gonna be reimbursed for the firearms stream?
Yeah, we can reimburse you.
When it comes time.
By the way, again, another incredible moment where they just totally didn't pick up on context clues there. Me making a fucking joke. I never got reimbursed for it, by the way, because I never fucking asked for it. Me making a fucking joke with that also being another heated. Me making a fucking joke was picked up as like another point of major contention. Reimbursegate. I forgot. Dude, so many of these controversies are so silly. Looking at it in the rear view mirror, it's fucking awesome.
To take a side.
You gotta reimburse every streamer, however much it costs them.
Okay, don't even say.
Ludwig doesn't take stances.
Did you see there's an LSF post already? People are very mad at me.
About what? Ludwig will be like, yeah, guys, I'm on every side possible.
Why are they mad at you?
Just don't worry about it. We'll talk about it.
Are they actually?
So mad.
He took down a story.
See what this fucking
What is the
asshole
hardest
said.
job on earth?
Yeah, what I'm saying, see what this fucking asshole did. That's my friend, okay? This is how friends talk to one another. Sometimes. I also call him MAGA male. I don't actually legitimately believe that he is a supporter of Donald Trump. Oh my God, this is so creepy. It's like hyper analyzing every minutia between a relationship between two adult individuals. You said he was a member. I said he was a member of Hamas years ago. So what is it? Is Lud MAGA male or is he your pal? I need a 6-minute montage of your interactions to understand the truth. Dude, this is fucking insane, dude. What the fuck? Bro, I don't think people understand, like, Destiny's fan base doesn't understand, like, why won't Destiny get unbanned on Twitch? Bro, this is, like, the level of intensity and toxicity and, in many instances, harassment, because this is, like, funny and we can laugh this off, but they have this exact same level of smoke for every content creator that is in Destiny's crosshairs. Okay? How do you not understand that literally is not only a liability because he constantly says unhinged shit, but also beyond that, it makes the space less safe for like content creators in general. They don't want to be around him. They don't want the smoke from his fucking community. Like, his fucking community literally is so dedicated to hatred that they will regularly create Twitch accounts just so they can fucking restream me and then turn around and like write shit in the chat and do like raids as best as they can. I'm a 25K Andy, okay? Sometimes a 30K Andy. If I'm a fucking 300 person chatter, if I'm a 300 person Twitch streamer, their community is going to literally overwhelm mine. I have 5-6 years of this like these kinds of attempts of like hate rating and shit like that. But for the most part, and even then they can still get one off on me and like clip something, piss me off, clip something, try to fucking make it go viral. But like when you do this kind of stuff to like other content creators, I don't think you understand. You look insane. Like they don't like that. Most people don't like that. Just want to mention that D constantly cries about his Twitch ban and not being a part of the circles of creators that you're a part of in these communities. His fans are emulating that sentiment, but D is defo the source of this shit. Man also makes more kill the streamer jokes than anybody else. Weird how their community go from support it when he says other people should be arrested for it. Yeah, this is crazy. His offline chat is saying that you're so mad right now, like don't understand the basic things. Yeah, I'm so mad. Why would I be mad? This is fucking hilarious, dude. I think it's legitimately cultish behavior not to recognize that like the rest of the world outside of your inner circle and the orbiters that are constantly around your favorite content creator for a crumb of the clout and a crumb of your attention, outside of that neat little circle on the internet, this kind of behavior is truly unhinged. I'll give you a great example. You will never see Markiplier do this. Okay? You will never see PewDiePie do this. You won't see their fan bases doing this by getting the go-ahead from their streamer. Okay? Like, normal content creators that are in this space don't engage in this kind of behavior. And the only thing you have in this circumstance is, right, well, Hassan's community is not a cult, am I right? Like, bro, you just came in here to say that to me. You don't see me going, hey, guys, go to Destiny's fucking streams or whatever. I say the exact opposite. For years and years, because I didn't want this to be happening in reverse, I literally banned mentions of him. And I still, to this day, tell you not to do this shit. There's a difference. I think you should spend your time much better than this, okay? Sitting around festering in your own resentment for somebody else. Like fighting their battles. That's kind of crazy. There's a post on his Reddit asking for more edits like this an hour ago. I don't think they realize this. This is crazy. You know what's funny? Lately, I was wondering if I was being indoctrinated by watching you for so long, so I decided to watch D for a bit to try to see if it was an echo chamber. First, he got with a couple seemingly smart argumentations, and I was like, damn, why does he sound like it's making sense? But then he just blurted out some racist judgments about a whole oppressed group, and I remembered his real intention. Yeah, I literally joke about people that know all the latest and greatest in his community. Like when people come in here and they're like giving me a detailed chronicle of whatever the fuck he's done lately, I'm like, why the fuck do you know that? I think these people would understandably make fun of like Nicki Minaj stands, like Barb's and shit. And yet they're doing it for a guy that has never hit fucking platinum, okay? That has 0 platinum albums, okay? Like, yeah, the Barbs do this shit because Nicki Minaj dominated the space for so many years as like the damn near singular force for all the gays and all the women out there that wanted to hear someone rap, okay? I'm not talking about her personality and I'm not talking about anything else, okay? I'm not talking about her like latest shit. But I get why there were so many fucking ride or die people for Nicki Minaj for so many fucking years, as she was like singularly in a league of her own. Now that obviously that reality has changed. This does not justify the actions of her fan base, for the record. But you're doing this for a guy who's a fucking debate streamer, dude. God damn.
Hassan said that he was going to stop fucking his ass if he actually left up a video where he made like a 2-second clip where he joked about something that Hassan had said about the streamer privilege.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you in the same way that streaming absolutely will.
Now, as you can imagine, this clip went mega viral.
And Hassan was so unbelievably sensitive.
But I wanted to talk about this. As a streamer myself for almost 6 years now, on how hard it really is. I'm kidding.
Oh, God.
More sensitive than the head of his cock after Ludwig spent 2 hours polishing it with his tongue, okay?
That's so fucking dumb. Like, ay.
I thought there was something like more insidious in here. I got it.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. He showed the context, though. It doesn't fucking matter that he showed the context. It's just like, what's funny?
Wait, how long is he about to go mauled over this comment?
You should call.
Dude, what the fuck? I now understand why his community gets like such anger and resentment and animosity out about particular people. he is directing them. That is obsessive behavior, bro. He's directing them to feel some type of way. He just pulls up fucking long ass like clips from my stream and analyzes my behavior. Why bring you into his beef with Lud? Yeah, I know. That's wow. I don't think these guys understand that they're being duped by another content creator that is making inferences about a relationship between two content creators that he does not talk to at all. That he is incredibly so far removed from understanding even like understanding normal human interaction. Out of context framing, like even if that framing is in context, it still doesn't matter because, and I don't know how long he watched the me reacting to Ludwig, but like this is something that I get mad at a lot of people that do this in my community, that do this in the friends of mine and their communities, where sometimes they'll come in and be like, you really wronged Will Neff, okay? And it's like, bro, Will and I have been best friends for fucking 15 years. Are you insane? You think because you watch him nightly that you have a better understanding of what he's going through than someone who has known him for 15 years? Like, the reason why I'm bringing up this example is because sometimes as people who watch content creators, we develop this oftentimes unhealthy relationship with them. So we make inferences about what's going on in their minds. This can be reflected in the commentary that I see all the time where people go, Hassan, you seem really tired. Maybe you should go to sleep. And sometimes they're right? Sometimes I do need to go to sleep. Okay? But in many instances, when you think you know what is happening between two adults that you only see on camera, okay, you have no idea what's happening in the background. Yeah, people do that to Will too. He blasts him every time. Exactly. And normally this kind of behavior would be seemingly completely fucking unhinged. Okay? But of course, if your favorite streamer, Destiny, is giving you permission to feel this way and is basically motivating you to feel this way by making inferences about two people he does not know at all, then yeah, of course his community is going to fucking go off the hinges like this. This is crazy. You know what's really funny about it? Is like, is the exact same, this is almost identical to the time when I was like reacting to someone in my Discord being like, oh my God, I'm going to kill myself in a video game, right? And out of context, people thought I was suicidal because Destiny and his fucking orbiters on Twitter were like, lol, he's going to kill himself. He's so sad. Meanwhile, in the real world, I didn't even know that was going on. Because I wasn't on Twitter. I don't have Twitter on my phone. I was out in Australia living my fucking best life. And I start getting messages from IRL friends being like, bro, is everything okay? And it blew my mind. Like it showed me once again that for a lot of people, they don't even care what the truth is. They just care about what their understanding of events are, right? And these people are doing that right now over and over again. It's very parasocial. Divorcelli has a weird parasocial relationship that is, hate related for the most part with a content creator like myself, and maybe even a content creator like Ludwig and Cutie Cinderella. If he wasn't a streamer, this behavior would be seen as unhinged cyber stalking. And as a matter of fact, because he is a streamer, this makes it so much worse because his community is engaging in it as well as him. That's crazy. It's also hilarious because I want everyone to remember this entire saga happened because Slime had an offhanded remark, a one-off joke about Destiny being a Wikipedia reader, a Wikipedia researcher. That's it. Slime said, oh, Destiny researchers on Wikipedia. That's what sparked this entire saga. It's so crazy. I really, and I mean this with all sincerity, I really hope that people in his fan base see this as a moment to be like, maybe we've gone a little too far. Maybe it's not warranted to behave this way. Maybe we are a little out of pocket.
You only fan the flame by reacting to him. Just stop, then he'll become obsolete. No, that's not true either. Holy fuck. I think he's been spiraling since the Fincarelli conversation. Like, he got hit on like the one aspect that he cares about the most, which is like, he's the best debater. And when he met someone who was equally as stubborn and equally as spiteful as he is, but with an endless amount more knowledge on the issues that he chose to debate on, and looked like a fucking massive fool to even people like Joe Rogan, it's just like he's been on an endless spiral since then. It's like the divorce and then this together has fucking, I don't know. I'm doing the same thing. It's just like he's been on an endless spiral since then. It's like the divorce and then this together has fucking, I don't know. I'm doing the same thing that I just criticized him on. I don't know what his background is. Okay? Maybe he's having the time of his life. I take it back. You know what? I take it back. I'm sure he's doing all right. His fan base, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be doing all right at all. Okay? As far as what I have seen, I cannot make a full-blown assessment of a person's, I can't make a full-blown assessment of a person's like mental fortuity. Okay? But all I will say is this. All Destiny had to do was convince his community that you are actually the most damaging person in politics so they can justify all this behavior as the righteous cause. He convinced his community that they're genuinely making the world a better place. I know. It's fucking insane.
Hassan and apologize? Why is Hassan mad? What did I do? I feel like everything I said was fine.
He said call Hassan, he's crying unironically.
Hard for views. That's the deal.
He read a comment, which is a very common thing that people say on Twitch chat. He knows that. There's no way he is like not picked up on that, I think.
Fucking pull him out of the thumbnail. But I don't think the content of what I said is something I wouldn't say in public or to a person.
He was so sensitive that Ludwig deleted that whole video.
That was, in part inspired by Hassan. I talked to him about doing that.
Like, even this conversation, oh my God, he's like picking up fucking quotes from my Discord. Even this conversation itself, he has no idea. He has no idea what the relationship that I have with Ludwig. He is just simply making inferences, and his fan base is going off of like bits and pieces that they've chosen.
Good ass fucking time. That's a change on the fly, baby. That was a mobile mail that I uploaded yesterday. You might not have seen it though, because I took the video down.
Lied about why he deleted the video.
The reason I took it down is because we had a great sponsor on it.
One sec. Well, again, bro, you have no fucking idea why people make decisions. You have no idea why people make decisions. You are making an inference on why he made this decision and choosing not to believe the person. That's insane. How do you convince someone and their fan bases that they might be wrong when they're making assertions about you? What is this?
Exactly. Why are so many streamers? Oh God. Let's see here. Why are so many streamers afraid of
291 upvotes?
But we all know Asman and Hassan are both connected to Night Media, and in turn connected to BlackRock, which connects to Bilderberg Group, which in turn lets us know that they're both Illuminati members. It's actually, that is completely true. Yep, you're right. Absolutely. And yeah.
Apart from a handful of them, nobody stands up to Hassan ever. Asmongold makes a perfectly fine point about pro-Palestine protesters. Bro, that is so unhinged, dude. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing, bro? Yeah, Asmongold is joking, chatters. Come on. Oh my God, bro. This is every Reddit post from like a Destiny stan comes across like a fucking cry for help, dude. They've been trying to make Asmongold hate you for years now. Yeah. Where did that other guy go? I really wanted to see what that other guy had to say.
It's that simple. Called out. No, he's actually right. Let's see here. Apart from a handful of them, nobody sensitive to Hassan. Asmongold makes a perfectly good point about pro-Palestine protesters need to get out of the road.
You made it on our Idiocracy. What? I can't even click on this. I don't know what's happening here. Hassan and his Discord on anti-white racism. Bro, they go to every subreddit. They never stop. They literally go to every subreddit. All right, let's finish out this fucking unhinged video.
The great sponsor wasn't getting great views.
It's always fun. And then reposted a new video.
I figured, maybe a Minecrafter will do something dumb, and I can just talk about that and throw a sponsor in, and everybody will be happy.
Where he blamed my entire community for harassment because of one random DM he got from a guy on Twitter who had nothing to do with it.
I was just being used in a proxy war for people who don't like Hassan. Now, this is a DM from a guy that said no balls. And then I scrolled up in our DMs, and I found out that this dude was my viewer 5 years ago. And has since moved on, I think, clearly to, like, watching Destiny, and on Destiny's behalf wants to, like, make Hassan's life a lot worse. And then...
What a dick suck fucking comment. Fuck. Ludwig is, like, such a decently cool person, other than the fact that he's such a spineless fuck and carries so much water. I don't know if it's, like, a cloud obsession thing, or if he legitimately just enjoys getting his ass fucking rimmed by Hassan every day. But, like, it's his...
Dude, is he okay? That is so unwell. That is insane, dude. That is repellent. It's like normie repellent. He's saying talking shit with your friends is weird. Like, does he have friends? No, I don't think he has any like actual fucking friends. I think he's just like, why is X there? Because Destiny is genuinely most parasocial viewer. No, literally, like, this is fucking nuts. He just keeps making inferences that Ludwig and I are having gay sex too, which is, I don't know what that's about. We're just having gay sex. Like, I mean, it's what's it to you? Hayır baba. İstemiyorum. Lütfen. That chatter is ready for the guest star.
It's actually frustrating because Ludwig knows better. He knows how irresponsible and stupid it is to take one fucking DM and pretend that it's exemplary.
Yeah, I like that this entire video, by the way, literally shows that exact same thing that Ludwig was implying, which is that Destiny causes his fan base to behave in like incredibly erratic and incredibly irresponsible ways. Okay, they're posting on TikTok too, bro. Good one, dude. Fucking got me. Got my ass. Okay, take an hour off. Your last two sentences gonna follow each other, bro. Oh, I was talking to my dad who walked in. Like this right here, this entire video in and of itself is basically the same thing that people have been trying to explain. Okay, that Destiny and his community are a blight on the streaming space. Obviously, there are worse communities out there on Kick, like the dudes who basically serialize child pornography and things of that nature. But outside of those guys, like, he's still in like the top 10 worst fucking Kick streamers category. And I genuinely mean it. He has the capacity to show himself as like a normal guy who believes in some causes, and he will like go out and debate people and make himself look better as a consequence of like who he's debating, because like some of the dudes he's debating are just like genuine monsters, right? But beyond that, it's like so fucking unhinged, the intensity that they have towards other content creators and the genuine like slant of justice that they feel they have in pursuing these causes. Like, you're doing this because a streamer's friend on his podcast said you read Wikipedia. Okay? That's crazy. Like, I don't know how else to describe this to people. Like, making this footage, making this like little mini docu-series, like this little fucking compilation is further evidence that you are a blight on streaming. 100%. This is crazy.
Or exemplifies an entire fan's fan base, or an entire streamer's fan base. Like, what a stupid comment to make. You know better than this. You know that you would never stand for anybody doing this, that if I were to go up to you or if anybody else were to make a comment
like the cowardly Ludwig Auger, Mogumel not only remade his old video about Hassan to soften the blow, but took a death threat response he got from his own fan and invented a story based off an LSF thread that actually it's a Destiny fan and his fault. Like, what is going on, dude? They've been doing this. This is unhinged, man. This is completely unhinged. Completely. Normal people make albums of their family photos or something. These guys are playing dolls of you in their heads. Yeah. It's pretty funny to think that, like, this is going to inevitably cause all of Destiny's enemies to be lolcowed, and maybe in their own community, in the own, like, little echo chamber they've cultivated, they can think that. But to the rest of the world, to the onlookers, they look at this and go, bro, you are the fucking lolcow. You're obsessed. This is like mental illness in full display. You have to change your behavior. You have to stop doing this. You have to tell your fans that doing this is literally not all right for their own sake. If you genuinely care about the mental health of your fan base, this level of toxicity, unironically, is so unsustainable. You're literally giving people brain rot directly. You made a 7-minute video because Ludwig's co-host on The Yard said that you do Wikipedia research, okay? And then this spiraled completely out of control because you then turned around Okay. You then turned around and started like shitting on Ludwig, shitting on Ludwig's girlfriend, making jokes about how you're going to jerk off to Ludwig's girlfriend's AI porn. Like just unhinged shit. I don't think they will ever if you don't see this as like, if you don't see this as like pure insanity, if you don't see this as pure fucking insanity, then I don't know if you'll ever see it. Like right now at this moment, this is their wake up call, I hope.
Wow, Ludwig's fans think this because one guy DM me and he follows Ludwig on Twitter, which by the way, I don't think this guy followed me or Hassan or maybe not even Ludwig on Twitter, right? You know how stupid it is to make this type of generalization, but he does it anyway to defend his friend Hassan? How weak. What a spineless thing to do. Or it was just literally Hassan wrote the script for him to do here and he read this alongside the advertiser script.
Which is bad.
Yeah, I wrote a script for him, dude. Yeah. This is clearly because he thinks Slime got his comment from you. I rarely ever talk to Slime. Like the last time I talked to Slime was when he was on my stream. We were doing a You Laugh, You Lose to raise money, which I invited him to the other You Laugh, You Lose, and he was like, nah, man, I'm fucking going through it right now. That was the literal fucking last time I talked to Slime. D laughed at Cutie crying on stream about the AI porn and says she's faking it for attention. Absolute monster. Is D the lol count now? His viewers feed him this info and he reacts for them every time. I mean, in order for him to be a lol cow, people have to be just as unhinged as his community and like care about belittling him and humiliating him. He was the lol cow for a brief moment when he reached a much larger stage, when he went on the Lex Fridman debate, right? And everyone was like, what the fuck is this guy? Okay. But I mean, this is a culmination of 5 years of like active cyber stalking. And they're opening up new fronts of war against like anyone and everyone that they have perceived to have slighted their favorite content creator. So other people are basically getting like a fraction of what I've been experiencing for the past 5 to 6 years, which I have never really addressed. You alienate lots of people. You give people brain rot too. I agree though. D does worse. I feel like you and D both alienate too many people for no reason. I mean, the people that I choose to alienate are people that I don't think I'll be able to, convince at a certain point, because I do have to draw lines on what I find to be permissible, right? If someone is like actively being transphobic, if someone is actively being homophobic, if someone is being actively hateful, bigoted, I want to maintain like a level of safety in this community because I want there to be good discourse, right? There's a reason why you got unbanned, J Miles, even though you like went on a tirade about how you got fucking bullied for being white and how, reverse racism is real and whatnot. Okay. But you still got unbanned because beyond that, you haven't done anything that I find to be like completely offensive and unacceptable. Even if I do personally think that you're in here specifically to, consistently antagonize and maybe cut more content for whichever community that you're coming from. Okay. Like, all you'll get, not you, because, you are obviously subscribed, but all many others in here that are waiting for this moment will be the top of the hour ad break, of course, unless they also subscribe for $5 or for free. That's right, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. In my opinion, D is completely an alt-right pipeline type of guy. I found out that he's been routinely downplaying Nick Fuentes' Naziness because I was trying to warn my friend that Turkey Tom is an alt-right pipeline guy. And sure enough, they all casually seem to hang out with Nazis. Yeah, I don't even know who the fuck that Turkey Tom is. He Turkish? I don't want to know. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I gotta pee.
Right? Like, I mean,
people don't really give a shit about the context.
Obviously, he's trying to play both sides with this.
People don't really give a shit about the conversation.
Ludwig wants to have a large brand appeal.
Chat. This is Ludwig. Chat, this is Ludwig.
And that's why he doesn't really go in on a lot of social issues the same way that I or Hassan do.
Guys, I'm on everybody's side.
Or XQC.
I'm on your side and your side.
Or Destiny.
What a fucking liar, dude.
But he doesn't want to do that.
I just care about getting Twitter likes. Sorry. Nobody gives a rat's ass the facts. Sorry, I'm a journalist reporting the facts.
This is like Destiny just reading about Israel-Palestine on Wikipedia and then hopping in.
If Ludwig did explain what he thinks about Israel and Palestine, I bet he probably wouldn't really know what he was talking about.
And then hopping in.
Yeah. And then people come in and say, hey, yo, lad, you need to take one side. Is now we need to make a decision then.
Yeah, except he read the Wikipedia page wrong. He mixed up 2 sections.
And Ludwig's do like this. And now he just disappears.
And now he's making 20-minute mogul mail.
Like, Jack, every time, Jack, you know he does that.
Making 20-minute.
You know he does.
And here Drake's up against Palestine.
Yeah. Slime replies a bunch. Eventually, Destiny quote retweets him and says, "Did you really need a whole ass tweet thread?" Then Slime said, "Sorry, should have just posted this," which is crazy. Typical Slime.
Because he's not spending all the time doing it. He's not invested into this.
Destiny goes, "Lol, are you okay? Ludwig's second generic white friend. You can always just not talk on stuff you're clueless about. I'm flattered you spend this much time on Reddit posting about me."
Like, he doesn't have a personal interest in it.
Slime replies, "It's just the funniest thing about you. Ludwig seems cool, but he sure associates himself with some cringe people."
I'm on everybody's side.
Because he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible.
He's on every side.
Which is a lot of words to say just, I have immaculate vibes.
And when it's time to choose, he vanishes.
Me and Slime are different people.
I honestly don't think you can defend your opinion. It seems like your understanding of race is just kind of disconnected, because if you apply the same logic to Asians, then we can be racist to them also. What? What are you talking about, man? What the fuck are you talking about? What is happening? You're still so on this note. Like, you don't want to understand. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Just let me know. No, I will. I just want to fucking finish this, okay? I want to finish this first, and then we'll move on to it. What is this? DJ Ak is replying to me? What the fuck? What's he doing? Doesn't he have to worry about a fucking rape charge or some shit? What the fuck's he doing over here watching me watch this fucking compilation? I already ran the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour.
Every time.
He's an adult man.
It's just how it goes.
I'm friends with that adult man.
Yeah, and yeah, he does.
But we are separate people. People don't really give a shit about the context. Or about any people involved.
Oh my god, this is actually so fucking pathetic. Are you serious?
That's right, dude. Yeah, wag your fucking finger at me.
I thought it was just a little funny reply, just for a dunk sesh. Because nobody gives a fucking shit.
He's like the most cowardly.
They just care about a little Twitter, like little impression.
Spineless fuck.
And Ludwig's doing like this.
He's just repeating X take like 20 minutes ago from Asian racism. Yeah, Finkelstein said the Wikipedia comment too. Joe Rogan said the Wikipedia comment. Like, to think that like it's coming from me only is so funny, when like it's now a perma meme. Cool, now make one of Destiny talking about Hassan. I'm pretty sure Twitter allows you to upload videos over 2 hours, so you should be good at least for part 1. Since Hassan is trending yet again, Destiny's community cannot stop obsessing over Hassan, and they act flabbergasted when they're accused of brigading and harassment. This is only 30 days worth of mentions of him. Yeah, remember this, guys? This is always funny when his community tries to fucking say that like, oh, Hassan, you're projecting rent free. Today I learned Jon Stewart is a Hassan fan. To be fair to Hassan, if we take into account all the needs in Hamasabi's audience, the irony is his subreddit talks more about me than my own subreddit does. My own subreddit is not very active, Hassan_Piker. Okay? And when they are active, they're mostly like talking about Palestine, things of that nature. His subreddit literally only fucking talks about me for the most part. I mean, I'm sure they go after whoever the fuck the Destiny hates on any given moment. There's currently a target-rich environment, but also on Ethan following the Voss stuff. Has Tiny ever said anything about Lazan's family? These are also all the threads where I'm mentioned, by the way. So if it comes across like, hey, why is this in there? It's because they mentioned me in the thread. Just so you understand. Kevil's understanding firsthand how the far left operates is a clip of me. Hassan tweets back at Destiny. Least racist Hassan viewer leftist. Hassan cries about Ludwig more in his Discord. By the way, this was 30 seconds of fucking... It's like 30 seconds of scrolling over a span of like 10 to 15 days. Anyway, that's fun, man. This is good stuff. Cheeseball Gate apparently happened. They're keeping tabs on you like the fucking CIA, bro. Yeah, I know. Willing to talk to isn't the same as bridge building. He said multiple times before, people who are essentially his enemies at the moment, that while those relationships are fixable, he would require the first action to be something significant from the other party. Wait, you don't even know his biggest criticism of his enemies he has? It's that they never show the full thing he says. That thing you're talking about is totally different. I do know he has criticisms of some people, Vosh, Hassan, Mike, etc., but he seems to have generally shifted his stance. The people who have hurt me have to make a significant repair first. These are like, DG is literally making fun of Ludwig because he lied. What's your point? DG collectively don't always have the correct opinion. I'm not willing to assign lying to what could be misremembering, and DG's stance on a thing isn't an argument against anything I said. Or are you saying the situation where Ludwig should have shown evidence of the cheese ball thing? Because I think it's unreasonable to expect him to remember that Destiny was in 8 seconds of the second ever video on QT's channel. This is in the same category of thing. You think it's reasonable to remember something like Destiny gave off super weird and antisocial personality vibes when the video couldn't be farther from the truth? How do you mess up something that bad? Again, 8 seconds of a fucking VOD from like 6 years ago. This is how you feel right now? Wait, I stand by what I said. He came into the room mid-game. I tried inviting him to join in. He didn't want to. I then offered $100. He missed. Then he sat on the couch and left after the stream ended. How the fuck are you going to tell me how the first impression went from 8 seconds, Lamau? Damn, so first impressions do matter. Any tips to make good first impression? Then, because I be shy and shit. I don't know. I'm bad at them. I think most people would perceive me as a frat guy, but I also don't think they matter much after you hang out with someone more and more. So you stand by what you said? By now repeating a completely different story? That's not what you said, idiot. He still took the cheese ball even after the $100 offer when you made it seem like, bro. You still got time to delete this, bro. Oh my God, these people are so unhinged. Bro, the cheese ball doesn't even fucking matter. You yourself are only further reaffirming the position that many people have that Destiny and his fucking community are like mentally unwell. They legitimately think that like this fucking cheeseball saga is like actually valid. Like who the fuck? This is permanent debate brain. You're watching permanent debate brain. This is what I try to fucking tell people not to do. Okay. This is what I try to explain to you about the toxicity of debate lord communities. They try to debate anything and everything. It's like debating your fucking parents on who passes you the salt. Well, technically the proximity that I had to the salt shaker was actually much further away from my brother, who should have passed the salt himself. In this dissertation, I will describe to you why my brother should have been the one who passed the salt, and therefore I am not going to pass you the salt. Slime nailed it by saying they can't view life through anything but debate mechanics. Bro, is this an entire fucking generation of people that were just like destroyed by COVID? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I'm a DGGer, and it's so obvious your bad faith right now. Just apologies to him. For what? No, they were like this before COVID. True, they were like this before COVID. What the fuck? They literally are trying to debate Ludwig into submission so that he will be friends with their favorite content creator. That's insane. Like, and there is a not like, if this was like 3 or 4 people, that's one thing. This is literally like hundreds of people, and they're like upduding it like it's fucking Reddit. I thought he came into the room and looked around and left. What the fuck? I mean, that's literally just a completely different story. It's not a big deal, actually. Why the fuck am I commenting here? Holy shit. But it does come off as kind of weird, but the vibes weren't off. He was clearly looking for someone else. Like, this guy made a fake account. Okay, I don't know when, and I don't know for what purpose, but he's using that fake account right now specifically to reply to only Destiny-related shit. He's only posting. Otherwise, he's posting about like Sukuna, Gojo, shit like that. Dude's got one follower, and he's in the goddamn trenches. Like May 11th, look. People be as feminist as possible until the moment they see a person they dislikes wife dancing with the least sexual way possible with another man, Lamau. Bro, are you okay? And then he also is acting like he's new to this conversation, maybe even a Ludwig fan, as a matter of fact. I mean, that's literally just a completely different story. It's not that big. Actually, why the fuck am I commenting on here? Holy shit. But it does come across as kind of weird. Like, the extent of which you have to go to, the lengths that you have to go to make like a sock account, or basically fucking use your throwaway account in the trenches to make it sound like you're not like a longtime Destiny fan. Like, there he is, like, you know, talking about other shit related to Destiny. Boner Selly says if he catches anyone harassing on other platforms, he can track you back to your account. He'll ban you everywhere. So October LA defenders have 0 follower sock accounts that just show up in the replies. Oh my God, bro, look. I stand by what I said. Proceeds to tell a completely different story. Okay, dude. Based on your slightly shifted retelling, maybe, just maybe taking no as an answer from the start would have been better vibes. By the way, they're punishing him and yelling at him right now because Slime said an offhanded remark to which Ludwig tried to deflect. By the way, they're punishing him and yelling at him right now because Slime said an offhanded remark to which Ludwig tried to deflect away from and basically like neutralize, and got a shit ton of hatred from his community over and over again for the past couple of days. But I stand by what I said. Vibes were fine. So good the cutie uploaded them. Try to thread the needle and make caveats. Or you could just say you misremembered. Dude, the video, dude, they're literally saying like, no, you don't understand. The vibes were actually fine. I wasn't in the room. Okay? I wasn't in the room, but the vibes were fine. Shut the fuck up. You are wrong about your recollection of not only the events, but also the feelings that you've had. Okay? Dude, the video is clearly edited, Law. Like everything Ludwig just said could be true, but we don't have the video. But we have a strong track record of people lying about Destiny, like the guy that was supposedly sent those death threats out, which I corrected when I found out and removed, which should be a good thing, but it's constant. It's always some weird Destiny fan when it almost never is. Bro, you are the weird Destiny fan. You're behaving as the weird Destiny fan right now while talking about weird Destiny fans. The biggest issue that the community has is that there's almost always accusations first and then apologies later. There's a good reason so few know about your mini walk back after. I'm assuming you're not lying about it. It's because it got time to hop on the fuck Destiny train, and rather than critically think about whether it's our community or not, the accusations always come first and control the narrative. I don't know what any of that is, man. I watched playoff basketball today. I'll assume you're not as involved. The big issue DGG has is the constant misinterpretation, flat out lies, and baseless accusation. Hold on, I got it. Hold on. I mean, he said he wanted Israel, and they're doing it. You know what I mean? He said he wanted the IDF, and these guys are doing it. They're doing Hasbara for Destiny. Hold on. 1 second. I got to put like a good. What the fuck? No, I don't want to play Death Note because it might be copyrighted. No, this is not good. This might be better. The big issue DGG has is the constant misinterpretation, flat out lies, and baseless accusations. Again, when people accuse DGG of the narrative of that we send massive death threats to people, it's because of the initial blow up from content people like you make. Nobody remembers the apology, if it's true. I still don't believe that you even made an apology, but I'll say that you might have. I think, Ludwig responds, I think they think he's weird because not because of a story about cheese puffs. Oh, wait, hold on. There's more. I missed another part. And now people will go off of your telling of Destiny's a weird antisocial guy with bad vibes because of the initial push. Let's say we get the VOD and find out you were wrong about the whole image you have that of that day. Even if you were to apologize, nobody would dispute the Destiny bad vibes take. I think they think he's weird because of this, not because of a story about cheese puffs, he says. And then posts the Destiny logs where he's saying, I just had a fucking epiphany, I'm Israel. And then my own fan base, Israeli citizens, blah, blah, blah, they criticize me. Perma-banning every single random fuck who criticized my takes on Ludwig Cutie, whoever the fuck. I think the best thing that could happen is that they all grab a bag of Fent-loaded coke so they can join Slime's OD'd dead fucking dad 6 feet under. Make the world a better place and seriously kill yourself in a group. I'm thinking Jonestown, but not tragic. I need an idea of who is my strongest soldier. Which I think is, probably part of the reason why a lot of people think that that's sick. No, the vibes were really good when he said those things. Why are you such a fucking coward, Lamau? Stick to one story. Despacito. All the orbiters coming in. Okay, where is the rest of this guy's responses? Like, I blocked him a long time ago, so I can't see his responses. There's more, I suspect. Oh, here. You have no idea how much I think that stuff is crazy. The analysis isn't far off, though. Keffals gains traction by accusing Destiny of shady shit. Twitch community rides the wagon. Destiny gets banned. Keffel gets caught lying. Haha, whoopsie, and no major condemnation. Like, will there be pushback from Frogan for being racist towards you while you try to help feed kids in a war zone? What do you mean pushback? Who cares? I think people who fight for me on my behalf are too lost in the sauce. I hope she gets none. And I'll get my revenge by leading the best life possible I can. I hope she does the same. No pushback for being racist, for shitting on a person who's donating to a charity. You should care because you shouldn't want that type of behavior to become normalized. You're not a parent, sure, but you have those who will go by your value system. And if being racist towards whites is okay, that behavior will become more normal in your community. I also want to know what this guy's opinion is. If he's such a diehard Destiny fan, I suspect that he doesn't quite give a shit about Palestinians at all. Oh my God, this guy's been posting nonstop. Oh my God. He hasn't stopped posting. No wonder I blocked this fucking dude. It only becomes a complex issue because people like you will never truthfully engage with the facts of history. You will never engage with any numbers disproving genocide. You have your talking points already and want to pretend you run a moral high ground, while all you are doing is furthering the divide and never allowing a true conversation to exist for this conflict. Yeah, I don't know if he gives a shit about the Palestinians, but I don't know. Okay? I promise you, my time's better spent focusing on what I want to do than pushback against her. And I think pushback will happen naturally from people seeing clips of her and deciding to watch or not watch her. I don't gotta lead a campaign for that to happen. I don't think a single person who's not insane is wanting a campaign. It's just a direct statement of condemnation that would probably suffice. The Twitch space seems to have an overall idea that you can't be racist towards white people. And this passive "I'm gonna do my own thing" will imply that you're okay with it. I'm not even saying that what she said was as serious as other things said before, because this deep in a thread, I clearly don't understand how clout works. I don't think many people will see the statements you've made about her. And time spent better? Sure, I guess. Was it worth it then to change one of your videos that had a joke about Hassan and the streamer privilege thing? Because he's also a strong force in the no way to be racist towards white people since they hold social power camp. Imagine you're in an ambulance bleeding out and your AMT guy is just typing furiously to debate Ludwig on his phone as you watch helplessly through the reflection. Look at my EMT dog. I'm gonna die. Yeah. He said inaction in the face of injustice is siding with the oppressor about anti-white racism. Wow, it's almost like these cultivated fan base, they can't handle any criticism. And anytime their community or their daddy faces pushback, they completely lose it and attempt to endlessly attack. Well, that's all they've learned. To this guy said, bro, this whole thing is extremely manic and unhealthy. Destiny's a stranger. Ludwig is a stranger. Go spend your time with your kids. Destiny's not only a stranger, but a fascist. You see a cop slaughter a black guy, and you say the cop isn't racist, but cracker you jump at? I was taking a shit when I was responding to this. It was a little early to spend time with the family, too. Also, Destiny being a fascist, that is so insanely far from the truth. How is a liberal who wants people to do whatever they want as long as it is with the parties consenting a fascist? My man took the longest shit of his goddamn life, dude. I hope he pushed it all out.
Why is it that Ethan won't be friends with you?
Who says he's not friends with me?
He's not friends with you. I got a list. Number one, make Ethan Klein be our best friend so we can hang out with him.
Cool. Okay. Do you think Ethan from HVH3 would ever invite you on his podcast to talk? I don't know if he wants to. I don't know what he's doing now, yeah.
Machiavellianism is a personality trait that displays behaviors of manipulation, power, and charm. It is part of the dark triad, which also includes psychopathy and narcissism.
We're a bit Machiavellian, a bit not psychotic, a bit psychopathic. Don't send this to Anna, guys.
We're gonna move on after this video.
I feel like we're starting to see it. Okay, it's happening. Apparently, Ethan said he's pausing Leftovers. Oof, that means that I feel like that show might be dead.
We did it, Reddit. I feel bad for Ethan, to be honest. Like, they have family in Israel. This stream's extremely personal. The end. Start one with Ethan.
Is an exact extension of what you believe. Destiny's with our community during it for attention, or have Ethan mention it to Hassan during Leftovers. Don't give him the satisfaction. He's irrelevant. He should remain that way. Signaling the war horns for Destiny would not be fun like with Fresh and Fit, or noble like the war on Andrew Tate. It'll lead to the Destiny community continually harassing ours, but 1,000 hate-filled streams from Destiny about Ethan. No free clout. No free clout. Destiny is literally just a parasite community. Bro literally will not step outside his debate.
Yes, he's taking credit for ending Leftovers. His community was doing fucking his community was doing fucking victory laps.
Bro identity. Destiny is the ultimate level of doubling down and never backing down from a bad take.
I love that we just watched exactly why interacting with Destiny is fucking insane, because his community goes literally bananas mode. And there are still people being like, why are you not engaging with them then? It's like, bro, because I want to stay as far away from these fucking freaks as physically possible. And for the past 5 years, they have not stopped. For the past 6 years, they have not stopped. Okay? Like, what do you mean? Do you not see how they fucking latch on? Do you not see how they fucking latch on to literally a person like Slime, who is completely removed from this shit, who made an offhanded remark, and what has unfolded in front of your eyes? Listen to what he's saying about like a whole ass podcast that he has nothing to do with.
He's worse than Keemstar. Destiny, because bro has no moral compass and honestly doesn't give a shit.
Why have you been talking about it for the past hour or longer? Because it's funny. That's it. That's the only reason. And that's probably the reason why you're in here chirping, because you recognize that it doesn't look good for your daddy. So you're over here being like, but you seem obsessed. It is. It's funny for me. Maybe not for you guys. I find a little bit of humor in seeing the fucking insanity that this dude has represented
all the time.
I do think it's healthy and good that my community doesn't enjoy this kind of content, though. You know, I do personally think that that's at least like relatively healthy. I saw someone clip Chimpa View on Reddit and I tagged the user as a D enjoyer. Later, I saw the same user post in an IT subreddit saying he's 45 and got laid off from entry-level IT job. He was posting clips of you during the workday. These people are self-sabotaging losers. Yeah. Okay, this is, like I said, this is the last video and then we're moving on completely. Okay? I had a fun little moment here.
Ethan is like razor sharp. Ethan is correct. That was the implication. I don't even know if he's aware he's doing this. Ethan just like asks really good questions and he brings up really good points in like the most kind of aloof way. He just happens to like so nonchalantly kind of cut the bullshit and ask like the best kind of question to center the guy. It's really funny. Did Ethan really live in Israel for 5 years? Holy shit, I did not know that. That's where he met Hila? Gotcha. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. I'm not an OG fan. I don't know anything about.
You want to reevaluate that statistic, Steve? What do you do with that controller? Cautionary tale, okay? Because there's a good chance. I mean, Packer. Tell me about this.
Any more essential memes? I'm not an OG fan. I don't know anything about. From Ethan's perspective, Ethan is getting insanely attacked on Twitter. His wife is being called a terrorist. Oh, does anybody have a video that they started resharing of Hila children? Because I need to link that. Oh, this is so sad.
Yeah, by the way, that video was not from my fucking community. It was some psychopath, okay? I would never fucking post a video like that. I would never in a million years fucking the Hila is a baby killer fucking video that they were posting over and over again. It wasn't a fan of mine at all. It was like an actual fucking Nazi.
It's even Ethan like sticking up for his crew. If Ethan is on Split, it wouldn't be because they have a difference in political opinion. It'd probably feel bad to Ethan that he feels like nobody has his back right now. Like his production staff seems to be kind of left-leaning. His subreddit is all turned against him. I don't know what the YouTube comments are at because I don't check it. The chats and everything are run by Hassan fans.
Like he's saying it's my fans that are doing all this. Like my fans that are also in his own production staff. And not that like people can have their own individual opinions. Like everything, I'm the weird puppet master, you know?
Discord community hates him, and then everybody to the left that was ostensibly his ally is also shitting on him and Hila too. So yeah, it's a pretty lonely world that he's in right now. You think Ethan will have you on? I don't really know. I feel like Ethan is a
yeah, that was him telling his audience, I suspect, to go and like Brigade is like defend Ethan and Brigade is subreddit and you know, like show support, which they did. They used to shit on him endlessly. In the beginning of Leftovers, they literally would shit on him non-fucking stop. And then they saw an avenue of attack, an avenue of separation, and immediately were like, we love you, Ethan. We're not like that piece of shit Hassan. All of that. Wow, he's manipulating the situation so Ethan is isolated and has nowhere else to turn. What a surprise. Yeah, 100%.
Like a good friend, and I don't want to do
They haven't stopped either. They still fucking Brigade the H3H3 subreddit.
Like I said, I'm not trying to like insert myself.
Yeah.
So there's an anti-fan sub called H3H3 _ productions. I think is like the anti-fan sub, and they all they do is shit on Ethan and Hila here. It's obvious like from watching this that like Ethan.
Why the fuck, dude? I don't even know this shit. Why does he know this shit? That's fucking insane.
In a pretty, I don't want to say emotional state, but he's like trying to connect here. And Hassan is just like in full-on psychopath mode. As much as I don't want to.
Also, so many of these things I've heard over and over again, a million times over in my chat when Leftovers ended, because they all just repeat his talking points. They literally just like wait. They wait for him to have a take so they can come in here and repeat this fucking shit. I'm beginning to realize where a lot of those talking points materialize from. Like Hassan was such a fucking psycho to Ethan. Because like normally these guys love sociopathic debate lording, right? They do. They think that's like super valuable. But in this circumstance, he wanted to make it seem like I was not being emotionally available to Ethan and I was being a sociopathic debate lord or whatever. So now it's a bad thing. If I actually was being a sociopathic debate lord, they would have probably appreciated it. Let's be real.
I have to settle Ethan with some of the responsibility here too. I think Ethan is actually like being
irresponsible with the platforming to watch himself get like this cucked live by this guy that's supposed to be like his friend and coworker. I think Ethan should have been fighting harder here rather than trying to treat Hassan like a friend, because Hassan doesn't see Ethan as a friend. Hassan sees Ethan as a tool. That's all he sees people as.
I had a private conversation.
That's pretty ironic that he's saying that. That's, again, projection. Once again, absolute fucking projection from the man, the bridge burner himself that sees every relationship as transactional. But again, I didn't know this shit was happening, to this degree at least. I know that his subreddit was like trying to fucking drive a wedge, but I didn't realize it was like this dude cutting hours and hours of content off of this shit. Meanwhile, this is when Gaza is being obliterated, mind you. This is what he spent the first couple of months before he started going to Wikipedia to find talking points, so we could start like at least debating on the talking points, on pro-Israeli talking points. This is what he spent like the first 4 months of.
And I told him, like, this stuff is really upsetting to see.
Oh no, I wonder what that private conversation looked like. I bet Hassan gaslit the fuck out of him.
These guys and the way that they talk about like Ethan and Gila is insane.
Who's these guys? Was it me?
It has been some of the most insanely anti-Fanny behavior I have ever seen in my life.
Who's he talking about here?
So
is it me? I know it's not me. I fucking routinely yelled at my goddamn community over and over again to choose better targets for your fucking anger. I know that it was an emotional time for a lot of people. And yes, I do still talk to Ethan.
For Ethan, that his community is like this. I wonder if the Ethan anti-fan shit is like moving, like impacting his other shows. I'm so curious. H3 subreddit, 505 comments.
Bro, he was literally pumping this like hater subreddit. That's crazy. That's insane.
OP is a Destiny fan. His foreign policy knowledge comes from Destiny regurgitating articles written by David Frum. Ethan and Hassan are genuine friends outside of the show. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't talk to Destiny. Oh my god. Dude, these chat comments. Oh shit. I don't know what the YouTube comments are at because I don't check it. Oh my god. 9/11 literally happened. Whoa. Yikes. I don't know what the YouTube comments are at because I don't check it.
Ethan, you're being intentionally choose. Shut the fuck up.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Bro, I see these comments so much. Huge L take. Oh my god.
The H3 subs is a little bit weird though. When I saw friendly posts about you, it got deleted for being not H3 related, but D posts that have nothing to do with H3 gets 1K upvotes and stay. They just fucking brigade it, dude. There's not really too much you can do. I think it's a strange cycle of him feeding his community and his community feeding him. That's how they jerk each other off without any restraint.
Room temperature IQ take. Oh my god. His chat. Whew. Oh boy.
Fucking disgusting weirdos.
Oh no. Holy shit. What do you think Ethan he must be reading his chat, right? What is he?
Look at how much he's enjoying, like people fucking yelling at him too. Like this is insane. The H3 sub has brigaded the shit and made me see all of Reddit differently. Yeah, most subreddits lend themselves so perfectly to like, you know, 100 to 200 motivated individuals. If you have like 200 motivated individuals, like you can't just as easily brigade on Twitter, but on Reddit, I don't know why. I don't spend enough time on Reddit to know, but on Reddit, you can like literally change, like weaponize an entire fucking subreddit and change the vibes overall. Listen and watch the quoted video. Mr. DeVos is finally done pretending. This is the last thing. He's finally pretending to be progressive. Done pretending to be progressive. He no longer going to introduce himself to his audience as far left, which is something he regularly did. He said he's not going to associate with the left any further.
I'm pretty sure. I think I'm going to axe any introduction of me as progressive. Or far left, and I think I'm probably going to cut ties with anything that has anything to do with that from now on. I don't know if I'm going to ever associate with any of that shit again. The spaces are driving me insane. I think the people are mostly horrible, and the ones that aren't calling them out don't like make it. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I think I'm going to axe any introduction of me as.
Okay, we're done. Yeah. Okay, we're done. I meant watch the video I quote tweeted. Okay, acid communist. Jesus Christ, what?
Get out!
Okay. I'm not even gonna look at the fucking. These logs are literally in response to people like you creating weird and untrue stories where you got caught doing a 4K 120 FPS about me. Holy shit. Get your head out of Hassan's ass for like 15 seconds and breathe some fresh oxygen. What am I doing? I'm done. I don't want to read any of this. The rest of this. This is like so fucking insane and so unhinged. It basically personally shows exactly why his fan base operates this way. like in the like incredibly unhinged ways that they operate on, where they're like where they are fucking like debating the accuracy of the vibes from a 6-year-old moment, debating the accuracy of the vibes off of a 6-year-old fucking video, saying like you're actually lying, like you didn't do an accurate vibe check. I know better. I wasn't there. Maybe I wasn't even a fan of either of you back then, but I know better than you, the person who's doing the vibe check. Hassan, you've been puppet master for hours now. They've made you lose hair. I'm not mad. This is objectively this was maybe not for you guys, but for me it was fun to watch. Oh, you're being sarcastic. This was funny for me to watch, to see how like insane and unhinged his fan base has gotten. I mean I hate that they're doing this to another person. Palate cleanser, Hassan Abi Thirst Talk. That's what I'm talking about.
She got a tattoo right by her bikini that say hate me. Taught me in the demon while I hit the gas down Peachtree. Hit the club, throw a lot of money, baby. We be doing that weekly. Shh, we gotta be sneaky.
There you go. I see a Thirst Talk. I like it.
For daddy. I mean, favorite streamer.
There you go. There you go. Here it is. I gave you guys some Thirst Talks to get over that. Okay. I was supposed to fucking link up with Noah at 4 to 5, and now it's about to be 6. Wait, hold on. 1 second. I'm texting Noah. This is just auto fellatio, my dude. Listen, it's not just for me. It's for you as well. Okay. Give me a break. If you're doing IRL, Bill versus Bill is, or if you are doing IRL, Bill versus Bill is hilarious. A must watch. Yeah. I do want to watch the Bill versus Bill.
What this comedian said will shock you, and it's available for blows my mind. But also, but just talking straight to the camera, just starting, and it's just you. Rush Limbaugh did it.
Yes, he did.
And you do it. But that is a rare skill, my friend, to just go.
It's probably some personality flaw in the rest of my life, but in that moment, it works. So, well, I know a lot of people that would agree with you.
Well, I mean, don't you have a childhood that lends itself to humor because of who was the Boston comic who used to say he had a bad father like you did, and he was like when Bing Crosby's kids were like talking about how Bing Crosby was. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
He was like, "Hey, my dad used to hit us with your father's record." You know, that was a Boston comic. I forget who it was.
Yeah, yeah, there was.
Don't make me play the fucking clip again, Destiny fans. Destiny fans on an alt account as a fellow Destiny hater. Sure, bud. Don't make me play that fucking clip again, dude. You're trying to get me back into fucking show you the 30-second scroll on his fucking subreddit. Okay? Don't even do it.
But yeah, you have fodder, you know, like all of pain in life is fodder for art, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of how it works.
I mean,
that's class. Look at that. When I used to drink, I used to just fill it up till it was above the ice cubes.
Well, I used to drink like that too, but you know, we all have to throttle back as we get older.
I like that joke that you used to do. Said if you don't stop drinking as you get older, you start looking like a Kennedy.
Yeah.
But it's not
Ted, I said Ted Kennedy. Yeah. I mean, he did have that.
Yeah. He had a lot of demons.
No, but he would have
been a hell of a stand-up. All the pain that guy had, and then the pain he caused.
Ted Kennedy?
Oh my God, he would have crushed it. That giant head.
I know stories about him from like.
Let's keep it light, huh?
What could be?
Where you going? Yeah, you're going to Ted. You get Teddy Darkness. Can I smoke a cigar in here?
I mean,
giant head.
I know stories about him from like.
Let's keep it light, huh?
What could be?
Where you going? Yeah, you're going to Ted. You get Teddy Darkness. Can I smoke a cigar in here?
Of course, you can do whatever you want in here. But I dated someone whose mother, like, was someone he visited as a lady.
They had a book club.
What do you defend? By the way, you were very good as Jack Kennedy in the Seinfeld movie.
Oh, thank you.
That was perfect.
I had a great. Wasn't that a great movie?
So good.
I've loved it.
And you know what? I have to say, and Jerry was here just a few days ago. I heard terrible things about it. To be honest, I don't know
younger
why.
people, because I think younger people didn't know some of the references.
I don't think they even saw it yet. I don't know where that came from. And then I watched it. I was like, wow. Not only is the concept so genius, the juxtaposition of the most trivial thing in the world, breakfast cereal, with all that stuff that was going on in the 60s, NASA, and the...
What is this? I really like Bill Burr's whole arc. If you watch his specials chronologically, it's basically about a guy whose functional marriage is slowly making him less insane. Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. The greatest thing that's ever happened, if you're an OG fan of Billy Bitch Tits, you know this to be an absolute fucking fact. His friendship with Patrice O'Neal and his wife literally straight up made him into a well-grounded person. I know he is the original black girlfriend / black wife meme. Yeah, technically. You're not wrong. Yeah, what? Ping him? What is the question?
Cold War, all
But what's funny is the battle that Kellogg's and Post, it's the same battle that people are fighting with the Army. I loved all of that. I also loved when they went to the grocery store, when Post and Kellogg's are racing to get their Pop-Tarts there. Did you notice one truck was a Ford, one was a Chevy?
No, I did not know.
Like, there was a lot of, little things in there.
Oh, there were. But what's funny is treating it as if it was the end of the world, the space...
Yes.
That's what was funny. And Khrushchev, that it was important to the Cuba, the Cold War, El Sucre, all that stuff. And the pacing, for a first-time director, I love that about it, that it just moved.
Comedians make good directors, though.
He wants to talk about anti-white racism. Oh, that one chatter? Oh, I forgot to show you guys this. The Daily Wire host defends using the anti-black racial slur in a friendly way. Walsh, no white person actually has any moral obligation to observe the insane, totally indefensible, ridiculous rule that decrees that this word is acceptable to be used in any and every context by one race, but in no context at all by another race. Get to the playlist. This is on the playlist. Shut the fuck up, Sheltered Rosebud. Take an hour off. We didn't move on. We're back on this. I want to get to the good shit, though. This is like banter.
Bill Burr directed this movie, Old Dads.
Yeah, I saw it. It was good. You're right.
I thought you were going to say I didn't think it was that good.
No, I didn't know you.
My heart just went down like that. I was like, oh, God, I just set myself up.
I actually didn't know you directed it.
I directed it because there was no one available. That's the only reason why I did it, because we were coming out of the pandemic. So all the directors that were going to shoot something in 2020, whenever the hell it was, they didn't shoot it because we were quarantined. And then they were like 2 projects behind. So they started pulling that, it's going to go away. It's going to go away. Don't you say that for your parties when you're wearing your smoking jacket? Factory where it's like,
okay, but
this is a good conversation if my cigar goes out, buddy.
Think of how many comics that is over 40 years. It's not a common thing.
Yeah, but that's like a special thing.
There are timestamps in here. Where are the timestamps? What is this? It's literally just a racism factory now. Okay, where are the timestamps? You already watched most of the good shit. 1 hour and 5 minutes. That's where he starts talking about Palestine.
Garrett. We have to do Garrett. Garrett.
Brad Garrett.
Garrett, like Garrett. Yes, with an O.
So when he goes over there, they think his name's Brad Attic?
No. So anyway, Paul McCartney, he was with this.
Bill Bullocks.
Here it is.
A number of the songs.
Dude, this is the most helpful fucking... Dude, there are heroes. There are unsung heroes out there. Can I just say, there is literally no greater hero on the internet than the guy who goes through and meticulously details with accurate timestamps, the accurate fucking timestamps on a YouTube video.
So that's
okay. First, let's start about the cancel culture bit, and then we'll move on to 24-hour news commentary creates brain rot.
Well, that's
what's over. Cancel culture?
Yeah, no one cares anymore.
That's so not true. Either one of them could get canceled in the next 2 minutes.
No. For what? For what? You're not doing anything. It was just like you did this joke about, this group of people or that group of people, and I've decided to, I don't know. I feel like I'm going back 2 years of my life. Like I don't even think about it anymore. Nice ashtray, by the way.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
I've never known where I got anything. I probably should. Somebody gave this to me.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing they used to give you when you retired after a while. The watch and an ashtray.
When you think
Martini shaker.
When you think about how much, when you probably had similar upbringings, you treasured almost every physical thing you had, even if it was a hand-me-down. You had just certain things in your little room. And then as you go through life, so much stuff, and you don't even know where you got all this stuff.
Well, you know what about that? What's great about that is there's no upgrade. And everything became disposable. Like electric cars or laptops. Like after a couple of years, like they're not worth anything because of like the technology, which doesn't even make sense. But like same thing with like a laptop, with phones, all of that stuff.
What do you drive?
What do I drive? I'm a truck guy. I got a Ford F-250 and I have an old F-100.
Really? Why?
The same reason. Why does a guy drive a Ferrari down Sunset Strip and never take it to a racetrack? That's what he's into. My Ferraris, I always wanted a Ford F-250, 8-foot bed, regular cab.
Why? You hauling dirt?
Is that guy going to the racetrack? Have you ever driven one of those on a racetrack? You cannot flip them over. They're unbelievable. The technology and the respect you get for racing of what they're putting their bodies through. Because I didn't, you know, I was driving like an asshole. I finally realized that you try to go smooth around the track, not try to just stomp on the gas and slam on the brakes. But like, I like driving. That's why I like cigars. I like going slow because my brain goes fast. And there's something about driving a truck. It's slow. It slows me down. And I
defend him. What do you mean? I love trucks. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally love trucks. I want to get the F-100 Concept Edition, the electric. You guys know this about me, I thought. Like, have you guys ever seen the F-100 electric Concept? I love that car. I love trucks. I think Toyota Hiluxes are the greatest invention of all time on four wheels. Okay, I love 4Runners, which is not really a truck, I guess, but it's still technically a ute. The Ford 100 to the Ford F-150 Lightning is decent, but nowhere near as sick as the Ford F-100 Illuminator. Here it is. It's only a concept vehicle, unfortunately. Wait, what? With new EV crate motor, customers can now buy? Wait, you can buy this? I thought this was not on sale. Okay, I know what my next car is. I was thinking about the G-Wagon. I was thinking about the electric G-Wagon. Customers can buy the crate motor, not the truck. Oh, okay. I was legitimately thinking about the G-Wagon, the electric one, for my next vehicle, considering that my lease is going to be up. After watching videos of it doing a G-turn over and over again, I got like kind of convinced that it's pretty sick. But I was talking to my friends who are very knowledgeable on Mercedes-Benzes because they used to sell them back in the day. And they were saying that the electrical work on a lot of the Mercedes electric vehicles, like the actual wiring or whatever the fuck, like it's sometimes has a capacity to fail. But anyway,
you like driving.
I love it.
Me too. I would hate to be at that stage, or for whatever reason, where I had to be driven everywhere. You know, I mean, sometimes you do, like when we're on the road, probably get
okay. That
picked
was
up by
brief.
somebody,
That cancel
right? You're
culture
not driving
conversation was
yourself
brief.
in Cincinnati.
Right.
But there's something, and I see these electric cars now next to me on the highway that, I mean, not like self-change place.
I feel like people that watch 24-hour news networks get institutionalized to blame colors of ties rather than the corporations behind them. And they will just sit there convinced that, you know, Trump is the worst thing that happened to this country or Biden is the worst thing that happened to this country. And it's just like, you know, you might want to just kind of push through that veil a little bit further.
Yeah.
And so I kind of have this thing, like when I get around like the 24-hour news zombies, I just, Jesus Christ, was that Geritol? Nobody under the age of 50 got that one. Remember that? I was on the Lawrence Welk show. He used to peddle the Geritol.
To my point, the 25-year-old is watching this going, look at these two old guys. They're not going, oh, the guy with the cigar is obviously 13 years younger.
I know, but you have to go all the way down to 25 to appear my age.
Well, I don't.
You can see. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. You can just see the way we dress. We're not different people. This is like, you know, you come from, you know, the slacks generation. Like slacks were still a thing.
These are not
slacks were a thing.
No, I look good. That's the difference. Is that you were wearing?
Look good.
You're wearing
You're not
sneakers.
Throw that in my face.
You got a t-shirt on. Like
You look like a fucking defendant. You look like you're trying to beat a drinking and driving charge. He doesn't have any priors, Your Honor. Look at him. He's wearing his Chelsea boots. He's a fucking, what do they call it? A productive member of society. He needs his car for work. I think that this should be a suspension, not a full-on.
All right, acting Ivy League.
You ever get bucked?
One reason they are prima inter pares among rock gods is that they
I've never, when we were driving, my buddy had this fucking sick ass, he had this F-150.
I bet he was funny about it.
Oh, he was fucking hilarious.
Okay.
He was fucking hilarious. Oh my God.
About the truck? Even?
Like,
that
dude,
good?
listen, I get it. You're not a knock around guy. You looked up Latin words and you didn't fucking hang out with the fellas and they used to hang you by your underwear at the lockers. So now none of them are funny because this is your one thing. But I'm funny. They could never be as funny as me.
Well,
like there's so much shit about you that's funny that you're not even trying to be funny. Your whole fucking outfit is hilarious.
My
I don't know what it
outfit.
is. Yeah.
A shirt and pants is an outfit?
You're dressed like that. Like you're going to sing that, what is that song? Splish Splash. I was taking a bath with your stupid little slippers that you're wearing.
Slippers? These are like boots. These are
shit.
almost Beetle.
Oh, fuck. You're an outlaw.
These are almost Beetle boots.
They're Chelsea boots. I know
Never
that
got
because my
over
wife's
Beetle
into
boots
fashion.
because they were the greatest.
What were?
Beetle boots.
Those were badass.
Well, that's what it was. It was like the half boot. That's what they sang.
That's
She
a
Loves You,
three-quarter
yeah,
tone.
yeah. And
Yeah.
so what
You know
are
what I
your-
like about their music and when is it's like 2.5 minute song and what they could say about a relationship that's still relatable. Like I used to listen when I really started going into their back catalog, right? Not back catalog. They're later in their career. Rubber Soul and all of that shit.
That
Revolver.
was not later. That was mid.
All right, relax, you fucking historian. Good, throw another Latin word at me. Anyway, I started like listening to the lyrics, and I would be like, I literally just went through that with whoever I was dating.
Which song are we referring to?
I don't fucking have them memorized.
I like that over the course of like, it seems like they're just very cordial and jovial in the beginning. And like around the 1 hour mark, things start changing, which I suspect is like Mar calling Burr an idiot for not taking a PJ everywhere. Burr doesn't want kids to die. Oh yeah, here. This is where it like starts cooking. Palestine campus protests. Mar Beatles lecture with Burr calling him old and pretentious. Please don't buy any more expensive things. Getting hard to convince my leftist friends to get a subscription. Wait, what? You don't have to do that. You literally don't have to do that. If they don't want to see ads at the top of the hour over the course of like an 8-hour broadcast every day that they're consuming and subscribe for that reason, like that's one thing. But you shouldn't be going out to convince your friends to subscribe. You shouldn't be doing that. If they personally, after consuming my content for a long enough time, personally make the choice to be like, you know what? This shit deserves $5 a month. It's not that big of a deal. Or if they say, honestly, I already have a Twitch Prime subscription I'll use on him. That's fine. Or maybe you're like Token Black Guide, gifting 10 tier 1 gifted subs because you're like, I don't want 10 people to see the ads at the top of the hour. That's it. That's all this is. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Got him. That was a layup. You gave me an alley-oop. Cringe Fetterman moment. All right, we'll do that in a little bit. We do that in a little bit. Burr is likable throughout the whole thing. Busting his balls is the best way to grab the audience. I agree. Thank you for the assist. Binaural beast? You doing CIA shit? What the fuck is binaural beast? All right, let's get to the good stuff.
I hate Harvard. Are you kidding? Have you heard what's going on college campuses these days?
And the beautiful part is he's the one who brought it up.
Watch the news.
You don't realize that college campuses erupted with the kids demonstrating for Hamas? They are in with the terrorists.
They were for the Palestinians.
Well, it's sort of the same cause. Why, are you?
I'm on the side of the kids.
Yeah, that's easy to say. You know, no one wants to see kids dead. This is a war.
That was very brave of you to say that.
This is a war.
That's so funny. It's like no one. It's brave of me to say that I want to see some kids dead. Like that silence is so cutting. It's so perfect. God, it's hard not to glaze this man. Okay, I love him so much. Billy Bitch Tits. I know you don't know who I am, and I know you will never know who I am, but I fucking love you, man. I love you, big dog. I'm a certified yapper and a grade A glazer, okay? The amount of energy I spend glazing old Billy Bitch Tits, old Bilbo Baggins over here, literally is melting polar ice caps, okay? He would destroy you. I would let him destroy me. It would be an honor to stand side by side with Bill Burr. If he was just like destroying my worldview, I would just sit there and I say, yes, sir. You're so right. I love him. He's phenomenal. He is a phenomenal person to be a spokesman for your cause, especially because he's, one, endlessly charismatic, and two, he does such a great job. He does such a great job of like dismantling talking points while looking like an everyman, you know? Like he looks like a fucking average Joe. He sounds like an average Joe. Sounds like a fucking stevedore. He has hundreds of, I guess, you know, tens of millions of dollars at the very least, but he still ultimately lives a relatively ascetic lifestyle. He's a bald king, and he has, in some ways, what? Bro, stop pretending you're a nobody. I'm a nobody. I can go to the Met Gala and no one say shit about it. You're an influential person with a significant following. It's not out of the question for you. No, it's fine. He just does such a good job. He does such a good job of like dismantling reactionary talking points in a way that convinces the audience that like his interlocutor is the insane one. Okay? He does such a good job of being like, dude, what are you saying? He hits that line so fucking well. Stop fetishizing the bald. I will never stop fetishizing the balds. You can't stop me. It's not illegal. Bill Burr story on your subreddit. What happened? My brother Jewish felt unsafe at the recent Bill Burr show. Why was it removed? Fucking bouncing on it like you're sitting on a spring sun. There are a couple people that I absolutely fucking glaze. And back in the day, it used to be Bernie Sanders, old Bernardo, LeBron James still to this day, and Bill Burr. Those are the three guys that are my goats, okay? And yeah, Bernie is a little, you know, I will always respect Bernie. Giannis Varoufakis and stuff like I also obviously love. Oh my God, he's also bald. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, LeBron James, Giannis Varoufakis, Bernie Sanders, Bill Burr. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. All my heroes are bald. What the fuck? Lenin? Stop. Oh my God. What is happening? What is happening? Okay, stop. Let's just continue.
I'm the one who's actually brave on this.
Pat yourself on the back.
It's easy to say I'm for the kids. Who's not for the kids?
Well,
it comes down to real hard-nosed decisions. Like a country.
Stop talking like you're a general.
A country got attacked. Israel got attacked.
I'm not saying that they didn't have a right to go back. I'm just sitting there going like, how do I look at
We're the only country in the world that they get attacked, and then as soon as they counterattack, it's like, well, we got to stop this shit now. Don't attack them. There's a very simple solution to all this problem in the Middle East. Stop attacking Israel.
Hey, you
Stop
just solved
attacking
it.
Israel.
You just solved it.
I actually did.
There you go. That's fantastic.
Anyway.
All right.
We don't need to get onto that.
Let's go to Russia and the Ukraine. How do you solve that one, Bill? Let me hear your hard-nosed decision about that. Well, let me ask you a question. How is war still legal? With all this shit that's been canceled.
Legal.
Why is that still fucking legal?
Would you like a real answer to that? Because for something to be illegal, you have to have the capacity to enforce it. And you can't enforce against war, or else you have to go to war with the country that's going to war. And we don't.
It's just like this actually shows, like, this actually perfectly demonstrates Bill Maher's way of thinking. He's like, yeah, he made a silly remark like, oh, how is war not illegal, huh? How about we cancel war? Like, he's not being serious when he says that. And then Bill Maher, one, takes him seriously and goes, oh, you want a serious answer? And then immediately starts demonstrating his worldview, okay? That like, oh, you can't stop war because like you would have to go to war with the other country. And you know, it's too powerful or whatever the fuck. It's like, no, man, it's because people make money, okay? It's because people make money. That's it. It's always for resources. I don't think there's ever been a war throughout human history that wasn't about like ultimately about resources, whether it be land, whether it be gems, whether it be natural resources. It's just, that's it. And now the war economy in and of itself has become a very important resource.
We go to war with Russia over Ukraine. What would be the sense of making it illegal? Oh, that's really going to stop Putin. No. To stop people from going to war, you have to also put boots.
As a little reductionist, I mean, yeah, I'm just pointing to one singular aspect of why war occurs. Obviously, there's like, no, like here, this is a great example. Religion. No. If you think the Crusades were simply on the virtue of religion and not that religion was used as a galvanizing principle, you've got it all wrong. That was resources. It was expansion. Religion was simply used as a way to justify the need to do such things. U.S. Civil War, literally resources. Slavery was a commodity. Human beings were seen as capital. The right went to war utilizing the pre-existing racial pecking order and the fears that many had in the South that their culture would change in an effort to defend slave owners from losing their mode of production. Yeah. Better put, industrial capitalists versus agricultural proto-capitalists. Pearl Harbor was in direct response to our blockades of the Japanese petroleum industry. Yep. In every single aspect of like religious war or whatever, it's actually still about expansion, colonial ambitions, and securing resources. Except they masquerade as like religious wars in an effort to add a secondary reason, a galvanizing principle. Religion plays that role.
And talk it out. Why can't Putin do a podcast with the head guy? Like, you just solved the Middle East on a podcast. Why can't they solve what they're doing on a podcast?
This is why this is not your thing.
Make some hard-nosed decisions. It's not your thing. It's what you...
It is my
thing. It isn't your thing.
This is not your
isn't.
thing.
You're like that guy that has a fantasy football team and thinks he's a fucking GM.
No.
That's exactly what it is. Like, why am I fucking listening to you like you've done something? What have you done in Washington? Nothing.
No,
Just a
I would never
goon,
go to
92.
Washington.
Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Beneath you.
No, it would... Look,
you would be the coolest fucking guy in Washington. You showed up with those boots
it would be so
and no
easy.
tie. They'd be like, oh my God.
It'd be so easy to
Did
be...
Kevin Bacon just come back to that Footloose town?
Kevin Bacon?
You could teach him how to dance, Bill.
Yeah, I absolutely could.
You fucking get off your little private jet. I have a TV show.
And you travel Southwest, is that right, Bill?
I love Southwest.
Really?
I love the order.
Is that how you travel?
I love Southwest.
Do you travel commercial?
Most of the time, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I won't lie, this is a bit of an indefensible take. I think Southwest is supposed to be democratically organized. Like, it is so bad though. Southwest is like what right-wingers think communism is. People are able to purchase like a line, like a better position on the line, so they can have their pick of the litter. Except, with the exception of the first row, and every single with the exception of the first row, and I guess like the emergency exits, every single, including the fucking seats on the first row and the emergency exits, every single seat is dog shit. It literally is the right-wingers' understanding of communism or socialism. The true goal, obviously, and by the way, and that is because Southwest is a capitalist institution, the true goal should be to make it so that air travel across the board offers the same leg room that is like literally the same leg room that's like valid across the board offers the same leg room that is like literally the same leg room that's like valid for every single fucking person on the flight. Sit your ass down and listen. No, it's because it's equally shitty for all on Southwest, because their goal overall is to just like pack as many people as possible to make as much money as possible, because it's still a capitalist corporation. Complaining about airlines is such an influencer thing to do. It's such a passionate topic for podcasters. Wait, what? We live in the United States of America, chatter. What the fuck do you mean? Try going from like one part of this continent to the other, especially when there's no trains. Like, what are we talking about? I drive? Okay, good luck. Like, plenty of regular people also fly. I'm a Southern Ontario Crody. Oh my God. Like, come on, like you would spend a day in a train? I have. And it was a fucking joyful experience every single time. Whether it be the Surfliner on the coast of the California water line from San Diego to Los Angeles, or obviously a much more elevated experience in the form of a bullet train going from Tokyo to Kobe. Okay? And in my childhood, I used to also frequently take the train in Turkey.
Commercial.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bigger plane, better pilots. You don't get knocked around as much. You ride in a fucking Cadillac. The only thing that sucks about commercial is boarding. That's it. Once you're there and you got your fucking shit up there, you're flying first class, which all first class is, if you never flown it, is they treat you like a human being.
Oh my God, this is a 1-to-1 verbatim fucking Hasanabi take. I swear to God. Someone find the clip. I've said this verbatim. I'm not even kidding. The only difference between business class and economy, other than like the obvious legroom, is literally they treat you like a fucking human being. I have said this. I have said this verbatim. When you fly business class, they literally just treat you the way that like everyone is supposed to be treated. Oh my God. Oh God, I love him so much. No, he's not a Hasanabi head. It's just that we view the world in similar lenses. Verbatim. I mean, it's not like that unique of a take, to be fair. But yeah, we just, we think alike.
Supposed to the animals in the back, they just throw you back there. That was my whole career. Working my way up to being treated like, remember the DC-9 when you sit there and your window didn't open because there was an engine there? You don't remember that?
I exclusively fly economy and honestly, I'm being treated subhuman. Are you kidding me? Dude, I've been flying both to America since like a very early age. Obviously, I'm 32 years old now, so it's been like 30 years of flying. And I have genuinely seen the change in both American domestic travel and international travel, where they like, through price leadership, not price fixing, mind you, price leadership, have created an environment that is like legitimately unsustainable for human life. Slowly but surely, over the course of years, they've literally made things that were obviously seen as amenities, things that were free with your ticket, become costly things that you have to purchase, all the way down to like literally only being able to bring a personal bag now in certain airlines. And for years and years, I did this thing where out of pure resentment and spite, I've talked about air travel quite a bit. For pure personal resentment and spite, I literally never even upgraded to, in early chatters remember this, I never even upgraded to Economy Plus. Back in my day, emergency rows were free. We didn't have to pay for that shit. It was free. You would ask kindly the wonderful lady or sir that you were too tall to sit in a regular seat, and if they could put you in the emergency exit, they would always say yes. Okay? Then they started charging for that shit. But not only that, but because I'm such a fucking stubborn, spite-driven asshole, that I refused to even upgrade because I was like, fuck that. I would literally bring, if you guys remember, I would bring my big-ass bag that I would lug everywhere that had holes in it, okay? Because it was technically a carry-on, even though it actually wasn't a carry-on. It was like the size of a check-in luggage. But because I was a big dude, I would carry that shit around. Everyone used to make fun of me, okay? And then one day, I got upgraded to business class. And that's when I realized, like, what the fuck am I doing? Once my ass touched a lie-flat seat, dude, my life changed. Once my fucking ass touched a goddamn lie-flat seat for a 6-hour flight, I was like, oh my God. I have literally been, like, I have the capacity to buy this. What the fuck am I doing? What the absolute fuck have I been doing? I've been just, like, torturing myself in, like, insane amounts of fucking knee pain, back pain, not even being able to fit on the fucking seat without shoving my feet under the seat. Do you understand? I even talked about how my attitude, I was worried that I was going to become, like, out of touch as a consequence of such things, which in some ways I have. Okay? Hold on, my food is here.
I can't. How about that last row in the DC-9? The window doesn't open. There's an engine right there, and then right across from you is the bathroom. And you got to listen to another human being take a fucking shit behind one of those things starlets used to get undressed behind.
I'm still stuck on you defending Still stuck on you defending commercial flights as better. Now, you can make the case that it's wrong to fly private. I get that. But I've never heard anyone make the case that it's actually better to be on Delta. That's kind of cokey. No?
No, I hate Delta. Delta's the fucking worst.
I bet you fly private more than you're letting on.
Listen, listen. If I have to go somewhere and I don't have enough time to get there.
Oh, suddenly we've got an exception.
No, I said mainly I fly commercial.
Well, you're an idiot.
This is an insane conversation that they're having, by the way. He's so mad that he said flying commercial is valid. It's like he's mad that he's saying you should fly commercial when you can. even if you have the money to fly private. Like, that's an insane... Like, how are you fucking talking about how out of touch the kids are, bro? How? What a fucking argument, dude. It honestly doesn't make any fucking sense that he's out here being like, yeah, dude, you're fucking crazy. You should be flying private all the time. Like, first of all, you're Bill Maher. Ain't nobody gives a shit about you, okay? You could fly commercial all day, every day. Nobody's going to be like... You're not Taylor Swift, and even then, I think Taylor Swift should still fly a fucking commercial regardless.
You shouldn't. You know what? It's
what was this? If I don't agree with you, I'm an idiot.
You're right. I apologize.
Fucking John Varvatos shirt. You're not young. Put on a sweater, for fuck's sakes.
Put on a sweater. Why? I have to be...
At your age.
That's the secret in life. Avoid that.
No.
Don't you think?
No.
No?
Well, hey, I'm an idiot, right? No, I think the number one thing is to be your age. Like all these fucking people, like they go do a college gig at my age. I'm going to be 56 next month. Be 56.
Yeah.
And come at them as a 56-year-old, and then you can give them advice on all the shit that you did and just say, hey, this worked for me. And you can just have a great time with them. You can have a fucking great time. What fucks you up is if you're looking at what they're wearing and, you know, you fucking come up with your little outfit.
I don't know why this simple shirt and pair of plain black
Can I tell you something?
jeans.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with what you're wearing. That's
There's
why it's so much fun to just make fun of it. It's a little bit of a fucking pirate shirt. You got a lot of extra material in the... You know what? That's what it is. It's this.
What?
First of all, you should have buttoned that if you actually were the gentleman you're trying to be.
Button this? Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. But
You had a woman in your
but you're
life,
right.
she
It's
wouldn't let you
almo-
go on camera like
It's
that.
almost like we're giving you like an advanced comedy test. Like, can you make fun of this? Which is
All right, let's
pretty
not get
bland.
crazy like you're a fashion.
Stormy Echoes, hey, not dogging on you. I'm generally really curious about the C drama. So if I call Frogan a cracker, does that work? Like the idea of a racial slur is that it's a slur targeted at a race, right? So if it's not, then that would be fine, right? I mean, you could call me a cracker. Many people do. I think it's pretty funny. I'm white. I'm sure Frogan would find it white too, or find it funny too. She is white. Fly, first class. Well, not first class business. It's the same shit. But it doesn't matter. First class is just like more expensive for no fucking reason. But once I started flying business, now I don't have that. I don't have that experience any longer. I don't. It's just the reality, right? It's just the reality. This was something that money was able to. This was something that money was able to open up for me. Like the privilege of being able to fly like a human being and feel like a human and not like a piece of cattle shoved into a fucking sardine style tin can. Okay, so you're worried it will make you out of touch, and it does make you out of touch. It does 100%. So that's a deep cut with ethnic Santa.
Kind of bland, you know.
Like your opinions, yeah, exactly.
Oh.
And then when I fucking, you know,
So
go against you,
gratuitous.
then I go, ooh, a big word, another big G word. Look at you. You memorizing that part of the fucking dictionary? I don't have kids. I got all day long. Fucking read the dictionary. Use my fucking $3 words with a guy who unloads trucks.
Oh, why do I think there's?
Why don't we do we got to do a buddy movie. This is like perfect. This is Walter Matthau,
I'm
Jack
certainly
Lemmon.
not going to do a movie, but there is something about.
You seem like an actor.
There is something very mineable about this vein of comedy of the single guy, the married guy, the pompous professor guy,
but I
and
also,
the blue collar guy. I mean, it does kind of write
that
it.
was Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is one of the great dark comedies of all time, where you had this super smart teacher, and he had like his biggest fuck up as a student, and then they have to somehow work. It was The Odd Couple.
Oh, you know what?
Fantastic.
I never watched that show, and I know everybody loves it. I'm going to watch it now because that is interesting to me.
I'll tell you what was the coolest thing about that show is, you know those, anytime you make a TV show or a movie, you always have these people that go, no, that never would have happened like that. Dude, everything that they did, right down to me and Lavelle Crawford laying on that pile of money, they figured out how much money Mr. White would have in what denominations and how high it would be to shoot those people down. When we did this train robbery scene, I got to be on that. It was so fucking robbing a train. It was amazing. And they would whatever chemical they had in one of them, they used to make meth. So they were taking it out. My job was to stall the train. They take it out and then replace it with water. And they had their teams figure out how long that would take. And they said, we literally had somebody that would be on the internet. That wouldn't happen like that. And they said, actually, it would. The volume of water is this, the volume of that. And they would just shut them the fuck down. Like a comedian, just chopping the head off of the fucking loudmouth asshole in the front row. They did that while making one of the greatest shows of all time.
That is satisfying.
Oh, like... I already loved everybody liked the show. It was the most efficiently run. They just knew what they wanted to do. I did one of the first times I did the gig there. We got through the scene so fast. They switched my flight from the next day Southwest. They go, we can get you right now. We can go get your bags at the thing. And I felt like fucking Elvis.
Do you have like a deal now for make more movies somewhere?
No.
No?
It doesn't exist anymore.
What?
It doesn't exist.
No more.
They don't do those.
No more
they don't do like
deals?
they're getting away from first look deals. Like I'm always late to the party. Like when I started stand up was right after the '80s. All the balloons were popped on the ground and everybody was getting their wages garnished.
Oh yes, that again. My generation ruined everything.
I didn't say you ruined. I never
no,
say
but
that.
'80s. That's when I was starting. I mean, that's when I was a young comic.
All right, but I didn't say you ruined it.
I know.
I'm just saying no. But it got bloated. It was on every channel, and then it went.
Right.
So I used to open for guys.
It got bloated, yes.
Yeah, and I used to open for guys, and they would try to discourage me. They would be like, oh, man, I didn't know why you even started. If I was your age, I would get the fuck out of this business. That's what they told me. And they would be like, Wednesday night, look at this. There's no...
He's even out of touch among other movie stars. Yeah, look how defensive he got. Look at how defensive he got. Oh, here we go. My generation ruined everything. Bro, you're talking to a guy who's your age, man. Like, you're literally talking to a fucking movie star your age, and you're so triggered by this, like, notion, this, like, outside battle that you are perceived of having all the time, that you can't even have a guy like that tell you what's what. Mars, 13 years older.
You know, fucking 3 years ago, there'd be a line down the fucking block. And I didn't have any deflector shields, you know, so I would be listening, really? Oh, my God. Should I quit? But fortunately, I sucked at everything else in life. So I really didn't have any options.
Yeah, I didn't have a plan B either, really. I remember when I got out of college, I sent out resumes to advertising agencies. I guess I thought I could get that as a day job, be an ad man, you know, write ad copy.
I could see that.
I could see it too. I mean, yeah, you know, it's not that different from stand-up in a way. You're trying to be humorous and pithy and okay.
You'd probably talk down to a few clients, but you'd throw those words in and they'd be like, this guy's smart. This guy knows how to sell these widgets.
I'm telling you, when we both flame out and doing a morning talk show in Seattle, this kind of stuff is going to be gold. it's Fart Man and Asshole Jack.
Yep. Oh, that was morning radio. Morning radio was always a real name, and then, you know, Eddie and the Bulldog. It was always something like that. We got Wild Man Vermouth with fucking Jerry. It was always a regular name, then something crazy.
So there's no more three-picture deals? No more, like, deals at streaming services?
I shouldn't say that.
Don't they need
For
content?
someone like me.
Really?
When
old
when
dads
you're a
didn't-
bald ginger in Hollywood, it's basically...
But didn't old dads do very well?
Yes, it did.
Then why...
Can we stop talking about rich assholes if it's not the dissect class war, please? Who cares about rich assholes? The fuck are we doing reacting to them? Thank you, base chatter. Your contributions to the Maoist-Leninist project has been noted. I am going to give myself 4 lashes specifically for the counter-revolutionary sentiment that I've expressed by looking at these bourgeois traitorous scum who are actually doing their very best in line with their class interests. I have once again done a no growth. I will absolutely engage in praxis. Thank you. Thank you so much for your statement. Wasn't Old Dad reactionary? I don't know. I don't watch all of the shit that he makes.
During the strike, it was...
Chad really thinks watching Hassan is activism. This is entertainment at the end of the day. Thank you. Yes. One of them is acting according to his class position, at least. Yeah, you have someone who is like a relative class traitor versus someone who is absolutely one of the best classist pieces of shit And I think that this is a perfect demonstration, especially because they're both famous and a lot of people pay attention to what they have to say. And a lot of people will pay attention to what my analysis is overall of what they have to say. None of which is activism regardless. Yes. In the words of Patrick Bet-David, this is valuetainment.
Let me fucking, for everyone who worked on that movie, Bobby Cannavale and all of those amazing actors and everybody.
I like him.
Patrick Don Vito, everybody helped me edit the thing, Ben Tischler, all of them. We were #1 globally on Netflix 2 weekends in a row, and it streamed like 50 million.
Because who around the world doesn't understand the concept of old dads? Certainly in Pakistan.
Well, maybe we just made a good movie.
No, so, okay, so riddle me this about the business.
Was there a compliment? The thanks?
What?
There was no compliment in that.
Actually, there was.
Kind of shit on it. Like you didn't think that it went fucking global.
No.
I didn't say in Pakistan they were watching. They might have. You don't think there's some old dads there?
No. What I said, it was.
Oh, that's right.
It was,
you figured out the Middle East.
Giant
I forgot.
Hit. No. I found a way to craftily get a very good compliment into you.
Well, that's what it is.
Without making it look like one. Because I am the pompous professor, Mike.
I like it.
I know you do. So anyway, but riddle me this about the business, because I'm always reading, as we're always talking of people at dinner when we're in this town and we're all in the business, and we're talking about the changing and the streaming and everything. Why is it, if a movie does well like that, then there isn't at least a offer to do the next one?
Because the people running it now, they're kind of doing like what Germany did, where they tried to take over the whole world. And you can't do that because there's just so many people don't want that. But there's always something in every business, like Amazon or fucking Walmart. They're always trying, let's open up across from this mom and pop and put them out of business and we'll be only showing time. Like,
that's such a funny way to describe that. You are not an activist? I'm not, dude. I'm not. Okay, shut the fuck up. It's not activism to watch YouTube videos, okay? I don't have hate in my heart for anyone, but this fucking piece of shit irks me to my core. His voice, he's such an alcoholic. Yeah. Bill Maher has the tendency to, I think, do agitative propaganda in the direction of the working class by just behaving in the ways that he does. Like, I think him and Elon do overtime converting people. Not to brag, but I just emailed my representatives using a pre-filled email from JVP. Nail care. Meanwhile, you're watching Bill versus Bill. Keep it up, sweaty. Respect. I love that.
There's just always people doing that.
You glaze him so hard. Dude, you didn't understand what I was talking about. I literally am not even talking about Bill Burr. I'm talking about Bill Maher and saying he's a piece of shit. And his behavior is so smug and so elitist and so fucking out of touch that he unironically converts people towards being pro-labor in order not to be on this fucking asshole's side.
So what does that have to do with hiring a guy who just had a big hit movie to do another hit movie? If you want to take over the world...
streaming service has devalued art. Where back in the day, you used to pay $10 to go see a movie. Now, $20, you get all the movies. That's what I'm talking about.
We're talking about...
You ask me a question, I'm trying to fucking answer it.
We're talking about success. The movie.
Why don't you just tell me what it is rather than ask me? We can save some time.
No, I'm asking because I don't understand. The movie had success. Doesn't matter if it was art or not. It had.
And I can tell you what happened to me. I fucking went back and I pitched another movie to 2 junior executives, and I waited 6 weeks to get an offer that it was just like it never happened. Still starting out like that movie never happened, and that's kind of like that's how the acting world. That's why I think being an actor is so much harder than being a fucking comedian. Because if I come through town, first time I headline your club, I draw okay, but you see I'm funny. We'll take another chance on this guy. I come back, even if the same 30 people show up, but you see I have a whole new act, they see it. And you've proven you're funny. I don't have to reprove that I'm funny.
No.
Again, where an actor, this fucking actor's with an Oscar. And there's people going, yeah, I don't know. Can they play that? It's like they won the highest fucking award. And I have empathy for actors for the lack of control they have. First of all, you do the performance. And if you're not in the edit, especially if it's a comedy,
right,
and you get the wrong guy editing it, they're going to leave you hanging out to dry. Like the actors really are like the quarterback of the team, where it's like, if you win, you're fucking Joe Montana. If you lose, you're a bust. And like a lot of times, and as you're making a movie, you have no idea how it's going to come together.
No idea. I've been on enough movies to know it is just always a mystery. There's so many things that can go wrong.
Are they going to promote it? I did this really great movie, Front Runner.
Bill Burr did not do a good job in this debate. All he did was ad hominem Bill Maher for having more class than him.
And it came out the same weekend as Aquaman. And it was just, I saw one of the stars promote it for like 2 days.
Yeah, I never heard
And
of
then
it.
the next time I saw him, he was promoting his next project. And I said, oh my God, they're burying it.
Chatters, he's joking. Calm down. Jesus Christ. He's obviously joking. Oh my God. I know the environment is stressful right now because we watched Bonarelli clips earlier. But goddamn, son, dial it back a little bit. We're having a little bit of fun, okay?
It's not going to get... And it's
What
just,
was it on?
What was it? I was in the movie theaters.
It was in the theater.
Yeah.
I mean, most.
You would have liked the movie. It was about Gary Hart.
I would have watched it.
It was
Gary
about
Hart.
Gary Hart, and it was about the first politician.
Never heard of
where they went into his personal life, and there was this big debate.
What did you play?
I played one of the reporters for the Miami Herald, and the big thing was.
Oh yeah.
There was like a battle at the paper. They had this great scene where it's like, we can't run this because we'll be like a tabloid. And then the big thing was Gary Hart said, hey, I'm an open book, go ahead, look at everything.
Right.
He said that
No.
because infidelity, Teflon Don, none of it's 4 years. Bill Clinton comes in and he's like the Teflon Don. None of it sticks to him. And he still ends up getting elected and does 2 terms. Like, he must have been thinking like, oh, I could have done that.
I hate how Mar used to be this hero for stoners, and now he can't even drink a glass of whiskey and smoke a J without sounding like he's about to pass out. You should be able to do that easily. Pathetic. He also, I'm going to watch this in a second. I know. He also personally literally had like actual like problematic, but I wouldn't say problematic, radical takes, right? Like religious Bill Maher, like back then, yeah, sure, he was still like an Islamophobe and whatever, but he also had smoke for a lot of other, for all of the other religions. But beyond that, he straight up fucking said that 9/11 attackers, like him or hate him, are actually participating in an act of bravery in comparison to what we do, which is lob missiles from thousands of miles away. That is a literal take. That's a bill. That is a cert. He's the original 9/11 Andy. He said, doesn't matter what you think. You want to talk about bravery. The 9/11 attackers used box cutters to take a fucking plane and drive it directly into the Twin Towers. And that was, by the way, like 2 days after 9/11. He said that, I think, within the 24-hour time frame or something like that. Like it was an unimaginable quote. He said, it's not brave to kill people, in my opinion. Yeah, no shit. This is not even to hype up the fucking, Muhammad Atta and shit. Okay. It simply is a statement about the way that this conflict plays out, the way that this conflict unfolds. Okay. We talk about the bravery. Yeah. We have been cowards, lobbing cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away. That's cowardly. Staying in the airplane when it hits the building, say what you want about it, not cowardly. That's what he fucking said.
On Politically Incorrect, the show that once followed this.
And he was unimaginably canceled. Like, he literally was canceled for that. His show was canceled for that. Like, I'm shocked that his life wasn't canceled for that. I feel like if he was Muslim, they would have killed him.
He made this infamous comment less than...
I'm shocked that his life wasn't canceled for that. I feel like if he was Muslim, they would have killed him.
He made this infamous comment less than a week after 9/11.
We have...
Yeah, okay. It was a week. It was less than a week after 9/11. Think about how insane that is. People fucking canceled me because I said America deserved 9/11, like almost 20 years after the fact. This motherfucker literally said it like in the week. There were still Americans under the fucking rubble at that point. Okay?
We had not even made an accurate assessment of the fucking accurate death toll. And this motherfucker's like, you know what's brave? 9/11 attackers.
They're cowards, lobbing cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away. That's cowardly.
That is a
Staying in the airplane
yes.
when it hits the building.
That is
Say
a
what you want
terribly-
about it, not
you know-
cowardly.
Now, what's ironic about that statement is that he's basically saying what I have said as well in a different way, which is 9/11 is America's chickens come home to roost moment, right? Like, obviously, if you keep fucking meddling in the affairs of the Middle East over and over again and lob fucking cruise missiles over and over again in the Middle East, like, someone's going to be like, all right, fuck you then, right? That's basically what he's saying. He's saying it's like unironically cowardly to do that, where the fuck we're at. And then, of course, it's going to end up, hurting us, okay? The timing is everything in comedy, and making a 9/11 joke on 9/12 is impeccable timing. Yeah. So what I find really interesting, what I find particularly illuminating about like the career trajectory of Bill Maher after that is that like he obviously recovered from that. It took a long time to recover. And I think that broke his mind on one, cancel culture in general, because he actually did eat that cancel culture dick. And he also leaned into more reactionary attitudes that he had towards Muslims, which was like a perfectly permissible target. It was a valid target. It was a target that everybody loved when he got edgy on. And I think that's what it is. It didn't take that long. He immediately got a show on HBO a few years later, less than 5 years later. Are you kidding me? 5 years is an insane gap in your resume. That's 5 whole years, bro. You can't say immediate. Yeah. That is a valid cancellation. Like, and valid is in like, not that people were valid for canceling him. I'm saying that was a real cancellation. That actually was a cancellation. Bro was fucking unemployed for 5 years, and you just said, oh, that's nothing, dude. He's rich. He can withstand it. It's like he was basically in the beginning of his fucking career too. Like, I mean, it wasn't beginning, but like, that dude went from network TV to premium cable. I know he still found a way to overcome it. I don't think you guys understand. Okay. He said something that was bold at a time when statements far kinder than that was considered unimaginable. Okay. The point I was trying to make here is that I think played a role in his radicalization. That I think played a role in fucking the way he operates.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I could have just went like, I did not have sexual relation. I love the look of determining. I did not. Like I always wondered if he stood in the mirror and got that bottom lip.
He was something. But
yeah.
I'm still so puzzled by this though that I mean, just in their interest, you'd think it would be in their interest if you did something that was successful for them to want to, that's all, I mean, you could always count on that in show business. Art is just always, that if you're lucky, it coincides with their business interests. But profit, success, people bought it, that's what they care about. That's what I don't understand about this. It's in their interest. So something is very fucked up in this media age we live in when success is not rewarded. And I've heard a lot of people say that about streaming, that success is not rewarded like directly like it was back in the day. You bought a record that went to #1. People actually went to the store and bought it. We knew which was most popular. Same thing with movies, the box office, like streaming.
Yeah, now like streamers, they're holding all the cards. It's like Stripes. Remember Stripes, that great scene? John Candy, he's looking, yeah, man, you lost again. He's looking at his cards and shit. Like, they give you the numbers, and it's just like, how do I know that's true? Like, like you have, like, for the awards season, they can go, this is a massive hit, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. And then when you come to be like, okay, it's a massive hit, can I have some, well, the numbers weren't that good. Like, the numbers are whatever they need them to be. It's become like that. So, I mean, I just roll with it. I mean, if that's I don't think it's going to stay like this. Like, and it's like,
Or like, are you working on scripts though for
Yeah,
idea?
we're me and Ben Tushel, we're writing another one. We got another great idea. It's another thing. It's in the title, you know what it's. That's what I liked about Old Dads. You knew what it was.
Right.
And then within that, you could touch on a lot of bigger topics with just regular people. Like we were commenting on, you know, sort of like summing somebody up in one tweet.
And you like the process of like writing a movie with somebody?
I love writing. I love writing
Yeah.
dialogue. And one of my favorite things to do is I want every actor that shows up to be excited, like that we wrote them something that's going to be
Right.
fun to say. Because then they come to the set.
Of course.
They have fun.
Well, that's how you get an actor to do it.
Yeah. And then for the crew, all you do once a week, you bring in a food truck, you know, and a coffee truck on another day. They're like, okay, this guy gives a fuck. Like the bar is so
You only
low.
feed your crew once a week?
No. There's a regular thing. But once a week, if you spring for a food truck, because that's coming out of your pocket, that's not them. They're
Oh.
like, all right, this guy's a solid guy. So then if you have a long day, because shit isn't working, which is going to happen,
right?
They're not looking at you like, you know, how many times going to eat this fucking lasagna? You know, lasagna is like the big, like if you got to cook for 100 people,
right?
They come out in those aluminum trays. If a truck comes up every once in a while, you gotta give somebody a ray of light, you know, as they're doing it. And
It's a great tip for the kids out there who are
It is,
thinking about
though.
going into the business and treating
It
crews
is.
bad or good. Once a
Can
week.
I tell you how
food
low the
truck.
bar is? How low the bar is?
Oh, you just did. A food truck once a week will do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I tell you, just saying good morning to people. They're like, you're like one of the nicest guys I ever worked for. It's just like, what the fuck happened to you? Who doesn't say good morning? There's people that don't say good morning.
No, I mean, look, I would not.
I can tell. I know who doesn't say good morning to people. He's sitting across from you, Bill. You know his ass is one of those people that's just like treats people like they're invisible.
Have the, oh my God, to do a movie. First of all, you got to get up at like the crack of dawn. I mean, it's like I remember in the '80s doing it. It's like all you do
They're
is the
doing DC
movie.
Cab, right?
DC Cab.
Yeah.
Right, my first big picture. You do the movie.
Both ends of the Bill spectrum here. Okay. The rest of this seems kind of boring, like Casablanca, Kendrick versus Drake. Oh, yeah, I'll
Music
hear what
do
he
you
has to say
listen
about
to?
Willow Smith's new album.
What music do you listen to, Bill Burr?
I'll tell you the latest thing I downloaded, Willow Smith.
Willow Smith?
Just put out a fucking incredible album, and what I'm loving is the drums are incredible, and so much of it is in like an odd time. I was trying to play along to this one song it started in 7, and then it stops. There's a bar of 8, and then you play in 7, and then the chorus is in 4. And I literally had to write it out to try and just figure out like the first friggin' half of it. So I listen to that. I still listen to Zeppelin.
Zeppelin,
I've been
yeah.
listening to
Oh.
Kenny Rogers. I like old school country.
Yeah,
I like I like a lot of hip hop. Right into right about Biggie dying and Jay-Z coming up. I liked all of that. I liked storytellers.
90s.
Yeah, and a lot of the 80s shit is really cool too, but like basically the 90s. And what I loved about Biggie was he was fucking hilarious, and he was an incredible storyteller, and his stage presence was unbelievable. And the fact that he was only 24,
Yeah.
he did all of that by 24, and you know, I was really into that. Now, you know, you just age out of it because people are talking about stuff. I mean, not like I could relate to what he was.
Actually, Bill, I wish we could, but there's another rap war going on currently. Maybe you've heard about it between Drake and Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, and who better to discuss this?
And
a 60-something and a 50-something-year-old white guy.
what do you make of this rap war, this sort of renaissance of the 90s rap wars?
I think it's great. It's great.
Great?
It's great for...
Somebody got shot today.
Oh, well, you know, you have to make your hard-nosed decisions. No, I think it's great. It's fun. I think it's fun.
Why can't we all get along?
That are all... Why can't we all get along? Because sociopaths want all of it.
But why
They don't want to share.
Why Drake and Kendrick Lamar? I mean, why are mommy and daddy fighting?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Why are they? What?
I believe the kids call it beefing.
I know. It is beefing.
I know. I'm single. I'm into all this no cap. I don't know. I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about that world. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Has 60 Minutes done you yet? See, it never stops. That whole thing about, why am I not? Somebody passed me. They got 60 Minutes.
No. I
No,
like.
but they
I like where I am in this business.
Yeah.
I like that. I just do what I do, and whoever likes it, and whoever doesn't moves on to something else. I don't have like
Bet you
that.
60 Minutes does you within the next 2 years.
I'll take that bet.
All right. Well, I had a ball.
I had a great time.
I hope so, because
You're my favorite smarmy person in this
you're
business.
Okay.
Hey, Club.
I can see why you glazed. Burr carried so hard. Of course. What's your take on 9/11 jokes in general? No matter how I feel about the U.S. foreign policy, I just can't. But I'm EU and Americans make them for me, make them to me. You can't be serious, right? Is this a fucking top of the hour ad break debate or something? Which is basically like the 9/11 for this chat. Brother, you've been a 5-month subscriber. Oh, dude, he's been following since 2021, 01, January 6th. There's no fucking shot this guy's... I mean, we're on our... How many years has it been? This is August 21st, 2019. Okay, maybe it's not actually a fucking meme. Maybe this guy just genuinely didn't know that I'm famous as the 9/11 guy. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Okay, New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers tells Tucker Carlson that he wishes Joe Biden knew as much about American history as Vladimir Putin knows about Russian history.
I was just like, no, I'd love to see Joe Biden give an interview where he can speak on the history of the United States in the same way that Putin talked about the history of his country.
Bro, come on. Like, you don't have to go that far for Aaron Rodgers to come across as unhinged. Like, this more so isn't about, like, him saying Vladimir Putin's good. This is just him. I can't believe I'm being charitable. It's like, I feel like the will check is clearing for me. You know what I mean? But, like, this in and of itself is not actually a fucking promotion of Vladimir Putin, and is more so just shitting on Joe Biden, saying that he's, like, demented and can't speak uninterrupted like that. Biden literally been alive for most U.S. history. Yeah. Will Nevis shambles right now. Yeah. Shane Gillis had RFK Jr. on. Yeah, I heard. My normie friends immediately hit me up. They were like, bro, RFK Jr. went on fucking Shane Gillis. I'm sure we will see. I am sure we will personally see a lot of clips from that, by the way. But anyway, here. Fetterman now recording constituents and mocking them.
Oh, I didn't expect this. No, I didn't. Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm from Chester County in Pennsylvania, and I am really concerned about the way that pipelines are being built in our communities and on our, like, in our backyards, threatening our lives, our water. And in 2018, you actually joined us for a protest when you were running for lieutenant governor of the pipeline.
He's like, that was not me. That was a different me. As you know, I got head transplant surgery, and I no longer believe the things I acted like I believed when I needed your votes. Now that I'm a senator, I'm a whole different guy.
Pipeline running through Chester County.
I thought this was going to be a video of him, like, antagonizing fucking, like, people who are pro-Palestine. It's not even that. Is he just bad on every issue now? Like, this asshole... You know how Donald Trump looked at the Republican Party and was like, why don't we give the constituents what they actually want? More of this, please. Like, he looked at the racism of the Republican Party and was like, oh, I should do more of that. It feels like John Fetterman looked at the Democratic Party and was like, well, the reason why the Democrats get elected is because they despise their constituents. Okay? So let me just show that all the time, and got the wrong lessons out of this. No, dumbass. Democrats win in spite of genuinely despising their constituents, not because.
My community, and you, why the change of heart? Why aren't you standing with people of Pennsylvania right now?
Well, I would be more.
Braddock is 20 minutes away from me. You have no idea how disappointing he is. Is crushing. There's a follow-up video. Okay, stop. Receipt for his support for this cause 6 years ago. Throwback Thursday to the 2018 version of, or I guess it's Tuesday today, The 2018 version of John Fetterman who rallied with young people to stop frat gas pipelines. Oh, gross. He's doing that fucking... I just can't unsee him as a freak. You think he'll be a one-term senator after this? It doesn't matter. He's a quirked up white boy. Oh, God. You know, Felix, an apology. He always hated Fetterman. No, he shit on Fetterman, but not to the... Guys, the only person who legitimately fucking criticized John Fetterman's Israel takes, or Felix for sure. He actually did have some smoke for him. And surprisingly, Nathan Robinson, for all of his like quirks and all of his mistakes, Nathan J. Robinson was one of the people that like actually hyper-focused on it. I was aware of it as well, for the record. And I personally chose not to cover it because I thought, oh, it's just like regular political maneuvering. I think many people saw some of his statements on Israel, thought they were bad. Of course, we all did. And thought, we all thought that he was just simply saying that because he wanted to win the election. He wanted to overcome the DMFI shit. It's not that shocking for all of us to feel this way, by the way. Okay? He also rallied with BLM protesters. His wife knew a young black boy that was killed by cops. He betrayed everyone. I knew about it, and there wasn't much salience at the time. We were wrong about that. Yeah. Dude, you have to remember something. Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee, is a Pennsylvania boy, okay? He was a big John Fetterman, John Fetterwap poster as well. John Fetterman didn't just like fool the entire fucking leftist, American leftist audience. He fooled his staffers, dude. I know John Fetterman's staffers. I knew him before he ran for office. He lied to my face about this shit. Yeah. Bro, John Fetterman, I know his staffers. I know people that were doing comms for him. Almost every single person left. There are so many like Justice Democrat, DSA guys that were on his team that literally were like in awe of the behavior that he has demonstrated post October 7. Nobody. The reason why I'm saying this is because absolutely no one knew he was going to be this nutty. Like, anyone that tells you that you thought that John Fetterman was going to be to the right of the Republican Party on Israel is lying. Felix Biederman, what is this? I don't know why you just... It's not just Israel. Even he's bad on so many issues, border, energy, etc. No. You don't understand. That's also post-election. He literally... I mean, this is a perfect demonstration of his, like, flip-flop. He flip-flopped on everything. Like pretty much everything, dude. It was insane. And it's not like he wasn't politically active beforehand. He was. It's not like we couldn't like look at the actions that he took. He straight up was like, I mean, you're attending a fucking anti-pipeline rally. You know what I mean? Like he always had like a I would say fence sitting approach on oil for obvious reasons, because it's like such a phenomenally important part of the economy. Okay. But overall, it's like
by the Black Lives Matter movement. And what do you believe are the essential components for authentic criminal justice reform?
As the mayor of an overwhelmingly 80% African American community, I've been democratically elected their mayor now 3 separate times. The last election in 2013 by an 8-to-1 margin. No one up here on the stage has championed the idea that Black Lives Matter more than I do, long before the hashtag was sent out over Twitter.
Guys, when he was pro Black Lives Matter at this point, like it was only first becoming like liberals. It was only at this point when he was pro BLM, it literally was like not a good thing. Okay, we're talking 2016. It's in the fucking early stages. Like we're talking about like, yeah, this was a unironically radical left position at the time. It had like 30% approval. Exactly. That's still a funny way of saying I was pro-black before it was cool. No, it is important, especially if you're a politician. It's something that I've talked about as well. Like I think it's important to recognize, especially because like liberals flip-flopped on BLM when Barack Obama was against Black Lives Matter. Liberals were also against Black Lives Matter, and many people have forgotten that. The Podjohns literally had to apologize for their criticisms of Black Lives Matter as a movement. Obama was anti-Black Lives Matter too. He called them thugs. A lot of people used to say that they hate the slogan back then. Now it's been perfectly commoditized, so it doesn't even matter. But as is the case with like schizophrenia, no, I don't think it's schizophrenia. And no way he called them thugs. He did. He said, I'm pretty sure he used the term thugs when describing the Black Lives Matter protesters in Ferguson when there was sort of first momentum building. That's not fair, man. He has defended him, bro. When it first started, he literally said that they were thugs. Obama doesn't regret using the term thug in describing the violent rioters in Baltimore this week, spokesman Josh Earnest said on Wednesday. Whether it's arson or, the looting of a liquor store, those were thuggish acts, Earnest said. In discussing the riots Tuesday, Obama assailed the criminals and thugs who tore up the place and described them as a distraction from the real issues of police brutality. Obama defenders in the chat, yeah. Ain't no way Jewish space lasers. Wait, what? Malak of the future? What is it? Gallant. Yoav Gallant instructed to develop a type of weapon that no one knows about and has no equal in the world. Wait, what? Against the background of threats in the U.S. to stop arms shipment and Iran's historic attack on Israel home front, the defense minister instructed the head of the defense ministry to develop a unique weapon to effectively fight the terrorist organizations that threaten Israel. The MPAAT informed the Minister of Defense that the development of the laser system is progressing beyond... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What the fuck did Marjorie Taylor Greene know, bro? Apologize to Marjorie Taylor Greene? I will not. Amalak of the future... means of fighting. Okay. This is anti-Semitism? Bro, this is crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene was right too early. Leftist behavior. Yoav Gallant said, no, we do have space lasers, actually. Another prediction you got wrong. Okay, guys, let's be real for a second. Ye is freaking out right now. Let's be real for a second. Jewish space lasers did not cause the California wildfires. I will stand by that. Okay. Oh, thank God. Wall Street Journal reports that the Biden admin has notified Congress on Tuesday that it was moving forward with more than $1 billion in new weapons deals for Israel. We are the one thing that Israel hasn't done is literal blood libel shit. That's it. I hope that this does not happen. The space laser thing is like insane. I hope that doesn't happen either. But it is crazy. It is crazy, dude. What a time to be alive, okay? Anti-Semitic motherfuckers looking at this article like salivating. There's nothing inherently wrong with space lasers. I don't know how many ways in which I can disagree with you. Okay? Like you are right now? Yes. Yes, like I am right now. Guys, that's right. For the past 10 years... I have an announcement. For the past 10 years, as I was railing against transphobia, I was actually personally transphobic. As I was railing against racism, I was personally racist. And as you were literally doing the Hassan Sojak meme. What? Oh, I thought this guy was joking. Oh my God. He actually is like one of these guys. Yes. And as I was railing against anti-Semitism, I was secretly anti-Semitic. Now, why did I do this is a question you might ask. It's because I'm that dedicated to the cause that I wanted to fight on New Game Plus difficulty. That's right. The Fetterman Gambit? No, not even. It's because I wanted to make it more difficult. Turks famously pro-Jew, lol. Dude, I love my naysayers, dude. They immediately are just like, you're a Turk roach. Of course you hate Jew. First of all, the Ottoman Empire is famously pro-Jew, like infinitely more pro-Jew than Christians ever were. It was regarded as a safe haven for Jewish people throughout history. So that's important to note. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not like epigenetically locked into fucking taking up certain positions because I'm Turk. The fuck? The talk on the Quakers really resonated with that one particular community. Hopefully it ends up with allowing them to go outside soon, inshallah, one day. Ottoman Empire was okay. They did a shit ton of shady stuff, but they were just better than Europe, but that's such a low bar. I think it's a pretty decent bar, though, at the end of the day. If you time adjust it, like with the exception of like indigenous populations at the time that weren't hurting anybody and were like just living off the land, as far as empires goes, you know, you got to match it with the energy of the other empires. It's the one bar that we have. Still not good, you know, empire and all. Does that make sense? Like, it still had literal indentured servitude and shit. I'm not going to sit here and be like, that was sick. Yeah. They did have some atrocities in their name, and they were known to force Islam on people. So this part is actually in direct contradiction with history. They did do that, certainly. But overall, they're throughout their broad span of empire, they unironically, giving Christians and Jews the ability to have independent jurisprudence was more progressive than the imperial court is to its to this day towards minorities. I wouldn't go that far, but it certainly was better off than literally forcible conversions that occurred and ethnic cleansing that occurred. Like, you're criticizing jizya, which is a tax. You got GERD? No, I don't. I'm just slamming Diet Coke, so I'm burping. Jizya is a forced tax on non-Muslim populations that allowed them to exist, have their own religion, do all of that, but then pay an additional tax, which the Ottoman Empire justified by saying, well, Muslims have to serve. You don't. Anyway, the funny part about the Ottomans is they got worse the more they emulated the modern European nation states. Why did the Ottoman Empire fall? Too big, didn't modernize fast enough in comparison to its European counterparts. Everybody wanted them out. Everybody was genuinely terrified. The Christian world was legitimately terrified of Muslims at the gates of Austria. It fell because it was too cool. Also aligned with, Germans in World War I. No education of its local citizens. Devşirme sistemini anlatsana, bro. I have talked about the devşirme structure many times over. I think the Balkans got some grudges. It's because they're Euro-cucked. The Palestinians knew it was fuck the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, dude. I don't know if you'd ask the current Palestinians if it was better under Ottoman rule in comparison to the British Mandate or Israel. I wonder what they would say in that circumstance. Yeah, the Ottomans were particularly ruthless on the Balkans, let's be real. It was definitely not great. To be fair, a lot of strong soldiers there, you know what I mean? They were looking at those Balkan boys going, "Man, sorry, we got to do what we got to do here, okay?" a lot of strong boys that could be turned into healthy men. My country still hasn't gone past the atrocities of the Ottoman. Listen. Romanians, don't even get me started on Vlad the Impaler, okay? Don't fucking get me started on this age-old beef. He could have been a valuable emissary, okay? That motherfucker learned impaling from the Ottomans, bro, when he was in Istanbul. He was in the fucking Padishah court. He learned impaling from us, and then what did he do? He turned around and fucking impaled the Muslims. He made a goddamn forest of men, women, and children that he impaled from the ass up. Okay? Oh, we need to have independence. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Look what good it did. Okay? Look what good it did. Now everybody knows you guys as Transylvania and vampires. Okay? Good job. Vlad the Impaler's baby brother was the boyfriend of the Ottoman Sultan? Yeah. He impaled his own people first because he went a bit crazy after all the torture he witnessed, and then he fucking had an unceremonious execution. He was loyal to his country, too based. Early case of imperial boomerang right in the bum. Actually, you're not wrong. You're technically not wrong about that. Wasn't he also childhood friends with the Sultan? Yes, they were in the court. His dad, Vlad's dad, gave him and his brother up as was practice at the time to be like, I mean, that literally has been practiced everywhere, universally, even like cultures that never even touch one another. You know, the Japanese were doing that shit too. Like giving basically like a hostage exchange where you give your child up to the imperial forces like court, and he learns like Romans did it, China did it, the Japans did it. It is kind of wild how so many people basically fucking had weird ass practices like universally. I find that very strange. It's like, the fuck? How did the Japanese come up with this exact same thing without ever fucking talking to anybody else? Okay? Same with the Chinese. Obviously that doesn't matter for the Chinese. Is like, then you open up trade routes and then it's everywhere. But like, it's crazy. It sealed long-lasting alliances. No, I understand why people did it. I just personally don't. I understand why they did it. I can't comprehend how they came to that same conclusion universally. Better education there? No, yeah, no, for sure. It sealed long-lasting alliances. You wouldn't attack a neighboring tribe if your son lived there. And also, like, these hostages were still held hostage, but also ultimately were like treated well. They were learning. They got all the education. They got all of that. It was actually a way to try and like dominate their culture by taking their next of kin and converting them to someone who is like loyal to the Ottomans or loyal to whatever, you know, whatever country we're talking about. And then you send them back, and then they literally are like, yeah, actually, we should let the Ottoman Empire dominate. It's great. You forgot to mention the best part about the Ottoman. Sultan Abdul Hamid II refused the Zionist Theodore Herzl's offer to buy Palestine for $1 billion. Yeah, I've talked about that quite a bit. Can you elaborate on what you mean by calling Muslims and Islam a permissible target? Earlier, you were talking about Mars 9/11 comments. Yes, post 9/11, Islamophobia was all the rage. People were looking for any and every opportunity to shit on Muslims. Anyway, all right. Fuck John Fetterman. Oh, here we're gonna watch this.
Professors at elite universities across the country are asking the New York Times to review their investigative reporting on October 7th. A lot of what we heard are lies. You don't talk about that on the show. Israeli media has reported on a lot of those lies too. Moreover, peers, if you're going to say what Israel's doing is a response to October 7th, then could October 7th perhaps have been a response to what Israel's been doing to Palestinians, which nobody was covering on October 4th or October 5th or October 6th? What I hear here is no empathy for people undergoing a genocide. And I'm sitting here and you're asking me to condemn people who are fighting for their survival. I don't condemn Palestinian armed resistance groups, just like I wouldn't condemn slaves shooting at their plantation masters. Apparently,
wow. Okay.
A lot of you would.
Wow. Wow.
I wouldn't condemn Nat Turner's rebellion. I wouldn't condemn Geronimo. I wouldn't condemn the Irish fighting the British. 100.
Wow. Piers Morgan brought that Israeli dad who was relieved his daughter was dead, only to learn that she was alive, to paint Reina into a corner. Yeah, I mean, there's no amount of, dude, listen. Having a conversation about the permissibility of violence against against the oppressive systems is a conversation that is best left in academic context. If you're supposed to be piffy in that moment, and if you're supposed to fucking act fast and react, emotional quips, appeals to emotion are going to be infinitely more successful in getting your message across. And no matter what happens, when you say something like that, like when you are called into question some of the atrocities, which they were, okay, you can never come across as like you're in defense of it. That's it. Because like she popped off on that short clip, but I'm sure they spent the rest of the time specifically talking about how violent and how awful she is. Because then the conversation is always going to turn into, oh, you like children being raped by Hamas. And then you're like, well, that didn't happen. And then you're like, it's not productive. It's just so fucking annoying. But isn't that just appealing to shit-lip sensibilities? In my opinion, normalization of resistance should be a goal. Resistance will never be normalized, especially in the eyes of liberals. You will never be able to normalize. If your goal is to like get a broader, if your goal is to invoke emotion and bring forward a broader defense for all Palestinians in this circumstance, you're never going to be able to get them on board with violence against the status quo. They are liberals because they like the status quo. Liberalism is like an endless defense of status quo politics. Give it 20 years, and they'll talk about all of the violent resistance as though it was like super base and they were on board with it. You're talking about liberals who literally look at like people protesting peacefully on college campuses and how bloodthirsty they are about like demanding blood from students. Okay? Like, think about that. Liberals look at students being like, hey, it's kind of fucked up that Israel's doing ethnic cleansing. And they go, you should be killed for that. You should be killed for saying that Israel's doing a genocide. Anyway, DJ Academics is under fire, but let's talk about the American aid workers, by the way, in Rafah, and an update on the Israelis who attacked the convoy. Fucking 5 hours in.
Exodus from Rafah is gathering steam this morning. The UN says more than 450,000 Palestinians have already left. President Biden has warned Israel not to invade because of the risk of civilian casualties.
America said that they are pressuring, but you see the pressure, nothing's happening.
Israel says Hamas has 4 battalions of fighters in Rafah and insists going into the city is the only way to clear them out. But will it work? Hamas's tactics are evolving. Its fighters have regrouped in northern Gaza, which the Israeli military...
Wait, I don't get it. Doesn't this imply that, like, you suck shit and that you just can't do the thing that you claimed you were going to do? Like, you killed tens of thousands of women and children, and, like, and what do you have to show for it? Nothing. You flattened Gaza, and your dudes are still getting murked. It might have something to do, in my opinion. I'm no big city lawyer. I'm no IDF Rear Admiral General. I am, after all, too old to be a general in the IDF, of course. I am 32 after all. I would have had to be medically retired by the IDF at that point. Okay? But the one thing I have seen is a flattened Gaza. The one thing I have seen is tens of thousands of dead children, babies, premature born babies. Okay? Women, children, elderly, men, an entire fucking open air prison flattened to the ground, with the overarching goal of ending Hamas. And I thought they cleared northern Gaza, and it turns out Hamas is still there. The only thing Israel has to show for it, however, is like blowing up houses, controlled demolitions of buildings near the Gaza envelope inside the Gaza Strip. Like we covered already, even mainstream Israeli media is now saying there's less than 2 battalions. Others have regathered at the already apocalyptic Jabalia, where the fighting has restarted too. And it's like, maybe if Israel spent less time like murdering children and more time, I don't know, doing anything but murdering children, really. I can't even think of anything else that Israel should be doing in this circumstance. They would have had a better way of dealing with Hamas, considering that you have to deal with them politically. There is no violent military solution to Hamas, because Hamas in and of itself is simply a means of emancipation. It is a defensive posture against the apartheid regime and all of the violent mechanisms that maintain it. You can kill people, but you can't kill an idea. If you kill people and then continue to imprison them, there's going to be a Hamas too. After all, Hamas itself is an evolution off of other forms of resistance, both in certain instances violent and in many notable instances nonviolent. You can't keep people trapped and orphan them and then expect them not to engage in violent resistance. After all, that is how we arrived at Hamas. And many people, even people in this community, were probably oblivious to this reality before October 7. So, understandably so, they probably looked at this situation and saw the atrocities and thought, Hamas is starting this war. Why are they doing that? Not realizing that the entire Palestinian resistance forces are comprised of orphaned children whose parents have died in prior sieges, whose entire life has been one of being victimized by mass surveillance and endless bombing campaigns. Never to this severity, of course, but, you know, it's probably still pretty fucking radicalizing when they only kill 2,000 people. Probably pretty fucking radicalizing when they blow up your school. Oh, but they gave a knock first. They actually sent an artillery shell ahead of time to let you know that, you know, if you don't evacuate, you're going to fucking die in the rubble. Okay, pretty sure if I did that to you and your family, you'd want to fucking kill me. I don't think it would be Islamophobia that guides you in that circumstance. I think it would probably be the fact that I did that to you, your loved ones, and your form of existence. You know? A reality that Ehud Barak and Ami Ayalon also have openly admitted to understanding, when they both, under different circumstances, have openly admitted that they would probably join Hamas or any number of different terror cells if they were on the other side of the border. That is why so many people, personally, could not come to terms with my commentary in the immediate aftermath of October 7.
But that is also why so many people are now coming to reckon with that reality 7 months and 35,000 dead people later. And 35,000 in that situation is, of course, a conservative estimate. Remember, it's a conservative estimate. Wait, but then you can be framed as saying all Gaza is Hamas? I don't care if people already say that. They're killing all Gaza like it is Hamas. The fuck do you mean? Guys, they don't just say all of Gaza is Hamas. Itamar Ben-Gvir said Joe Biden is Hamas. Why are people suddenly saying it's only 25,000? Because they're misinformed. Because they saw an article and got duped by it without further investigating it, or because they don't feel the need to further investigate the article. The number of the dead is still 34 or 35,000. It's just that the number of identified dead is around 24,000. The number of suspected to be dead is even higher than 35,000, mind you. The UN released that report not to say the Gazan Health Ministry lied about their numbers. They released that report to say the situation is so fucking dire that Israel won't even allow us to go in on the ground and actually conduct investigations, to give a moment of like mourning to the Palestinians, to go into the rubble and to figure out and to, you know, go in and identify with our tools who the actual dead are. Think about that. The UN wasn't saying like, oh, they are undermining, they weren't saying that to undermine the Hamas-run Palestinian Health Ministry numbers. As a matter of fact, if you look to the UN themselves, thank you, Elite News, I showed this video yesterday, they openly state exactly what I just said. The figures have been proven to be generally accurate, refuting the Israeli government's claim of falsifying the death toll of the Palestinian Ministry of Health, falsifying the death toll in the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Honest question, didn't the death toll reach 30K by January? What has slowed Israel's death machine? One, they already fucking blew up most of the places in both northern and like central Gaza, and even a lot of the places in southern Gaza too, with the exception of like aspects of Rafah. Okay. But beyond that, another major reason is not that there aren't people that are still being killed. It's that the reporting tools have also been destroyed purposely by Israel, mind you. When there is no aspect of civil society, when all of the hospitals are both overwhelmed and also all the record keepers are fucking dead, well, that makes things a lot more difficult to make an accurate assessment on. I don't agree with Ralph Nader's estimation that it's 200,000 Palestinians that were killed. We don't know. I don't agree with Ralph Nader's estimation that it's 200,000 Palestinians that were killed. We don't know. But knowing what I do know about prior sieges into Gaza and the health ministry's estimations in those prior sieges, oftentimes their numbers are wrong. The Palestinian Health Ministry gets the numbers wrong, but not in the direction that Joe Biden and Israel claims they get it wrong. They actually undercount the number of the dead, for the record. But beyond that, their numbers are as close to what is the reality as you can physically get to, all things considered, in the fog of war. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of experience operating under gruesome sieges and still giving you correct numbers. They are backed by every international humanitarian rights organization, and perhaps even more important than that, the Israeli government themselves, who do have an access to the Palestinian population registry, who could correct the record, considering that they do 24/7 surveillance on the Gaza Strip and never stopped. They could literally be like, here's a person that you said we killed. Here he is alive. This is their identification. This is their home. They could literally do that. Given the fact that Israel has not done that, given the fact that Israel also personally uses the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers, given the fact that the American State Department uses the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers, it is absolutely insane, racist, and also genocide denialism to act like the Palestinian Health Ministry is not consistently, accurately reporting the death toll. It is a more legal, liberally appropriate, liberal civility aesthetics adjacent take on Pallywood, that the Palestinians simply are lying about their plight, that they're simply lying about the violence that they're being subjected to. But what do you expect? It is perfectly normal to deny a genocide
while you are conducting it.
Seemed to have already cleared. It's a sign Hamas is becoming an insurgency.
Will you still call it genocide even if the ICJ rules it's not? Yes. Yes. You can say that I'm biased in that regard if you want, but it absolutely is. That is what this is.
Digging in for a long guerrilla war. The Biden administration says Israel needs a long-term plan for Gaza and that the goals expressed by Israeli leaders may not be realistic.
Total victory. I don't think we believe that that is likely or possible, and that this looks a lot like situations that we found ourselves in after 9/11.
Hamas used to run the services in Gaza, but now it's nowhere to be found. It started the war with Israel and then went underground to fight it. What little aid Gazans receive comes from humanitarian workers. The State Department says it's aware of reports that some American medical volunteers are now trapped after Israel seized control of Rafah's border crossing with Egypt. We spoke to Dr. Amar Ghanem from Michigan.
We have been trying to help, but the need is above what you can imagine.
Israel controls the flow of everything in and out of Gaza, and some Israelis want to stop the flow of aid completely. Extremists have begun attacking trucks, believing food and medicine should not be allowed in as long as Hamas holds hostages. Support in Israel for destroying Hamas is nearly universal, but there are deep divisions here about Prime Minister Netanyahu's handling of the war. At an event,
Yeah, they're like, we all want to fucking murk the Palestinians, but like the aesthetics of Benjamin Netanyahu are not great.
Commemorating
how extreme are they viewed in Israel? The settlers, a big chunk of Israeli society before October 7 considered the settlers to be gross, inbred, fundamentalist hicks that give Israel a bad name. If you recall, pre-October 7, Israel still had this, like, I would say, tint of liberal Zionism in their Western communications, in spite of Benjamin Netanyahu's best attempts at kind of destroying that, what remaining momentum that had. But yeah, a lot of Israeli society, like I said, considers them to, at the very worst, be like uneducated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks who don't fucking read, who don't know how to read, and don't serve in the goddamn military for a religious exemption, and actually are welfare queen freeloaders because they get everything paid for by the Israeli state. Straight up. You're referencing Tel Avivites? Sure. But a shit ton of people in Israel live in Tel Aviv. So what the fuck are we talking about? That's the second largest Jewish city on the planet after New York City. The largest benefits for the settlers, actually still come from American Christians. Yep. American Christians are the number one funders and facilitators of Israeli settlement projects. Did we cover the interview of the lady that was trying to stop the settlers from destroying the aid? I didn't cover the interview, but I covered her yesterday when she filmed it.
All Israeli soldiers, Prime Minister Netanyahu was heckled. Savannah?
All right, Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show.
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
Around 70 Palestinian trucks, which were scheduled to go into the Gaza Strip, were targeted. After these trucks unloaded the supplies at the Takamea crossing, the aid was then taken by Israeli trucks to go into the Gaza Strip. But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
Continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point. The view of a British doctor.
A good chunk of secular Israelis definitely started to feel the animosity towards the settlers as divisions were rising in the context of judicial reforms. However, I'd say that a majority of Israelis are pretty ambivalent to the settlement project. They don't really see it in the context of a conflict and will look at you weirdly if you bring them up as an important issue. They have family there and drive there on the weekend. Can't view it in the framework that we do. I might be operating on like older Israeli political understandings here, to be fair, because I feel like, you know, almost 3 decades of Benjamin Netanyahu almost 3 decades of Benjamin Netanyahu probably changed the political dynamic in the country quite a bit, especially considering the settlement project and how much it expanded in that time frame. When you consider the fact that in the 90s, settlement beyond East Jerusalem was nowhere near as vast or as expansive as it is now, and the fact that there was even a like free, restricted but relatively free travel opportunity for Palestinians in and outside of Israel to a certain degree up until like the early 90s, I feel like there was a resentment. Yeah. Well, we'll talk about how the settlement population doubled between 1993 to 2000 from 106,000 to 200,000. Yeah, and now it's 750,000 from 2000 to now. There was obviously settlers in Jerusalem, in occupied Jerusalem, but beyond that, like occupied West Bank is insane. They hate the settlers the way mainstream Republicans hate the extremist militias, i.e. not at all. They're a convenient tool. I agree. Qassam versus IDF in Eastern Rafah, complex tunnel ambush with multiple hand-delivered Shawaz EFPs, one to the back door of the Merkava. Yassin strike versus Namir troop carrier. Fighters escape through the tunnels. The detonation of the second EFP is heard amid armored vehicles. As Mohammed Al-Safin pointed out, Hamas uses human shield, falls apart. When you watch the videos out of Gaza, they show how Palestinian fighters engage with the Israelis point blank. Israelis, however, routinely use Palestinian women and children as human shields. It's why you won't see these videos in Western news coverage. Yeah. I will never forget a video you showed of the feeling of Israelis in the streets about the idea of integration with Palestinians. That was Abby Martin. Abby Martin has done wonderful interviews with Israelis in occupied West Bank and occupied Jerusalem and many other places, asking them how they feel about integration with the Palestinians, where they say some of the most unhinged, most fascist shit you've ever heard in your entire damn life. Should start showing them on Al Jazeera and other pro-Palestinian networks? What do you mean? Are you able to interview Martin? Yes. It's crazy to think about because, like, the buzzing sounds that you hear above are drones, okay? 24/7, these motherfuckers have drones. 24/7, okay? The fact that there is, like, 24/7 surveillance on the strip, and with all of that, with, like, these $30 million tanks getting this up close and personal with the fucking Hamas tunnel, the fact that they have all of this shit, and yet you still got these dudes wearing fucking busted-ass Adidas coming out of the tunnel networks and just dropping a fucking improvised explosive device that they made in a goddamn bathtub is crazy. Okay? Wait, what did you say? That's the APU, not drones? Where is the guy who said, honestly, in my experience, I only hear about Palestinians when there's some conflict. Most people don't give a shit. I'm Israeli. Yeah. But even then, as far as I understand, Israeli media, like, other than the outlets that we cover that are called pussy outlets that are liberal and, dare I say, communist, socialist or whatever, like, I feel like 972 and Local Call get no play whatsoever in, like, the broader Israeli population, even though they're wonderful journalists that work there. Haaretz is, like, the most circulated mainstream publication that actually covers some aspects of the Palestinian plight. But the reality is that, like, you know, all the largest television channels are constantly fucking doing 24/7 propaganda, never showing Palestinians, never showing what happens to Palestinians ever. Why would they? That would go against the death and destruction that they're championing. You might accidentally end up catching a couple people on their off moments, think, oh my God, that child that just got lasered by our military looks exactly like my child. You know what I mean? You might have Israelis develop some conscience and start humanizing some of these as victims of genocide, and in which case, then you have a much larger political problem if you want to maintain the apartheid. That's why it's not an accident that there are so many fucking former IDF people who, after all of those sieges, will turn around and be like, holy fuck, what the fuck did we do? That was insane. That's why they have breaking the silence. Like, when they actually do end up interacting with Palestinians beyond, like, clicking a button and dropping a fucking bomb, when they actually go on foot, it ends up humanizing the conflict for them. Not all, for the record. Not all, but some. And I do still respect people who have engaged in those atrocious actions only to recognize the atrocities and turn around and work against the apartheid to try and make up for all of the war crimes and all of the wrong that they've committed. I do still have I do understand that no matter what your background is, you have the capacity to be fucking brain broken, blindsided, brainwashed, and only then are forced to reckon with the wrongdoings that you committed. As long as you spend the rest of your life working against that, then it's fine. It's not fine, but there's nothing better you can do in that situation. Anyway, that's insane, bro. First shrapnel bomb, second shrapnel bomb. That's what the text said in Arabic. Yeah, it's wild because motherfuckers watch Dune 2 and they go, oh my God, how sick. Like, how sick is that? Meanwhile, here's Dune 2 happening, doing to Israel what Israel's doing to them. Nia, ben yok. Nah, baba. Yeah. People literally love Dune 2, and they see the fucking Fremen in real life. They're like, this is such a rookie move to have tanks in urban areas without sufficient infantry support. It's not a rookie move. It's a coward move. You think Israeli commanders don't know that you have to, one, maneuvering fucking Merkava tanks in urban combat is going to be endlessly difficult. It literally requires bulldozing many of the fucking pathways just to be able to fucking roll them through. And also beyond that, you of course have to have infantry support at all times. They know that. The reason why they don't do it is because the Merkava is like fucking AC. The Merkava has ACs in it. It has like, you know, Netflix and Apple connectivity and shit. Because in their minds, their modus operandi is fucking flattening the entire strip before moving the tanks through, assuming that like no one is going to pop out of those goddamn tunnel systems to do exactly what we just watched. They would rather personally, you know, sit in the fucking tank and hope that no one is brave enough to come up to the tank and blow it up. They need some good angles with them TikToks. Yeah, exactly. They're like, what's that word? Maravia? No, it's called top of the hour ad break. Just kidding. It's called Merkava. That's the name of the tank. But also the top of the hour ad break is happening right now. There was definitely resentment in the 90s because we had an organized political peace bloc, but the settlers know how to play PR. Every time there's an evacuation, they make a whole show. In the 70s, where the Yamit settlements in the Sinai were evacuated, settlers from the West Bank came out to do those dramatic media stunts, chaining themselves to buildings and shit. Same goes to the 2005 disengagement. All the people crying are all radical West Bank settlers law. Kind of like, look what you were doing to your fellow Jews, and that shit plays in the media and stays in the collective memory. Yeah. I remember seeing the images of the IDF fucking literally forcibly removing the settlers out of the Gaza Strip. Like the IDF literally forcibly removing them. Those aren't Gaza settlers, lol. Those are people who travel from the West Bank. Weren't they in Gaza though? Like, am I crazy? I feel like I saw dudes in Gaza. Try doing that in the West Bank times 100. That's why it's impossible. That's why many people who are much more knowledgeable on this issue, like Avi Shalem, a Jewish Israeli historian, says that the settlement project and the expansion through the so-called peace process all the way from the 90s onward has made a two-state solution impossible. You can see behind her eyes that she's pissed. The fact that Israel did all that and they didn't win anything. They didn't win the televote. They didn't win the jury. No Marcel Bezenshon or OGAE awards. I don't know what any of these words mean. I'm just glad that Eurovision is over. And I'm also glad that Israel lost, but still.
Yes. What do you think of the winner?
He's talented. He's very talented, and he did great. We have to go.
Congratulations. What? Yes.
Monica Johnston, a nurse volunteering at the hospital, said that a primary concern of those who will be leaving is that new humanitarian workers will be allowed in. Otherwise, the hospital campus is more likely to get overrun by the IDF. The plan, she said, is for the UN to do a test run from the hospital to the border Tuesday, only carrying UN staff. If those staff are not killed by the IDF, as one international employee was on Monday, then on Wednesday, 2 medical staff will be taken to the border, and 2 new volunteers will be allowed to replace them, and so on in the coming days. Bro, think about this bargain. Like, we're talking about American and Western doctors literally being like,
we're just going to put our bodies on the line and hope that Israel just doesn't fucking shoot us. And that way we can like go back and forth. Because if we all evacuate the hospital, Israel will immediately siege it. For the record, they did shoot a UN convoy. They shot a UN car. They did. Yesterday. They did this already. And then they shot at that car and killed the driver. They wounded the other person. They shot and killed the fucking driver. That's what they're referencing here. If those staff are not killed by the IDF, as one international employee was on Monday, they'll just test it out again. The European hospital is badly understaffed due to evacuations and bombings that have made it impossible for many of the local staff to come to work, Johnston said. Coupled with the lack of supplies, minor injuries are becoming fatal. She said she found one deceased patient in the ICU recently whose body had begun the process of rigor mortis when a body stiffens after death, signifying the extreme nature of the understaffing. As a result, many of the medical staff, she said, despite themselves suffering from dehydration, vomiting, and diarrhea, are reluctant to leave without a guarantee they can be replaced by new humanitarian aid workers. And there are still those who would defend this shit. Or, I don't know, defend the aesthetics from a debate pedophile perspective. They're already running cover for the UN car. IDF reveals Hamas terrorists use UN vehicles UNRWA compound as cover in Rafah. Watch. Oh my God. Several terrorists and gunfire can be seen near UN vehicles in the area of UNRWA logistics warehouse compound in eastern Rafah, which is a central point for distribution of UNRWA's aid. Hamas presence threatens civilian safety. IDF literally tweeted it in Hebrew. During an activity by the forces of the Gavadi Brigade under Division 162 at the weekend east of Rafah, terrorists were identified in the central logistics complex of the UNRWA agency next to UN vehicles. Yeah, we know how good they are. We know how good they are at identifying terrorists. By the way, the terrorists in this circumstance, the armed individuals that they're pointing to, are literally fucking what remains of the Gazan civil police force. Okay? The Gazan civil police force that is offering security to the fucking aid workers. Remember when Israel saw that there was an orderly distribution of aid for one fucking day in Gaza? One fucking day. There was an orderly aid distribution in Gaza for one fucking day. They noticed that there were armed policemen sitting next to the convoy. So the people were orderly and in a single file line. This allowed distribution to be efficiently dished out. The next day, they executed the head of police. The next day. And then said he was Hamas. The next fucking day. Think about that. They were in Gaza. Many radical West Bank settlers traveled to Gaza when the disengagement was happening to get juicy, dramatic pictures for the media. They made all the noise so that it'd be politically impossible to evacuate settlements in the future, kind of like cutting off an arm so the body lives. For context, settlements in Gush Katif were generally agricultural, less radical settlements. They just don't have the psychos that places like Hebron do. Oh, what? Go open the door. By the way, we know the fucking UN car. This is the UN car that they shot. Meanwhile, in the sea of all this controversy, the Biden administration is moving ahead on the $1 billion arms package for Israel, AP sources says. Isn't that great? Oh, where does your info come from? Genuinely curious. Brother, you've been watching me fucking scroll through. My information comes from a variety of different sources, including Israeli media that is literally right-wing and also radical ultra-Zionist, the IDF's own personal information, like their communications. Okay. This one is just a Twitter link, but it was broadly covered. It's just a close-up of the car that you saw up there. The Associated Press, mainstream media. Hopefully I was able to shed some light. This is Channel 4 News.
Food is literally running out here. There is completely inadequate humanitarian access. Everyone's heard the statistic of 500 humanitarian aid trucks coming into Gaza on a daily basis prior to October. There hasn't been a day that number has been met.
David Cameron wrote today, attacks by extremists on aid convoys en route to Gaza are appalling. Gazans are at risk of famine and in desperate need of supplies. Israel must hold the attackers to account and do more to allow aid in. I will be raising my concerns with the Israeli government. Almost no food has now entered Gaza from the main southern crossings for a week now. Sderot, southern Israel, close to Gaza. Different protest, same script perhaps. Demanding Israel reoccupies Gaza. Sderot, southern Israel, close to Gaza. Different protest, same script perhaps, demanding Israel reoccupies Gaza.
It has to be, again, in Israeli hands. Because if it won't be in Israeli hands, we won't finish the things that we started doing in this war.
If we want quiet for the Toshvei Ha'otef or for Israel.
Wait, son of Hamas claims he invented the Hamas flag? I am the creator and I am the destroyer? Bro, this guy is so insane. Yeah, he's like, I am no longer the son of Hamas. I'm the father of Hamas. What were the things that they started doing? Just curious. The things who started doing. At this point, people that say just curious don't even fucking act like, they don't even make a statement anymore. They just simply say they're curious. They might be. Wait, is he actually Sheikh Yassin's son? Yeah, I think so.
Gaza should be in our hands.
The far-right national security minister convicted for inciting.
It's so funny seeing a lady like this. Okay, this is why I love like Israeli culture and Israeli society, because I love seeing like an old lady like this that I would see walking down the streets in New York, who I would suspect is like a bookish lady. You know what I mean? And then the things that come out of her mouth are so insane, like the most unimaginably cruel shit. Okay? He's not Sheikh Yassin's son, but another co-founder. Yeah, I don't know. He's just the son of Hamas. I don't give a shit. Fuck that guy. I don't want to know more about him. I'm sorry. Like, it's pretty crazy seeing like I said, an old lady that you would see walking down the fucking street, maybe with a stroller for her designer dog, okay, in the Upper East Side, come out and say one of the most unimaginably genocidal statements you've ever fucking heard. Okay? It's like, how have you built this level of resentment, lady? You just don't look the part at all. I mean, look at this. Look at this lady. Look.
Israel reoccupies Gaza.
It has to be, again, in Israeli hands.
Like, you're being sexist? No, man. Like, I live in America. I lived in, my mom lives in New York, lived in New York. I've visited many times. You know what I mean? Like, I lived in New Jersey. I lived in Los Angeles. Like, I see this woman a million times in my life. Okay? Like, this is everyone. This is your mom. One must examine how your mom, your aunt, is literally the most Hitlerian person you've ever encountered. When asked, when questioned, it's like, your aunt in Israel, okay? Your aunt, lovely lady, loves cats, okay? Enjoys, I don't know, a hamburger every now and then on a cheat meal, okay? Likes to do jazzercise. Your aunt in Israel loves the Zionist version of Adolf Hitler. How did that happen? It's just like the archetype is the same person, you know, the type of person that's like looking for friends, you know what I mean? Attends like a community gathering, likes books, goes to the library, pays money to the Met, even though she doesn't have to. She voluntarily gives money to the Met. And then that same woman in Israel is literally all of those things plus wants to see the streets of Gaza permanently turn red with the blood of Palestinian children. How do we get here? It's just, I don't get it.
Because if it won't be in Israeli hands, we won't finish the things that we started doing in this war.
If we want quiet for the Toshvei Ha'otef or for Israel at all, Gaza should be in our hands.
The far-right national security minister convicted for inciting racism, Ben Gvir, endorsed that call at the rally. 218 days.
Is it propaganda that is done after a terrorist attack that gets her there? Chatter. I don't think that lady had that vibe before after October 7. I think that lady had that vibe way before October 7. It's like that fucking it's like that one lady that is in like every documentary about the West Bank. You know what I'm talking about? You'll watch a documentary from like 1985. She's there spitting on like a Palestinian kid. You watch a documentary in 2024. She's still there throwing rocks at a Palestinian child this time. You know what I mean? It's like, bitch, haven't you died already? How are you still doing this? You haven't spat on enough Palestinian children? I saw you doing that in 1985. The fuck are you doing? 2024 still. She's like the mascot of settlers. You know exactly. If you've watched enough documentaries, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. She literally is in like every fucking West Bank documentary. She's like, oh, is there a camera there? Let me do some hate crimes. Okay? She's so unhinged. She's out there like blocking Palestinian families from like leaving her house and shit. You know what I mean? Leaving their houses. Oh, it is. I think. Yes or no. I don't know if this is the woman. It might be her. I don't know. She has the same garb though.
Settler.
I think it could be that. I think it is this woman, but I don't know. It could be this woman. Huh? Where was she born? Can't change that. Can't change where you were born, lady. That's right. Maybe that's what she's mad about. But I don't think it's her. I'm talking about a different woman.
Own eyes.
No, it's not this woman either. No, this is not. That's the Gaza war tourism, the video. Yeah, welcome back, Adolf Hitler. Oh, this is the woman. Yes. Yes, this is the woman. This is the woman. Yes, you found her. Bro, this chick is in every fucking settler video, bro. This is her. This is who I was talking about. She's always in the background. You love like an Al Jazeera coverage being like, and here you have a road called Apartheid Street. This road is called Apartheid Street because, you know, Palestinians are not allowed to walk on the street. And she's over there like spitting in the background. It's like, how did you get there? Did you know there was a camera there? Did you fucking teleport? This is the woman. She's always in the background doing some fuck shit. Okay? Always in the background doing some fuck shit, like yelling at like a Palestinian child or like trying to spit on them or some shit. See? I watched a Breaking the Silence documentary on Hebron yesterday and she was screaming Sharmuta through a fence there. Ain't no way. No, I'm telling you, anytime, bro, anytime you fucking watch a West Bank documentary, she is going to be there no matter what. Yeah, this lady. She's like a Resident Evil 7 character, dude. Women can't have hobbies or what? Yeah, it's nuts. Here, another one. Remember, by the way, Palestinians teach their children to hate, by the way, okay? For context, for the Americans who literally can't tell apart Palestinians and Israeli settlers, those are Israeli settlers. Those aren't Palestinians throwing the rocks. Because, you know, I feel like I have to explain that. Because to many people living in America, the only Jewish person that you know, if you don't live in Los Angeles, is an Ashkenazi Jew. So you think like, the fuck? There she is, bro. Hebron resident Yifat Al-Kopi, who was caught on tape calling a Palestinian woman whore, was accused of attacking a Palestinian boy 6 years ago. She is literally the menace of West Bank. Okay? She is the menace. She haunts the entire West Bank. She slapped an Israeli soldier. Yifat Al-Kobi? Why'd she slap an Israeli soldier? She has the female cop phenotype. You are so right. B'Tselem said, don't make her the scapegoat for the whole settlement problem, though. No, I'm not. I just think it's funny that she's like that fucking ride or die. Of course not. Also, in the process of trying to identify this woman in the background of every documentary in the West Bank, we arrived at like, oh, this is it. This is again. Look, see?
This settler woman told them that they shouldn't enter. They shouldn't enter there. They cannot enter this, even though it's a military post.
Bro, that's literally from 2 years ago, bro.
Please don't touch our camera.
That's 2 years ago. This bitch is still going. I'm telling you, man. She was caught throwing stones at Palestinians. She was taken in for questioning, but released the same day. Fucking freak, dude. Wait, you were being literal about the stones? Yes, brother. I'm also being literal when I say she spits. She also loves spitting. That's not a joke. When I say the little fucking Ku Klux Klan teenagers love spitting as their perfect fucking form of resisting Christianity, that's what I mean. Like literally spitting. Not like spitting facts on the mic. I'm saying like spitting at fucking nuns and shit.
Hebron is one of the most unique and unhinged manifestations of the settlement projects because these are settlements built right at the heart of the city and are populated by the most psychopathic settlers you've ever seen. Like, even the military are too leftist for them. In H2, the 20% are Hebron, that's under civil administration control. Thousands of Palestinian families abandoned their homes because the apartheid and arbitrary curfews and raids there are so cutthroat. What's the IDF term for it? Always present or something? Yifat al-Kobi assaulted elderly Palestinian, trespassed, shoved rock into Palestinian boy's mouth, breaking teeth, sent to community service, no detention until trial, slapped a soldier, was released after an hour. Habibi, have you gotten halal food yet? Yes, I've been having halal food every single fucking day. Anyway, we were talking about her because she's just insane. Redeeming homes in Hebron, the city of our forefathers. Learn about the spiritually significant and highly discreet work of an organization that is redeeming Hebron for the Jewish people. Yep, there she is. Wait, you're halal now? No, I'm not halal now. Okay, let's finish this.
This now inside Gaza. The Palestinian Authority says 80% of healthcare centers there are now out of action. UNICEF says close on 500,000 civilians displaced by Israel's assault on Rafah, with nowhere, of course, safe to displace to. Aid workers say at least 8 displaced civilians killed today by an Israeli missile strike on the Nuseirat refugee camp.
I'm one of the displaced in the house. The house was hit by 2 missiles from the fighter jets. It was known that people from Rafah have been displaced and sheltered here. There were about 70 people in the house.
Also hit in this attack, a UN school. Palestinians mark Nakba, or catastrophe, this week, remembering their 700,000 forcibly evicted or who fled their homeland as Israel came into existence.
We've seen...
Oh, let's talk about Ukraine briefly as well.
Well, meanwhile, let's talk about Ukraine, because more American weapons are on their way to the front line there. And for that country's troops, really, those supplies can't come quickly enough. Russian forces, we know, are making advances in the area around the city of Kharkiv. They've seized a string of villages and they forced thousands of Ukrainian civilians to flee from the...
Oh, shit. CUNY students have just deoccupied the grad center. They renamed the library Al-Aqsa University Library. To honor the oldest public university in Gaza, Israel destroyed it. Shit. Nice.
Those areas. And the message that more US weapons are coming was delivered in person by the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. He's arrived in Kyiv. He came by a sleeper train for a surprise, unannounced visit for talks with President Volodymyr Zelensky. It's the first visit to Ukraine by a senior US official since Congress finally passed that long-delayed $61 billion military aid package for Ukraine last.
By the way, this is also why I think it's fucking insane when Nancy Pelosi and shit say that, like, these people who are defending Palestine are like lovers of Russia. It's like, bro, there is literally no better momentum for Vladimir Putin right now than the massive political L's that the American state is taking as they showcase their hypocrisy every single fucking day. And also they take advantage of the opening, like the Russian government takes advantage of the opening that is caused by everyone shifting their attention and resources to Israel's offensive genocidal campaign. It's ridiculous.
Last month. Well, our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse has been following.
Also, I
Antony
forgot to run the
Blinken's
3-minute
visit
ad break. I'm going to run it now.
Good morning, State Secretary. Nice to meet you again.
A 9-hour sleeper train is still the best way to Kyiv, even if you're America's top diplomat. A quick switch to a more familiar motorcade before a long day of meetings. First up for Antony Blinken, President Zelensky.
Not simple period for Ukraine.
Imagine being invaded by Russia and then seeing this while the Russians advance. Bro, this is literally Adam Curtis. Oh my God. I know it's like meme to and kind of cliche to say like this is so Adam Curtis, but this is literally so fucking Adam Curtis. This is Adam Curtis B-roll, like straight up. And to the cacophony of sound, Russian forces advanced into Kharkiv as Secretary of State Antony Blinken, with not a shred of irony, chose to play Rocking in the Free World. My friend is Ukrainian. She said the U.S. put conditions on the weapons that made it so The draft is stricter and more enforced, so her husband will have to serve against his will. I'm furious it's gotten to this point. Kharkiv is my family's home city. Still have friends living there because they have nowhere to go, scared of what might happen. That's great, man. That's cool. Keep on rocking in the free world, dude. If this was a scene in a movie, I'd have to say this movie was unbelievable. The tragedy is that he's a mediocre guitarist, but a better guitarist than a Secretary of State. Just, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this.
And a tough period for the east of our country, for our warriors. Thank you that you came, especially these days, to support Ukraine.
This is the first high-level US visit since the unblocking of a $61 billion military package for Kyiv. Welcomed, yes, but delayed by political disagreements and now slow deliveries.
We know this is a challenging time, but we also know that in the near term, the assistance is now on the way. Some of it's already arrived, more of it will be arriving, and that's going to make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression on the battlefield.
And this is what it looks like now. A year and a half of stalemate has suddenly turned into a significant Russian offensive in a week. Thousands are fleeing their homes in the northeastern Kharkiv region. Russian bombs have rained down for 5 days, and invading troops are getting closer. Keep talking to us, says this police officer to 71-year-old Olga. She was injured in an explosion, and their car is now an ambulance. They meet paramedics. We're told she's in a serious condition. The newly homeless end up here, in Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv.
People are terrified, they are stressed.
Do you think Russia will take Ukraine? Bro, if you think I'm going to give you a fucking prediction on Russia, Ukraine, you must be on crack cocaine. Okay? If you think I am going to say anything but just go, you're out of your goddamn mind. Bro, they are so horny right now in the trenches waiting for a slip up so they can like shift the attention away from how fucking unhinged they've been towards like someone who has personally tried their very best to physically be like inoffensive to as many people online as possible, like Ludwig, basically demonstrating to onlookers how fucking insane they are. Okay? They're salivating at the prospect of something that they can clip out of context.
So they keep their animals with them. So everyone is in a huge stress because of the constant shelling and of the shock of the Russian offensive.
Bro, this is way bigger than dumbass streamer drama. I mean, I also don't know. I don't know the fucking answer to your question. I genuinely don't know. I do know, however, that like something's got to give. Okay? Something's got to give. I've been asking the Americans that keep lying, telling tall tales of to the Ukrainians about how long and how committed they are, okay, to supporting the Ukrainian cause, while simultaneously not giving a shit at all, as like Ukraine is basically running into a hurdle, not necessarily of like American munitions, which certainly is a problem, but beyond American munitions, it's been months now where Ukrainians on the fucking ground, Ukrainians on the ground have been saying like they're running out of people. It's not necessarily just that like we don't have enough weapons or anything. It's that they also don't have enough people. Where is it? Elent News said something, but I missed it. The attack in Kharkiv is literally a diversion attack to pull Ukrainian forces away from Donetsk, where the main Russian push is. Ukrainian military leaders only make such statements in Western media, while people in Ukraine are fed propaganda about winning war. Facing Russian advance, the top Ukrainian general paints a bleak picture. Ukraine's forces are stretched thin and have minimal reserves to draw on, the chief of military intelligence said, in addition to shortages of weapons. Facing a Russian advance, top Ukrainian general paints a bleak picture. You don't have to say it, but it's clear that Ukraine is being used. This has nothing to do with fighting for freedom or any of that bullshit. This is simply a fund arms depot trying to waste Russian arms. Yeah, no, I have been saying that. I, as a matter of fact, have not stopped saying that. The American interest, no matter what, is always going to be about using and abusing whoever, even if their cause of emancipation is just. And Ukraine's emancipatory cause is certainly just. They are being invaded by a much larger force, viciously, as a matter of fact. That is unconscionable, that is unacceptable. Russia's actions are ridiculous, violent. The problem is a lack of interest from the American side to offer assurances to the invading force. Whether they agree to it or not, down the line doesn't matter. Ceasefire should be the ultimate goal here. And if ceasefire doesn't work, then there you go. You have more political momentum for Ukraine. You know what I mean? But no, that's unacceptable, unimaginable. Ukrainians don't want it. Ukrainians don't want it. The fact that we are saying like, no, you're gonna win this, I promise. You're gonna win this, I promise. And Ukrainian media is like, no, we're gonna win this, I promise. We're gonna win this, I promise. And then simultaneously, like waiting for a point of no return, so that even the Ukrainian is like, no, we're gonna win this, I promise. We're gonna win this, I promise. And then simultaneously, like waiting for a point of no return, so that even the Ukrainian people start rising up against their own military, against their own fucking administrations, to be like, dude, we're dying. We have to put an end to this, is ridiculous. Ultimately, I don't know how many deaths have to happen until it gets to that point. Did you just describe a meme? Did I? Maybe.
For now, Kharkiv city is a place of relative safety. But for how long? While few think the Russians are capable of taking it, they could soon be in artillery range.
No criticism for Russia. Yeah. When I said Russia's actions are abhorrent, violent, unconscionable, unacceptable. Remember when I said that? And when I said the Ukrainian cause of emancipation is just and valid, I actually didn't, this chatter didn't hear that at all because he had fucking clutter in his ears, I think. The fuck are you saying? Do you just like have selective hearing? Because there's not a single moment where I haven't fucking criticized Russia for invading Ukraine since the invasion of Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, man. It's like hyping up your friend to fight the 6'8" guy at the club when your buddy is 5'7" and your help is throwing stuff at him to use in the fight, but not even. From soldiers to generals everywhere, The Economist spoke to over the past week, knows that Ukraine lacks the resources to get back to its 1991 borders as its politicians have promised. By the time the new American aid package was approved on April 24th, it was rationing ammunition. Colonel Fedosenko says he was down to give 5 shells a day for his American Paladin howitzers. My men were fighting with spades in trenches. Colonel Fedosenko feels it may have reached its peak. Only a few weeks ago, he says, Russian infantry backed by 10 to 20 armored vehicles and tanks were launching assaults every 2 to 3 hours. Now they attack only every 5 days or so. Okay, this is good. This actually is a change. Okay, but everyone knows that when negotiating and with Russia and every public statement is negotiating, you start with your maximalist position. This wasn't the maximalist position. People were talking about retaking Crimea. So honestly, the fact that a standby Ukraine account is now saying, oh, no, that was just a maximalist position for negotiation is seemingly, decent prospects for a ceasefire, for an attitude. I don't know how big this fucking account is. Doesn't seem like it's a valid account. But the fact that they are saying this, Ukraine would accept pre-2/24/22 status quo. The issue is that Putin just amassed 500,000 casualties taking the Crimea land bridge, and going back to the status quo would mean they were squandered for nothing in his eyes. Well, what about a ceasefire? The Ukrainians are rightfully very hesitant about agreeing to one for the simple reason that there's nothing to stop Putin from rearming and attacking again. The sanctions are unlikely to go away in the event of a ceasefire, and the West is unlikely to provide Ukraine with any guarantees that would prevent a third Russian invasion. Bro, these are fucking... The point I'm trying to make is that these are pro-Ukrainian accounts that would have, a year ago would be fucking screaming bloody murder when I said this. 2 years ago, they would have been like, you are literally a Putinist Nazi. Okay? This attitude is one that I've held since literally the Antalya, the Turkish negotiations, the 15-point bargaining, the 15-point ceasefire negotiations that were agreed upon. Even if they're not a Ukrainian account, the fact that like a pro-Ukrainian account ostensibly dedicated to stand with Ukraine saying such things is actually kind of wild, considering that those very same accounts would have been fucking telling me that I am a Duginist, lover of Vladimir Putin, and that what the Ukrainians want is just like to fucking live and die by the sword. I'm just saying. As a Ukrainian, I hope our suicidal government finally gets his head out of his ass so I can see my family after 2.5 years. I call you a Duganist all the time, but you never acknowledge. Oh, it started raining, apparently, which is why we canceled the IRL portion. What is this? Just got in today. Did you react to the short doc by PragerU? Bro, I am not giving my fucking email to these freaks.
What I have been trained to fight against is radical Islam. This ideology is willing to bring death and destruction to our way of life.
They had this belief in this greater cause to return to the glory of Islam and install a caliphate.
I love hearing this. I love hearing this from fucking tatted up dudes who are like, yeah, brother, that's what they wanted. The glorious caliphate and a return to Islam.
Extremists, they brainwash you from a very young age. Against the Jews, against the infidels, against America, against the West.
They teach them to murder Jews and Christians, infidels.
Once again, I have to repeat a very key detail that is missing from these conversations. These people don't learn to hate America as school. They learn to hate America when America blows up the school. Same thing with Israel, okay? The idea that, like, yeah, dude, all of these Muslim nations, man, they just fucking hate America for no reason. Like, what? Where does that come from? Why do they feel this way? We've been so nice to them. It's like, I wonder if it like develops some resentment when, you know, this foreign force of monsters comes in and just fucking knocks on every door and kills a bunch of people mercilessly. That is, of course, in between the endless bombing campaigns. Or no, it must be because they hate our freedoms. Yeah. No, that's right. It's because they hate how free we are. They're always talking about how free we are and how much they hate it. They told me. There's a genetic hatred. Efendim. Ya baba. Oh, lütfen gider misin?
This is a religious war.
I see the different groups that are protesting to free Palestine. You're showing your ignorance because these people wouldn't accept you.
They believe America, the Western values, they must be stopped, destroyed. You're raising a generation that will change the society from the inside. That anything that is not us doesn't have the right to exist.
We are naive and we have our head buried in the sand if we don't think that is going to come here.
That's sick, man. Thank you, PragerU. What is this? Regret to inform you the Russian poll is getting better. Russian propaganda is getting better. Do I even want to watch this shit?
Нічого, тату, не плач. Тримайся, все буде добре.
Трунко! Завантажуй цих!
I don't understand. Doesn't this imply that they're literally fucking attacking and failing to overtake cities where the predominant force of defense is like old men and women? Like, I get the point that they're trying to make, which is that, like, oh yeah, the Ukrainian forces basically have no one left. You know, it's just like they're literally expanding the draft, which is true. That's a, you know, politically touchy subject. A lot of Ukrainians understandably escaped when Russia invaded, and now it's getting to become a problem. There are literally Ukrainian refugees in this chat that can't return home right now. But it's wild that they would put this propaganda up as a own to be like, hey, you know who we're shooting at right now, dude? Old ladies. We're flexing on killing. This is so Israel coded, bro. I swear to God. It literally is like, dude, Russia's behavior. Vladimir Putin was so honest in that Tucker Carlson interview where he's like, why can't we be your Israel? Like, what's this about? We just want to be your Israel, man. America, let me be your Israel. I'd be so goddamn good to you. We have natural resources. Israel doesn't even have that shit. It's fucking kind of sad, but also kind of funny that they're just like, yeah, we're doing it, man. We're killing all these old people, and they're still putting up a strong defense against our
Давай наступних!
No, literally, like this is an insane thing to flex on. Like, oh, bro, this straight up, this is exactly the type of shit that I would see from Israeli Hasbara operations. This is supposed to reach the Ukrainian audience too. It's all in Ukrainian, not Russian. No, I know that the goal here, the motivation here is to be like, see, your government is like fucking sending you in harm's way. And making you fight to the last Ukrainian. Bitch, fighting against who? It's not like they're fighting against a hurricane. They're not fighting against the earthquake. They're fighting against you, motherfucker. Stop killing them. Obviously, having said that, like, it can be, I mean, I know that there's one way to get people to not be on board. Because remember, Ukraine is a nation state, okay? Something you have to always consider, and this is something that I've talked about quite a bit. Ukraine is a nation state. Sure, very poor. Sure, not exactly the best beacon of, liberal democracy or anything. But it's still a nation that had its own boundaries, had its own relative sovereignty, had its own culture, had its own form of techno music, CSGO players. It's not like Gaza in that sense, where the Gazan population doesn't have anywhere to fucking go, whereas the Western world basically welcomed a lot of Ukrainian refugees. You know what I mean? The people have an understanding of relative safety. The people in Ukraine have an understanding of like relative peace and living a life as like a marketing manager. You know what I mean? Not that long ago. So for them, I suspect that they would probably, given the relative comfort in comparison to like Palestinians in Gaza, they are less likely to, join join their brothers in arms and put up an armed resistance front. And that's probably the reason why the Ukrainian government is forced to take like politically damaging moves and take further action. How do you tell the difference between Ukrainian and Russian language and culture, though? You can't. Bro, don't even get me started on this, okay? Don't even fucking get me started on this conversation. People are going to get so mad at you for saying that. And I'm just simply going to tell you, I don't agree. Okay? I would never say such things. I don't fucking agree. Oh my God, every Redditor is going to yell at you and me now for even reading out that comment. I'm just serving the 3-minute ad break, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And guess what? Ukrainian and Russian, totally different. Different cultures, different language, so different, okay? I definitely can tell. And it's fucked up that you can't. You haven't been in the Reddit trenches long enough. Different letters, my brother in Christ. Russians literally can't understand Ukrainian. I suspect it's the difference is maybe even less, maybe even more marginal, I would say, than the difference between like Azerbaijan and Turkey. Both speak a different form of Turkic. People in Azerbaijan can understand Turkish, but people in Turkey cannot really understand the Azeri language. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Yeah, life was peaceful unless you lived in Donbass, but fuck them, I guess, right? Yeah, dude, you're so right. You're so right. Vladimir Putin actually invading Ukraine made the situation so much more sustainable for everyone east of the Dnieper River. Like, no one... How can you still say this with a straight face, bro? Hundreds of thousands of people fucking wounded, killed, people displaced, millions of people displaced from their homes. This motherfucker's like, dude, Donbass, remember 14,000 people died. 14,000 people died. Yeah, dude, that's why it's great that, 10x of the number of casualties have now occurred on fucking both sides. It's so sick. Vladimir Putin liberated Donbass by what? Fucking rolling tanks over everything and literally mining the fucking waterfront, dude. It's so liberated now, you don't understand. He literally agrees with you, bro. No, anyone that brings up Donbass in this situation, is basically doing the same line that people have been running in the same way, and I'm not even gonna lie, in the same fucking way that like Israelis talk about October 7, okay? It's just like you're kind of giving Israel, sweetie. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Elint News is correct. He was doing, come on, the invasion is a little bit righteous. They were getting shelled every day by their own government since 2014. I mean, fuck Putin, but that is what it is. Yes, brother, but you also have to remember something very important here, okay? Invading Ukraine made it so much worse for hundreds of thousands, if not millions more people, okay? It's not like the utilitarian solution, and it never was. And if I could recognize it at the time, then you could too, I think, or you should be able to, at least, you know, however many years after the fact. Anyway, Russia did not start this war. Dude, Russia absolutely started this war. Listen, I've gotten shit on a lot for what I've said about Crimea, okay? I've gotten shit on by NATO Andes a lot for, 1, the annexation of Crimea and my position on it. 2, for the refusal from both parties to implement the Minsk protocols, okay? Every single person, every single NATO dick rider has been up my asshole for so long because they say I'm pro Vladimir Putin, okay? None of that justifies the invasion of a country with 40 plus million at the time, 44 million people whose entire national identity and its entire nation state project literally revolves around not being Russian, okay? That's it. It's ridiculous. And I don't care how many people in the fucking global south think that what Russia is doing is great. I don't care, okay? I don't care. I am by no means a defender of Western imperialism, but this does not mean that I'm going to defend another capitalist fascist fucking state encroaching upon the borders of another state, regardless of however many fucking Nazis are there. Okay? And as I've detailed time and time again, despite the fact that, once again, every fucking annoying Redditor pro-NATO piece of shit has said time and time again, since day one, since the first day of the Russian invasion, I told you, you do not denazify a country by invading it. Okay? You do not. Doesn't work that way. Unless we're talking about Nazi Germany, in which case we didn't denazify hard enough. Okay? The only thing you do in this day and age when you invade a country with a nationalism problem, okay, especially if you are Russia and the country that we're talking about is Ukraine, is basically galvanize the Nazis, galvanize the nationalists, and basically make the entire country go, oh, those guys were so right this whole time. Okay? It is true that the invasion heavily empowered the right wing and eliminated every left-wing party. Yes. The war government also took actions like that as well. But even beyond that, you turned every fucking person in Ukraine into an automatic, like, fuck Russia, they're Russian orcs ass attitude. Why shouldn't they feel that way? They got invaded by the Russian government. Also, currently, the Georgian government, on behalf of the RU government, is trying to begin implementing Russian-style repression step by step, as well as swift change on social policies, like wanting to introduce anti-LGBT laws that will censor media and make any LGBT protest of any kind illegal. They simultaneously are continuing to implement pro-business laws that make the country a tax haven. Wonderful. Neoliberalization is coming, whether you like it or not. It's great. Weren't they already doing anti-communist and anti-labor leftists on beforehand? Yes, they were. The West didn't help the situation by completely sidestepping the Minsk agreements. It's just a silly coincidence that talks broke apart after the Afghan collapse. The West fucked up the deal for the sake of weapons manufacturing profits. Yes, I've talked about the Western involvement in Ukraine every single day for months on end until the cows came home. The cows are home now. They're mooing. Okay, they're mooing. The cows have moved into. They're moving into Kharkiv. The idea that, like, there was always a political option to exhaust, especially when you already have Crimea, especially when you took Crimea basically without fucking doing one single shot. The original position of the Russian government was to maintain Luhansk and Donetsk as autonomous regions under the Ukrainian government. Okay? The autonomous region under the Ukrainian government would have been an infinitely more favorable position for Ukraine as they moved in the direction of, not maybe becoming a full-blown EU nation or whatever, but at least like getting those sweet neoliberal trade agreements that the European corporations wanted and the American government wanted. Meanwhile, the only thing that this did was beef up German manufacturing, the German arms industry, and the entire global arms industry, as a matter of fact, so much so that they fucking ran out of artillery. They had to go to South Korea. I'm reading a Viet Cong memoir, and the author is explaining how the American occupation galvanized non-communists to become Viet Cong. So in the same way, Russian occupation is galvanizing more people to become Azov fascists. I mean, maybe not even Azov fascists, but like definitely way more reactionary. That's what war does, you know? Just like people become more reactionary at the top of the hour when they see a 3-minute ad break. But yeah, wonderful stuff overall.
Missiles routinely hit Kharkiv. If this offensive isn't contained, the destruction will be even greater. Ukraine is struggling to hold what is a new front line.
Well, we can go straight to James now. James Waterhouse, our Ukraine correspondent, who's live for us in Kyiv. And I suppose, as I mentioned at the beginning, these weapons that Antony Blinken says are coming, these new...
Oh, fuck, I ran the ad break already, and I'm running it again? Fuck, I'm sorry. Well, after this coverage is over, I'm going to end the broadcast anyway, but...
Weapons supplies, they can't come quickly enough, really, for Ukraine and for those frontline forces who are dealing with this kind of surprise offensive which has been launched near Kharkiv.
Absolutely. I mean, Ukraine, Ben, is adamant that this wasn't a surprise, that it was merely sudden, but the inescapable reality is that its troops are struggling to contain this joint incursion. And it's not just in the Kharkiv region. There are more than 100 evacuations planned in settlements in the Sumy region further north, where there is constant shelling in another part of Ukraine which borders Russia. And it's there that an attack is anticipated too. You know, the dimensions of this invasion are changing dramatically in Russia's favor. Now, of course, whenever you have the military activity, you have the politics behind it. And Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, has just gone for a working lunch close to where I am in a pizzeria with his Ukrainian counterpart, Dmytro Kuleba. Not a bad place to take an American visitor. And as you say, the tone is very much of reassurance. But the problem for Ukraine doesn't just rest with delayed American weaponry. The country admits that it's already dragging what...
By the way, this change in pace in Georgia began last year, literally a week after our prime minister spoke at a CPAC conference. So my speculation is that he was given a conservative authoritarian blueprint to implement.
New reserve forces it has to the Kharkiv region, where it is also, where they are still struggling. So things are looking really difficult for Ukraine in this perilous period.
And is there a sense, really, that Russia has been taking advantage of the sort of delay in getting these extra US weapons into Ukraine and using that time to mount these new attacks?
Absolutely. I think we've seen a gradual taper since last October, which is actually when the political disagreements really started to affect the freeing up of this American aid. You had more and more Ukrainian units having to ration ammunition, whereas you had Russia remaining on a war footing, mobilizing more men, which Ukraine incidentally has struggled with as by way of a domestic challenge. And so what Russia has done, notably in the east, was take more and more Ukrainian territory, square kilometer by square kilometer. It had a trophy in the form of the town of Avdiivka. They haven't stopped there. Their tactics are costly, but it's now changing to a new dimension. It had a trophy in the form of the town of Avdiivka. They haven't stopped there. Their tactics are costly, but it's now changing to a new dimension.
James, very good to see you. Thank you very much for that. James Waterhouse there, our Ukraine correspondent. So let's talk a bit more about what are the arms and weapons that the United States is supplying to Ukraine and how they could make a difference on the front line. Well, the aid package agreed by Congress is, as we mentioned, worth more than $60 billion. It includes air defense interceptors, surface-to-air missiles designed to combat enemy bombers and reconnaissance planes. There's also more artillery, which has been in short supply as Ukrainian troops...
Ukraine will become a NATO ally and Russia will be left with a 100 million population shithole by the West? No. I know I'm very bad on Russia-Ukraine predictions, but especially as things stood in LPR and DPR, with Ukraine, with Crimea being occupied, annexed territory, permanently under Russian rule, there was absolutely zero fucking chance that Ukraine was joining NATO. Okay, 1% chance. I'm going to say 99%. Russia's invasion obviously made it even more impossible, but especially given the energy contracts that Russia has, the consistent trade that Russia has with European nations. Like, there's no fucking way. I just don't see a world in which, like, Germany or France would ever be like, yeah, we got to make Ukraine NATO. America doesn't even fucking say, like, even Americans will literally be like, yeah, NATO, one day. One day. Probably not, though. I can't blame Russia for lashing out. You can't expect Russia to be subsumed to the bottom of the global market without some kind of security. Global capitalism and American hegemony caused the Ukraine war. I think America has a lot of blood on its hands, for sure. But I think Russia still has more blood on its hands because they are the ones who invaded instead of continuing to do normal fucking regional actor shit. Like, American involvement and interference in Ukrainian affairs, which is very real and was happening, okay, is still not evidence that all of these other global actors were going to allow a country into NATO where they are in the midst of ongoing conflict. That's crazy. I think it was a L regardless for Russia. Like, people will refuse to see my side on this if they are pushing Z, or even if they're like super anti-America, in the sense that, like, Russia, one, solidified NATO's stances, galvanized support from the public in European countries for NATO, showed regional actors that previously had neutrality agreements with Russia, like unspoken neutrality agreements with Russia, like Finland, and also the dual partnership that Finland has with Sweden. It showed them that it does not have the capacity for a land invasion, for an assault, for a full-blown assault, because its special military operation, which was slated to overpower Ukrainian anti-air defenses and basically overtake Ukraine, maybe not a permanent annexation, but like maybe a decapitation strike, and then I don't know, go back to some kind of political machine that it would create inside of Ukraine, reasserting its dominance in Ukrainian politics, failed. The rest of the world saw, especially regional actors, saw that Russia was incapable of hurting them, but also was still violent and wild enough to even try. And now, a country with direct borders with Russia is in NATO, Finland. So it's another fucking massive political L in general.
Try to fight off those advances James was just telling us about. And finally, the US has sent ATACMS. Now, these are long-ranged, precision-guided missiles. They can strike Russian targets at a range of up to 300 kilometers. Separately, the European Union has agreed another 50 billion euros worth of aid after Hungary stopped blocking that deal.
Putin is a fascist, but he's a fascist because by American influence. His existence is depending on America constantly treating Russia as an economic adversary. America had every chance to treat Russia as an EU country, but chose to treat them as a constant threat. I mean, that part is true as well. One of the biggest strengths of Russia right now is that they have a very talented technocratic economists who Putin lets cook to some degree. Their central bank governor, Elvira Nabiullina, has been almost single-handedly saving the ruble for the past 3 years. Finland was never a red line in the sand. Ukraine always was because of its proximity to capital. Come on, brother. You don't think it's fucking bullshit that now Finland also is a NATO country further encircling Russia? It is bullshit. You can admit that that's a fucking L for Putin. He was too busy trying to, blow up babushkas in fucking eastern Ukraine that he, dropped the ball a little bit. If you're pro-Russia, if you're pushing Z, you should be critical of that even. Thank you, Vladimir Putin, for giving a massive gift to the American generals and to NATO. Yeah, let's put some fucking nukes in Finland, baby. Let's go. Directly pointed at Moscow. That's a brilliant tactician right there, dude. Y'all are playing checkers. He's playing chess, okay? You don't understand. You don't understand the might. You don't understand the fucking brilliance of Vladimir Putin, okay? He is so smart. That's why it's actually sick to fucking to beef up Finland and build NATO bases there. Thank you. It's good. He's playing chess. Trust me. Let him cook, dude, okay? He's going to make the best borscht you've ever seen. Finland is 5 million people. What are they going to do? Bro, it doesn't matter that they're 5 million people. They fucking still have... They're still going to have literal weapons directed at Russia. That's yet another country, it is yet another country that now has NATO bases with a fucking border of Russia. Anyway, it's just not a good, it was not a good plan. It was a very bad plan, and it was very violent. That's why I think it's ridiculous that the idea was that he was liberating Donetsk. I think an infinitely better way to go about it would have been to consistently beef up your trade alliances with Europe. America was way more threatened by that. Look at China, guys. Why do I dick ride China? Look at China. Look at the way China operates. Look at the way China operates, and look at the way Russia is operating as a regional actor. Okay? One just fucking kicks back. One just fucking kicks back and is just like, yeah, no, duke it out. Shit looks good. Shit looks mint from where I'm standing. Obviously, Russia in proximity is not like China, but America is bringing the NATO-style approach to China as well. Kick back, dude. You got so much fucking trade. Russia would have never been China. Russia isn't communist. Anyway, India is lying too, sir, not just China. Bro, India is... Okay. Anyway, I'm going to end it here because my family's getting angsty, because I told them I'd go to dinner with them, and it's late. There's no good guy, bad guy in the Russia war. No, there is. There is, definitely. There is. Like, the Ukrainians don't deserve to be invaded. All right, everybody. Peace. I will not be live tomorrow because I got some family stuff to attend. Okay? But I will be live in Los Angeles, California on Thursday. I love you all. Wanted to give you guys at least a 7-hour stream. And that is all for today. I'll be back on Thursday, live from sunny Los Angeles, California. That is all. Peace.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her son is streaming, her son